out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side damage shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show. Homie, I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you holler and cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live. Got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was woofing first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out nigga like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, everybody. Good Tuesday evening to everybody. How are all y'all doing out there, man? Shout out to Brother Eric, man. 16 to Life. Go check him out, man. Go to the YouTube page, 16 to Life, and get some of his funny videos, some of his music. The brother got a lot of good music, and just a lot of life stories, man. Real game for real people, man. So go on over there and check him out, man. We thank Brother Eric for donating the song to us, man. We appreciate that, brother. And he understands what we're trying to do here, man. So he did his little part, man. So we appreciate the brother. So but shout out to Brother Eric, man. Go over there and check him out. Visit his YouTube page if you get a chance. All right, let's see. We got a lot to get to today, y'all. But before we get started, I have to talk about something. I have to talk about something before I get into these, how to get you off of living, and you and me and all of us off of living paycheck to paycheck. I gotta talk about something. Okay. I was watching a I was flipping through YouTube as usual, like we all do, right? So I saw that a YouTuber was uh, live, right? I don't usually watch this YouTuber. I'm really not one of that person's subscribe. Well, I'm not subscribed, but but I don't usually watch them. You know, maybe every once in a while I watch about 5 or 6 minutes of her, and then you know, but not really you know, a watcher of that channel. And I saw and heard something that really just disturbed me, and I want to talk to y'all about it and see what y'all think. But before I go and do that, why don't I do this? Why don't I check everybody in? I see Emil stop by, so let me just check everybody in before we get the ball rolling, man. Okay. First of all, who we have in the building? We got our resident sniper, Risa Neal's in the building. Shout out to Risa Neal. Shout out to Risa. Like I said, y'all gotta, if you're gonna have a YouTube page and you're gonna do it right, man, you gotta have somebody that trolls respect, man. The trolls respect Risa, man. They don't, they don't come over here because they know they're gonna, what I'm saying, they're gonna get got. So they just don't come on here. And so when you have that dynamic happen, you have where your chat is cleaner and people feel more comfortable, even in disagreement. They feel more comfortable disagreeing with each other, because that's what we're here for. We have a disagreement. Y'all didn't come over here just to hear me talk and say, "Yep, you're right, Clarence." Y'all got an issue with something I said, y'all gonna tell me, right? Y'all gonna say, "Clarence, well, Clarence, we don't see it exactly like that, but I understand where you come from." You know what I mean? That's healthy. That is healthy. You know what I mean? What's not healthy is y'all know I'm talking crazy. And y'all, because y'all love me, y'all just gonna say, "Yeah, Clarence, you right." No, 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 no. If you really love me, you don't say, "Hey, Clarence, man, you talking crazy, man. You talking crazy, Clarence. We got to pull your coat, man." And some of y'all have. Fortunately for me, some of y'all have pulled my coat on different occasions, right? I'm the knucklehead that won't listen sometimes, but yeah, some of y'all have pulled my coat. But shout out to Risa Neal. Glad to have you in the building, sis. Makes things run a lot smoother when you got an enforcer in the building. What about Sister Annie? Sister Annie in the building, right? Sister Annie's that little sister that's, I'm gonna tell if you leave, I'm gonna tell Mama you was gone. Like, dang. Sister Annie, yeah, Clarence, get back on the porch. Remember that Fat Albert episode where the dude was always saying how big and bad he was, and he was gonna do stuff. And his the Halloween episode, go check the Halloween episode, right? That dude was always saying how big and bad he was. Man, I'll do this and I'll do that. And the little sister was like, you always lying. Stop, right?" He kept mushing little sister. Finally, little sister went and got the father. The little sister said, "Hey, it's time for you to go home now." He was like, "I ain't going home. I ain't you. Who is you?" She said, "It ain't me. It's him." Father was up there. He was like, "Dad, let me explain. It wasn't my fault. I was framed." Sister Eddie, man, she'll tell the group on me, man, "Hey, we got to work with Clarence because Clarence is out there. He wilding out." I'll be like, "Sister Eddie, I'm not going off the porch. I'm being good. I'm not going off the porch." But shout out to Sister Eddie, man, very valuable helper in this cause we got over here, man, as is a lot of you guys. But shout out to Sister Annie. Glad to see you in the building, sis. Who else in the building? Von Bryant in the building. Oh, I already said M. Mills, but I want to say M. Mills again, man. M. Mills, another enforcer. Glad to have her in the building as well. M. Mills proved herself the last time, man. She came through here and just poof somebody up out of here, man. Shout out to M Mills. Glad to have you in the building. We get 2 enforcers, man. That's even better, right? That's even better, man. You know what I mean? Somebody that can, at least match up with Risa, man, or pull the trigger just as quick, man. That'll be great. That would be great, man. Because the trolls just, man, they see Risa, man, they already know. And then on top of that, M Mills, you know what I'm saying? That's like coming to a tank fight. The other person just got a switchblade, right? We got 2 tanks out here, right? But shout out to Bills. Glad to have you in the building. Says, what about Von Bryant? What about Von Bryant? Von Bryant is in the building, man. Very valuable helper in this cause too, of course. Something he said she a proud snitch. Oh man, he's like, man, Clarence, if you go out that porch, I'ma tell. I'm like, oh man, Sister Eddie, come on, man. I'm just looking. I'm still on the balcony. I'm just looking. Well, I gotta give Sister Eddie credit, man. When she see that I'm getting tired or I'm pushing the stream too long, she'll say, hey, Clarence, time to wrap this up, man, because you know what I'm saying? She look out for me like that too. Oh boy. All right, let's see what's in the building. I got lovely M Mills got her. Who else in the building? I think we got everybody that's in the building that wants to be accounted for. We always gonna have a little bit of we always gonna have the people lurking in the bushes. No, we got Brother Anderson. I thought I saw Brother Anderson slip through here. Brother Anderson's in the building, man. My other Taurus brother. Right, Sister Eddie's a Taurus, and Brother Anderson's a Taurus, and y'all know I don't play with them Tauruses. Tauruses, man, got them Tauruses alone, man, because they always so nice. And they're just gonna be nice to you as long as you're nice to them. But when you come fugazi, oh man, the Taurus is gonna put them horns right through you. Boing. I know, I won. I know how Tauruses get down. That's why I leave them alone. Somebody tell me they're a Taurus. Yes, I got you. I got you. But y'all, I'm just kidding about the Tauruses. I'm gonna put it like this. I'm kidding about only giving them. We give everybody respect here. I don't care what your astrological sign is, man. We're gonna try to respect everybody. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to everybody, whatever your sign is, right? All right, y'all. Let's get to work, man. Let's get to work. Let me close this window, y'all. Let me close this window. Yeah, it's kind of cool out here. All right. I left out of here the other night, left the heater on, man. It was burning up when I got in here. All right, y'all. So I saw something last night, right? By the way, the last live stream we did, YouTube yanked it, right? YouTube yanked it, right? And so what I had to do was I still can get it because it's still on my back page. It's still on my back page. You guys just can't see it. I can see it if I want to pull it up or I want to send you the link, but it's not public. They have blocked it, right? And so this is about the 4th one they done did like that, right? Where they just blocked it. They didn't tell me why. They used to tell me why, right? They used to say, hey, this is why we blocked it. This is what you could do. Trim this part out. And they even had the tools there to trim it, right? They don't do that no more, man. They just ghost your stuff. So you got to figure it out. So what I'm doing, y'all, is I'm cutting it up because it's a 5-hour stream, cutting it up into probably about 5 parts where you can go back and watch. Real good stream. Me, Bolo, Annie, and a couple of I think Vagoda came up there too. But we had a real good stream, man. Real good stream. A lot of good information. But the people's not the YouTube world was just they pulled it, man, for whatever reason, right? Or they said the copyright. I'm sure it was for me using the TLC stuff, right? So we're gonna figure out what we're gonna do about that. But I'm cutting it up now and I'm going to be releasing it as videos, and it's a 5-part series. The 6'6" and about the lady 6'6" having dating issues, right? Okay, so that's the update y'all on that. But so last night I'm watching this stream of this particular YouTuber, right? And I usually don't agree with this person on typically mostly everything, right? I respect them as a person, but I don't really agree with them on most hardly anything, right? Dating advice, money advice. I typically I don't. Now every now and then I'll pass across where we agree on something, but typically we don't agree. Well, this person said yesterday that we need people to be poor, and that's a direct quote. We need people. We need poor people. We need people to be poor, and I thought that was horrible advice. Right? I thought that was horrible advice because who is the we, right? And why do we need people to be poor? And what kind of place are we living in where we need people to be living in poverty? We need that. We have to have it. I don't think we have to have that, right? I don't think we have to have it. Thank you, Emils. They didn't say why. I didn't hear this person say why, Vaughn. So I don't know why this person would have said something like, right? uh, pretty close, pretty close, Anderson, pretty close. But I'm not gonna say this person's name because, man, they've been ninjaing me left and right, man. So I'm not gonna say anybody's name. I'm just gonna say because it's really not who said it. Is that information correct? That's the question. So let's focus there. Is this correct? And can anybody prove that we need poverty? Where we come from, there was no poverty, right? There was no that big of a contrast between people that have stuff and don't have stuff. Why? Because in what is the land that is called Africa in today's etymology, in that place, uh, you know, typically things are communal, right? So there is no person that is if there's a person doing bad, the village or the community just looks out for this person. There's a widow or there's some other issue or orphan or something. People look out for that person. People look out for those people, right? But they don't say, well, because you're an orphan, you destined to be poor and you must be poor. That person never explained that. And I thought that was, I'm going to just say it how I feel. I thought that was very irresponsible to say that. When you got such a big following and they actually listen to you, I thought that was very irresponsible to say that we need poor people. And then not even prove it. Not even prove it. Not even, like you said, Vaughn, not even explain how is that possible. What are the principles that you are basing that information on, right? Because some of us are gonna bird dog and look it up and see what you're talking about, right? But that's why no information, no solid information was given to back that statement up. And it was said on multiple times. It was said multiple times. So it wasn't just a fluke, Sometimes you up here, man, as a content creator and you talking, and sometimes, something just flies out of your mouth, right? And you need to go back and back it up and clean it up and make sure that it's received as close to the way you want it to be received, right? Because sometimes in your mind you think, hey, everybody understand it the way I understand it, but sometimes they don't. That's why you got to take your time breaking down stuff to the last compound, because everybody's not on the same level, and you got to match the person on the lowest level in the room, right? Because that's the person that's having the most difficult time understanding what's going on. So I was having a real issue. Now, today I'm here to talk about, well, let me pull this down. Today I'm here to talk about money issues, right? Most of us are having money issues, right? Well, who ain't gonna have money issues? Ooh, wrong thing. Who ain't gonna have money issues in a world like this, right? Who's not gonna have money issues, right? Unless you making, I don't care, pretty much, I don't care what you making. This country or this world will find a way to have you financially in hock, even if you're making $2 or $3 or $4 or $500,000 a year. They'll still have you living paycheck to paycheck. Did you, man, remember the NBA lockout? I forgot how many years ago that was, man. Probably about 10 years ago, where the NBA, the players, the CBA, and the NBA couldn't agree on a contract. So the players got locked out. They locked the players out. And we didn't have a season, right? Man, these players was jumping out the window. These players was trying to play in Europe. They was trying to do everything, right? Because they live in paycheck to paycheck. Some of these players, man, everybody ain't like LeBron. They got, you got so many millions coming in. Some of these dudes was, they were getting 2 or 3, 4, 5 million. It sounds like a lot of money, but it's really not when you got a lifestyle that demands more, right? Risa, you remember the lockout? Yeah, you remember the lockout, Risa. These NBA players was trying to play in Europe. Some of them was trying to work at Home Depot. Some of them was trying to get some jobs, like old school NBA, right? Before free agency, them dudes used to play basketball part of the year, and then they work at a regular job part of the year, right? That's how they had to survive. Wasn't no major contracts. That didn't happen till free agency. I forgot the first dude that started doing that with. I forgot. I knew who it was. I know who it is, but I forgot his name. I don't know if it was Magic or who was it that just opened up everything, man. These TV contracts start coming. I think it was Magic. I think Magic came and that opened up the TV. Magic and Bird. Magic and Bird. That's when the big TV contracts start coming. And that's where the money is in the TV contract. That's the reason why the WNBA players max out at $200,000. We should get paid more money. Why? If you ain't bringing in the revenue, how you gonna demand more money? You ain't bringing in no revenue. Right? People ain't watching your product, right? And whether we play just as hard. That's irrelevant. If people don't want to watch your product, this is how hard you play. What difference does that make? Anyway, Brother Anderson said, yeah, NBA players do live paycheck to paycheck. Look at ESPN documentary named Broke. It shows how professional athletes spend all their money. Yeah, man. I mean, that's what I'm saying, Brother Anderson. We got problems. Not only, I don't care how much money you pulling in, if you don't have the right mindset, it's going to be, even if you're making $500,000, $1 million, $2 million a year, $5 million a year, you're going to be spending it as fast as you getting it on diamond rings and boats and yachts and big old houses and cars and money. And the one thing that a lot of men spend money on is women, right? You think you got to keep digging in your pocket to keep this woman around, right? And let me tell you something, brother. If you got to keep digging in your pocket to keep a woman around, there's nothing wrong with her. There's something wrong with you. There's something wrong with you. Something's going on up here that's not saying to you, hey, why should I have to keep digging in my pocket till I have this person here, right? You want somebody that's going to work with you, right? Somebody going to work with you. But yeah, man, so I saw this person say, hey, we need people to be poor. But that person never described who this we was. That person never talked about why we need people to be poor. I wish they would have did that. But I know I'm not welcome on that platform. I know it. I know I'm not welcome. I'm not welcome a lot of places, but I definitely know this person would never let me up there. If I click that link, I mean, I'm just not one of the. I'm just not one of the what do you call that? Go along, get along gang. I'm not in the go along, get along gang. I'm gonna challenge some things, right? And when this person has a show, there's hardly ever a challenge, right? Anybody who would challenge is never going to be brought up there. They're never going to be brought up, right? Because this person got a brand, so they can't be challenged, right? At least that's what I was told. I was told this person has a brand, they can't be challenged in any way, right? so therefore, I don't think this person, I see why anytime I would watch their programming, I see pretty much the same faces over there, just agreeing, right? You see the same faces over here, but sometimes I'm going at Rico. Sometimes Rico going at me. Sometimes Vaughn going at me. Sometimes I'm going at Vaughn. Sometimes we going at Bolo. Sometimes Bolo coming at us. Who knows, right? We don't always agree with each other, but we got love. We got a lot of love for each other, so we can disagree with each other, right? But it keeps everybody honest. But in that space, you know what I'm saying? Yes. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of yes men over there, right? And I'm not trying to tear nobody down. If that works, it obviously works. That person knows how to get subscribers. Obviously, I don't, right? That person has way more subscribers than me, right? I have my little 802. Shout out to us, 802 subscribers. Shout out to us, man. We climbing that wall slowly but surely, right? The race goes to not to the fastest, but to him who endures the longest, right? So we all endure, right? So we just sitting around enduring, right? But anyway, so what do y'all think? What do y'all think? Emil said they say that because the poor people are considered the workers. I've heard it before. Oh, you heard it before, Emil. Well, see, I've heard it before too, but I heard it only in certain spaces. It was the first time I've heard it coming out of somebody black. You know what I mean? How's that? Well, not the first time. Well, let me say it this way. This is the first time I heard it out of this particular content creator. I've heard Anton say similar stuff. Angry man is I haven't heard Angry Man, so let me say maybe he does feel the same way, but I haven't heard him. I've heard Anton say similar things, right? But this person said it directly, and I'm like, what? What? Do y'all think we need poor people? And if so, why? Why do we need poor people? Do you understand what I'm saying? I know that we're going to have poor people, but my question is, why do we need poor people? Why do we need people to be poor? Do we need people to be poor? This content creator said, we need people to be poor. Who is the we? Who is the we that needs that? Right? If God came to make us free, he said, the truth shall set you free. Well, if the truth is going to set me free, then I'm not going to be, and we know poverty is slave-like. It's basically slavery. You at the behest of the general population and what they willing to, how as best they willing to accommodate you, right? Shout out to Von Eric. Glad to have you in the building, my brother. Glad to have you in the building. I seen Von Eric around these YouTube streets spitting that game. Right? Why do we need poor people? Let's ask that question before I get started. Let me just go a couple more minutes before I get started. Why would a society need poor people? Let's do the math on that. Because this content creator said we need poor people. We need them. Okay, so why would you need? Well, first of all, what is being poor? What is being poor? Generally, we're talking about finances, right? It could have a lot of different other meanings as far as spiritually poor, emotionally poor. But I think in this case, this content creator was specifically talking about finances. That's my estimation of what they were talking about, right? Why would a society need people to be poor? I want you to think about that for just a minute. Think about that for just a second. Why would you need people to be poor? Okay, let's do the math. Let's extrapolate this out. If we have poor people, that means we have rich people, right? But can we have rich people without having poor people? Yes, we obviously can, right? We don't have to have people living in poverty to have people that have excess, right? But if you have people as poor, there's always a group of people that can be taken advantage of. I'm going to say that again. There's always a group of people that can be mismanaged and taken advantage of. Do I think this content creator was saying that we need people to be taken advantage of? Yes. I think this person was saying that. I think this person was saying, for me to live in a nice big house I live in, there got to be homeless out here running around in downtown LA. There got to be. Thank you, homeless, for being homeless. I disagree with that. I don't think we have to have homeless people running around just so you can live in your fine mansion and have your fine business and have your fine cars. I don't think so. Some of these people call themselves religious. Some of these people actually say, I'm following Jesus, the Jesus Christ in the Bible. They say they following this person. They say all kind of stuff in direct contradiction to what this man taught. Right? Here we out. Me, Patrice, Rico, even Vaughn, even Bolo. We spent time in the trenches, man, trying to put out fires, right? Till we just finally figured out, hey, man, we try to put out fires that these people don't want out. They gotta want it to be out for us to be. It makes sense for us to get involved, right? What good does it make? We want it to be out, but they don't want it to be out. Okay, well, if you want to keep on going, keep this war going, okay, cool, go on and keep it going. That's what me and Rico finally and Patrice finally had to get to that situation, right? Von Ball, I think all of us, we really just got to that point where we said, okay, these people want to do this. It's not that they don't want to finish. They don't want it finished. They want it to continue. Okay, let them continue it, right? If y'all want to continue it, continue it. But the point is, we left it alone at that point. We said, okay, look, and then on top of that, we're trying to squash this stuff, and people are throwing arrows at us saying, you wrong for even being involved with this person, right? People that say they're religious. I'm following Jesus Christ. Really? But it's like I told Bolo. See, we ain't like these people that's fronting. See, they get to pick the ones they want, right? Peter comes to Jesus. Hey, we've been looking for you all over, Master. Where you been? Wait, what? Hey. Do you know who you sitting down eating with? You eating with publicans and sinners. Nah, man, you can't eat with them. We got a place for you over here with the doctors and the lawyers. Jesus said, I came not for the righteous, but the unrighteous. These are my people here. This is my brethren right here. If they want to be my family, They can join me here. I'm not leaving this work to go be with them. They could come here. Shout out to you, Sister Dawn. Glad to have you in the building. Right? If they want me, let them come here. Emil said, nope, they don't want no solutions. They just want to keep the drama going later for them, right? You know what I'm saying? Emil's, I'm not talking about nobody, but what I'm saying is I'm showing the conflict and the contradictions and the contrast in what they're saying. They say, I'm with Jesus. But Jesus said, I come from the right. See, these people, they want to work with the righteous, right? They only want to work with the righteous. I want to work with the easy ones, right? So I told Bolo, I said, me and you, man, we different, man. We are obligated to work with the unrighteous. We got to go out here and get these people, man. These people that nobody wants to work with, nobody wants to talk to. We got to do like Jesus, man. We got to go be with these people that nobody wants to talk to. Nobody thinks that they're worth even you doing anything, you teaching them. Why teach them? But I'm a Christian, but I'm a Muslim, but I'm a Jew. I'm a religious person. I follow the word. I follow the word. I follow the word. Right? But they move Fugazi style. I'm just saying, man, we got to watch who we listening to. We got people out here giving out bad, horrible, life-destroying advice, life-destroying information. They out here giving life-destroying information, right? On dating, on money, on whatever, on principles, on virtues. We gotta watch who we, you know what I'm saying? You could, if you got a favorite content creator, cool. That's cool. But take the good they bring, but leave whatever they say that's fugazi, leave it. I'm not telling nobody unsubscribe from nobody. I'm just saying, watch the stuff that people listen to. Because, see, you can fall asleep. It was one of your favorite content creators. You could fall asleep on them. Even me. I might come in here with my mind all crazy one day and start talking crazy. Right? Who knows? This world is wicked. This world is evil, man. This world is evil. You can see people that are possessed by demons, man, and they have a smile on their face. They have smiles on their faces, and they bid you come hither. And they know you're going to drown. They know you're going to drown, but they bid you come hither. And it was all a trick how they got out to the middle of the water. It was all a trick. But they made you think they walked on water. Man, you really think they made us think we walked on water? No, that's a euphemism for they did something and you thought highly of them because it looked like they did this miraculous thing. But in reality, it was just a trick, a parlor trick to get you on their team, to get you to follow them like a Pied Piper. And once you follow them, they lead you to the doom. They lead you to the doom. Don said, those holy people don't like that part. I know. That's why they don't like me. They don't like Bolo. They don't like Vaughn. They don't like none of us, right? None of us that's even like trying to say this game, right? Try to just talk about the word and everything. They don't like that, right? They want to sit back and they spot and say, I'm holy. I'm a Christian. I'm a Jew. I'm a Muslim. I am a Muslim. I perform salat. I do my salats. I have my prayer rug. I have my prayer rug, and I perform my salats and my rukas. And I am a Muslim. I am Muslim, right? I have the beard. And I speak Arabic. Therefore, I am Muslim. Islam is way older than Arabic. But that's what they've been taught. That's what the world been taught, man. That Islam starts with Arabic. Islam is millions of years, billions of years older than Arabic or English or any of these languages. That's a story for another day. Today we talking about money. We're talking about money. And we're talking about a content creator that we all know that said, we need poor people. We need poor people. Who is the we? Who is the we? The privileged class. The privileged class. We need people to be that we can take advantage of constantly to keep our lifestyle, to keep our way of life going. We need people to be able to be, that we can take advantage of at all times. Shout out to my sister, OG Patrice. I know, Patrice, you sent me like 3 or 4 things, right? But I gotta get this this money show done. And then we could talk about some of those other articles you sent me. Patrice is always sending me articles, y'all. But I gotta get this money show in. Yeah, so I'm talking about this content creator. I'm watching her. And I said, man, this is okay. So I'm saying, okay, well, maybe this person is going to give us a principle by or back this up with something, some other information. Nothing. And then then came back and said it again. And then said it again. Because I was intrigued at this point. I said, oh, okay. I said, I want to hear why we need poor people. And I want to know who we is. It was like dividing by zero. It was all undefined. It was never defined clearly. None of those things, right? And Brother Clarence, I have talked to so many different people. I know when people leave things undefined like that, that's because they want to be able to back out of it later. Later, they want to be able to say, oh, no, I didn't. That's not what I meant. I meant this, right? Oh, no, I didn't mean that. That's another reason why I don't go to a lot of panels. I just don't go because I know how they get down. I know how a lot of people, not a lot, but some of these people get down like that. They leave just enough open, right? They leave it just vague enough that they can say, oh, well, I didn't mean this. When you come in and crush their argument, oh, no, that's not what I meant. That's not what I said. That's not what I meant. I meant this. Oh, okay. I don't like dealing with that, man. I like things to be very, very clear. Me and my son ride to work every morning, right? Because he works a couple blocks down the street from me, from my job, right? So we ride to work in the morning, and we pretty much got to be at the work at pretty much the same time. So we ride to work together in the morning. That's work in itself for me, right? I sit here and talk to this boy, 27 years old. He think he know everything and he don't know nothing, right? But I got to sit to talk to this boy. Anyway, so my son, man, he called me up. He said, "Pops, man, I got he works at a very fancy hotel, right?" He said, "Pops, man," he said, "Man, they was getting ready to throw this bike out, man. It's a brand new bike. I don't know why they just didn't send it back to Amazon or whatever, but they just about to throw it out." So this man said, "Do you want it?" And I said, "Yeah." He took it, right, for my granddaughter, right? He said, "Man, can you?" He said, "Can you come by and get it?" I said, "Okay, but I'm gonna come in my work truck. I got my work truck. I'll come by and get it, and then I'll just drop it off to the house." So he gave me directions how to get there, man. He gave the worst directions ever. Worst directions ever. I would not listen to that boy on how to get nowhere. He gonna have you lost. I had to ask somebody else that was working there. They said, "Oh yeah, just go down here, go there." But I'm listening to him. I'm listening to my son. Boy, crazy, right? I love him. That's my son. You know what I'm saying? But the boy, crazy. If you listen to him, that's on you. I'm telling you now. But The point is, man, it was very confusing what he said, right? Because he don't know what he's talking about, right? So he didn't know how to give me good directions because he doesn't drive. He usually Ubers everywhere, right? So a person that don't know what they're talking about or doesn't have no backbone or base for what they're doing, man, hey, Pops, meet me at the loading dock. I'm like, where's the loading dock? Let me ask my boss. I'm like, he's giving me this little picture. I'm like, that ain't telling me how to get there. I see where the loading dock is, but that ain't telling me how to get there. Yeah, just go up that street. I'm like, man, forget this, man. Ask somebody who look like they got some sense. He said, oh yeah, just go around here. And Tom gave me perfect directions. I went right there. Boom. And guess who was standing there when I got there with the bike? Anyway, but sometimes we got people in our space, right? In this YouTube space, especially with us as Black people, man, we got people in our space, man, that's giving us bad advice, life-destroying advice. And we got to watch that. We got to be very careful. Be very careful when you listen to these people, man. Double check them. Even me. Don't just take what I say. I tell y'all all the time, man, don't just take my word for it. Go check it out for yourself. Because I ain't trying to lead nobody to the pit. I'm trying to lead you into prosperity. I'm not like this content creator. I don't think we need poor people. Unfortunately, we're always going to have them, but we don't need them. We don't need poor people. And if somebody wants to get in touch with that person and tell them I'm talking about it and they want to come up here, I'll gladly let them come up here and tell me why we need, or any of them. If you saw that stream and you believe in what this person said, you believe we need poor people and you can defend that argument, come up here. Ask me for the link and I will let you up here in a heartbeat. But you can't defend that. There's no way you can defend that without saying that there's a group of people that need to be taken advantage of every time, because that's what it sounded like to me. Why would you need poor? Why would you need people to be poor? Why would you need? Poverty is misery. I need you to be, Clarence, I need you to be miserable so that I can have this extravagant lifestyle. I got a Maserati, I got this business, I got everything, I got all this stuff. Oh, did I mention I was religious too? Oh, yeah, I'm a follower of Jesus. How could you be a follower of Jesus and say that we need poor people? Jesus was trying to get rid of poor people. He was trying to make them free their minds so that they could free themselves from the cultural stigmas and pressure of being poor. But the first thing to get out of being poor is the mind. You got to get out of the mentality of poverty. But it's hard to do that in America, man, because you got so many people like Larry Elder, like Candace Owens, they telling you that you are just a bad person because you was born in the skin you was born in. And since you was born in this skin, therefore, you have a, what's the word I want to use? What do animals, instinctive, you are instinctively going to be this poverty-ridden, jailbird, single parent, crack addicted person. No, don't have to be that way. Don't have to be that way. Oh, G. Patrice said, let's talk about Black life. Please don't ask me to give you driving direction. My sense of driving is bad. I can admit that. Thank you, God. GPS encompasses. Okay, Patrice. All right. And me and you together, I'm not gonna say, Patrice, or you, I'm trying to get directions to where you at. I'm gonna just say, give me the address. Like I did when I met you. Did you know that I met Patrice? I met OG Patrice in person. I said, give me the address to where you at, girl. You are not going to come all the way to Los Angeles, and I'm not going to see you, even if it's for 5 minutes. That's not going to happen. So just give me the address. But I'm cool. I know my way around Inglewood. So it was cool. That was no problem. But this downtown LA, you know what I'm saying? So I ain't been everywhere in Los Angeles, right? My son works at a very posh hotel, right? They throw stuff away because they don't feel like plugging it in or whatever. I mean, they just rich people live there, right? So sometimes they throw stuff like that out, right? My son caught a couple of things that they done threw out, right? So this bike, man, he's gonna throw out. Man, my bike. But the boy, man, don't know his sense of, he can't tell north from south. Huh? I said, man, it's on the north side of the street or the south side of the street? Huh? What? Reese said, my sister's direction is very bad as well. I can tell you what I heard or seen, but not how to get there. I don't know. North to south. Oh, man. All right, y'all. Y'all heard it. So me, I'm sitting in the back seat. Patrice and Reese are sitting in the front seat. We ain't never going to get there, y'all. Don't expect us to show up. Because Patrice says she don't know her directions. Risa says she don't know her directions, and they ain't gonna listen to me. I'm gonna tell them, hey, y'all just gonna. They gonna say, shut up, Clarence. Me and Patrice will figure it out. Me and Risa will figure it out. So if y'all expecting me, Risa, and Patrice and Risa sitting in the front, I'm sitting in the back. Good night, y'all. We ain't gonna never get there. I'm willing to admit that. I'm willing to admit that. But we'll have a lot of fun. Me, Patrice, and Risa would have a lot of fun. We'd just be laughing at each other, but y'all be waiting on us, man. We never get there. Anyway, y'all. Anyway, do we need poor people? Do we need poor people? I'm almost done. Do we need poor people? I don't think we need poor people. If you think we need poor people, I'm going to give you about 5 minutes to get your butt up here. If you saw that stream last night and you agree with that content creator, when that content creator said, we need poor people. That's what we need them. I couldn't believe it. And if I didn't think I would get ghosted, I would play it again. But this person already gave me a strike. They already bombed me like Russia did Ukraine. They already dropped the airstrike on me. So I don't want to run at them. They already proved to me that telling the truth is not, they are definitely not interested in that. They're interested in their brand, right? So the truth is not what's important. It's the brand is important, right? So I know this person, and this person had a wife, and the wife was getting in between a conversation I was having with this person. And I said, excuse me, this person, he and I are talking, and you probably shouldn't be involved in this conversation. That person said, hey, you can't tell this person not to be involved in this conversation. I said, well, no. They said, yeah, no, you can't check this person. This person can't be checked. I said, thank you very much. So my wife, come on, let's go. I'm never going to be around somebody that can't be checked. Never. Now, when I was younger, I used to, I'll win them over, and because I'm trying to be real cool with them and everything like that. And maybe they'll see that, nothing wrong with being checked. Everybody gets checked once in a while, right? I'm not like that no more. A grown person tell me they can't be checked. Got you, boss. I'm not even going to try to tell you. I'm not even going to try to check you. And I'm not really checking you. I'm just trying to tell you that you stepping over the line. But if you can't see that, I'm out. I don't put myself around people like that no more. Right? I extend my hand to you. I try to, help you, teach you. You don't want to be taught? Cool. I'm going to go out here and live my life and enjoy life. I got so much love in my life. I got so much love. I'm gonna play y'all. I'm gonna sneak up on my granddaughter, and I'm gonna play y'all her telling me, man. I asked her the question, "Are you rich?" She said, "I'm rich with love." Yeah, man. That's how you really be rich, is when you got love, man. When you got somebody that'll sit there and hold your hand when your heart is hurting over something. Y'all don't we don't understand what love is. Y'all, what happened to love songs, right? What happened to songs like Girl, Could It Be I'm Falling in Love by the Spinners, right? What happened to love songs? What happened to songs that we say, what happened to songs like Gloria by Enchantment, right? I don't want to face another day without you. I mean, not in a deletion sense, but just I want you to come back, right? What happened to love? What happened to us loving each other and promoting love in our music and in our media? What happened to us promoting marriage? Good marriage, rather, I should say. Good marriage, not love and hip hop marriage, good marriage. What happened to that? Because the ambassadors of bad news and bad religion have come in. They've come in and they've taken over. Risa says, stop watching that low vibration show. The brand should be faking lies. You know, Risa, I was just passing through and I saw that. You know what I mean? It's like, you know how you looking and you say, oh, somebody's live. And I say, okay, I see these content creators who I know. And I say, okay, let me see what they're talking about. And I hear something like that. I go, what? Yeah, we need to be poor. No pushback. We need to have poor people. We need poor people. We. I don't know who this we is. Is it America? Is it the world? Is it the culture? Who is the we? Right? But I took it to mean the privileged class. The privileged class. We need poor people so that we can have this privileged class. Do you think Jesus Christ was here to witness to the privileged class, to get them out? He was, but he wasn't witnessing to them to say to them, yeah, you guys are good, because we got to have this we need to make more poor people so that you can be more rich. I don't think Jesus was about that. But if any of y'all think that, hey, tell me, and I'll throw a link out there for you right now. You can come up here and tell me that. But in my opinion, Jesus Christ was not about helping people get richer, not money, rather, but helping them get richer in the knowledge and wisdom and spirit of the Lord, and getting solid in that. Once you get solid in that, all these other frivolities, they could come and go, and you all right. Okay, I had a house, we got foreclosed on. Oh well, but my wife still loved me. I done been in positions where I done messed up so much money, y'all. I done messed up so much money. I messed up so much money so many times. My wife had to go get a little job just to help me get everything back in order. But she did it. She didn't leave. I'm sure she thought about it, but she didn't leave. She said, "No, you know what? Okay, you need some help. Okay." And she said, "Okay, I'm gonna give you this money." Right? I know. Okay. But she didn't give me this money saying being dumb. She said, "Okay, here it is. Show me what you're gonna do. Otherwise, we're gonna have to come back to the table and talk." We will always pay off. There you go, John. Luther, the OJs, Manhattans. Yeah. What happened? What happened? Well, we used to sing love songs to each other. Used to tell a girl, man, you know, I've been thinking about you all day. I just been thinking about you all day, girl. right? What happened to that? Now we don't got there you go. Let's get married. What you know about that, Blackheart New Growth? If you haven't already subscribed to New Growth, man, go on over to subscribe to Blackhearted with New Growth, Old Soul, man. Good channel, man. Good brother. I saw him being interviewed over there on Critically Drinking today. Good brother. I said to myself, I got jealous of Arshawn. I was like, why ain't I brought New Growth on, right? Why ain't I just say, hey, let me just dedicate a show to the brother and let him just talk about himself a little bit. We got interested people. He don't always agree with me, as does Arshawn. Don't always agree with me, as a lot of you guys don't always agree with me, and I like that. I'm good with that. I'm good with that. I don't think, oh, you don't agree with me? Oh, you just a hater. I don't think like that. We can agree to disagree, right? You could say, but the point is, if you're gonna disagree, at least disagree in a way where A, we can respect each other, and B, you lay out your argument in a way that makes sense, right? These young cats like New Growth and Arshawn and the Harris Tribe and a lot of these young cats, man, they lay their stuff out, and you got to at least say, hey, man, even if I don't agree, I got to consider what they're saying because they laid it out so well, right? OG Patrice said Marjorie Harvey left Steve Harvey when he became homeless. She got back with him when he started making money. There it is. There it is. Hey, but you know what? Here's the thing, Patrice. If you happy, if you like, if that works for you, if you have it, see, because there's gonna be something that you're gonna have to accept, right? Okay. If this woman is only gonna be with you because of the money you're gonna make, okay. And accept that. If you accepted that, okay. That's the life you willing to live. I don't think that's the highest and best use of your time, but that's me. Maybe I'm biased because I've had somebody in my life that actually I got sick and they cared for me. I needed help, they would help me. It ain't always been pretty, but definitely when the chips was down, I always had somebody in my corner. So I guess that's where I'm coming from. And as we got older and more mature, we realized how things should work better, right? Things should work better. And we still growing. We still growing. We got 33 years in. We still growing though. We still learning. We still learning. We don't have it all down pat. But we still learning. But the point is, she know how much I love her. And I know that she loves me too. And I would want to be loved for me instead of the money. I would want to be loved for me instead of the money. Your goddaddy, as Rico would say, your goddaddy used to say, hey, just go out there, make a ton of money. And the woman is going to be obliged to have to put up with whatever fugaziness you got going on. The woman's going to be obliged to do it. I feel like this. You don't want to marry somebody and then mistreat them. Why do something like that? Eventually, the person that you're mistreating you're going to cross the line with them, maybe 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, whatever. And they're going to say, I'm out of here, man. And they're going to leave when you least expect it. When you got this person, you thought you got this person wrapped around your finger and you got your whole life built around that person, they're going to walk right out the door on you. If you're lucky, they're walking out the door. Right? If you're not so lucky, they're going to do something to you, right? You know why the U.S. government, if you go right now and you go into your auto parts store right now and you go buy some antifreeze and you open it up, guess what? It's going to be a strong smell. If you was to taste it it's going to be a strong, foul smell and taste. You know why? Because, sorry, Don Frank, I'm gonna talk about your homegirls right now. White women was White women was taking their husbands out with that antifreeze because it had no taste, it had no smell. The federal government made antifreeze makers put something in there that would be so striking of a taste that a person, because what they would do is they would just slip antifreeze into your food. So you be eating antifreeze for 6 months, and then finally you out of here, right? OG Patrice said, yes, that should speak volumes to men that have those type of women, but whatever floats your boat. Yeah, man, whatever floats your boat, man. What they say, Patrice, you like it, I love it. You like it, I love it. I'm just telling you, I'm just trying to tell you how to win. This is what I tell my sons. I'm just telling you how to win. You want to lose? That's your decision to what you want. You want to lose? I'm just telling you how to win. Black New Growth said, you see those grays? I ain't that. You know what? I'll say to myself, man, in New Growth, man, now that I can see him clearly, man, he ain't a bad looking dude. I'd hire him on the job. I'd give him a shot. He ain't a bad looking dude, man. I was like, man, he had his job interview shirt on, right? But New Growth told me, hey man, you better not be in that yellow shirt class. I said, all right. So I took it off. I got the undershirt I wear under it on. How about that? Oh man. Do you really want a woman that's with you because you bringing in the money? Guess what's gonna happen, man? Guess what's gonna happen? When you hit a speed bump, and I don't care how good your relationship is, you are going to hit a speed bump at some point. Don said, these men are different these days, bro. See, I know. But I'm telling you, Don, it's everything. It's the media, it's the music, it's the TV shows, it's the influences, it's the influencers they paying attention to, right? They paying attention to dudes like Future and the other dude, Nick Cannon, people like this, man. They got 10 or 12 children all over the place. Shorty Low, they got 15, 16 kids all over the country, right? They think hey, all I got to do is make a lot of money and make all these kids and just pay for them all. And that's going to work, but that's not going to work. The children need you, father, dad. Ain't that what y'all was talking about on Critically Drinking New Growth? Dedication, right? They need us physically involved. Risa said they used to put it in Gatorade and Crystal Light. They could mix it in the food and drinks like Brosi said. Yeah, man. That's what happened, Risa. So the feds, they had so many cases like that where they would get the person's hair and see how many months they was feeding them arsenic or antifreeze. Because I think it's a little harder to get arsenic, right? That's a little tougher to get. But antifreeze, you go walking right into AutoZone or something and buy some antifreeze. They have it out in the garage. You ain't looking. Whoop! They pour a little bit in your soup, and you guys. There was this one dude. I was watching about him where his ex-wife, the new wife was poisoning him, right? The ex-wife, whenever the ex-wife would come around and come to the hospital and be in the room and sit with him, he would improve. He would improve because the new wife didn't have a chance to get in there and mess with his food. But as soon as the ex-wife would leave, he would get sick again. And they was trying to figure this out. They was like, what's going on? They didn't even think about antifreeze at that time, right? They didn't even figure, but the feds, they like, man, hey man, white men are taking a dirt nap, man. These white women are taking them out, man. So we gotta get rid of this antifreeze, man. We gotta do something with this antifreeze. So they said, hey, y'all that's making this antifreeze, put something in it so you could smell it and taste it. Because the guys that they were putting it in their drinks and stuff, they couldn't taste it. They couldn't smell it. They know what they just was getting sick, right? Risa said it's more to it than money. You got to teach, lead, and keep the kids on the straight and narrow. There you go, Risa. But that's the point. But you can't do that if you're not present, right? You got to at least be present to do that. How you gonna be present? You got 10 kids all over the country. I just don't see it. Shout out to Mr. Rucky, say prenup first. Yeah, man. Whatever floats, whatever. If you can get somebody to sign a prenup, go for it. If you can structure it out, man, go for it. I think you should get into marriage in a way where it incentivizes you staying for a longer period of time. And that's a structured way you can do that, where you say, hey, look, after a certain period of time, this is what's going to happen. After a certain period of time, this is going to happen. And you have landmarks and incentives by which, if you stay in the relationship, things are going to happen, right? That, to me, is a good way, right, to do it. Because we're not in a time where people just going to say, well, I'm in this and I'm never going to get divorced. If the issue comes up, we're going to try to work it out. We're going to leave. I'm going to work hard to try to work it out. We're not in that situation no more. People are leaving relationships left and right for nothing, right? Or for the same old stuff that's been going on forever, right? I saw you was down the street with this girl. I know you was down the street with this guy, right? And they leaving a relationship, children, assets, everything. They're just leaving everything, right? Unfortunately. Patrice said, I watch crime shows and so many women murk their husbands by antifreeze. Yeah. That's why the government had to put something in it, Patrice, that they had to tell them, you got to put something that, you got to put a smell in it. You got to put an agent in it that they can smell and taste. That way somebody will know it, because these guys was eating their food, and because antifreeze at that time in the 60s and the 50s and the 60s, it didn't have anything in it that you wouldn't even taste it. But the way they found out is they would get their hair and see how long they've been taking this antifreeze, right? In their food. OG Patrice said antifreeze and arsenic was the number one poison used to murk husbands by their wife. Yeah. But more important than that, Patrice, why did the wife even get to the point where they want to murk them? Right? Because some kind of animosity was building that the husband didn't even have his eyes open enough to see, right? Sometimes some of these guys, you think you can cheat on your wife and keep cheating and keep cheating and keep cheating, and because the wife keep taking you back, you keep saying, man, I can do whatever I want. Or this is what a lot of dudes did. Oh man, Vaughn said, rest in peace, Auntie J. Man, I didn't know anybody passed away. Sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that, whoever passed away. I don't know Auntie J, but she passed away, man. Peace and blessings to the family. Oh my God, man. Don Frank said, okay, bro, see, like reward cards, bonus points. No, this is what you do, Don. This is what you do. See, if you're a man or a woman, if you have assets from you have your previous assets, you set those assets up. You don't bring those into the marriage. You set those up in the trust. And as the marriage, as you hit these landmarks, the person gets interest in that trust. Okay, we hit 10-year mark, you get 10% interest. You hit 20-year mark, you get 20% interest. 25 years, you get 50% interest. You hang in there. See, you got incentives for the person to hang in there. You're not just putting everything on the line. See, but what most dudes do, most guys and girls, because I'm gonna try to leave my granddaughter some property, right? So she's gonna have a little something, right? But she comes into the relationship. I'm gonna set her up like, hey, you know what? You're not going into no marriage with this property, right? That property is gonna be in a separate trust. And if the dude hangs in there long enough, you get an interest in the trust. And then after this year, he get that much more interest. But we got to incentivize, because the reason why we got to incentivize it, because now people don't know what staying together in a marriage looks like anymore. They don't know what that looks. So we need incentives, right? Just like you said, Dawn, gift cards, right? How do they get you to go into these stores? Rewards, cash, cards, bonus points, right? There's people out here that tell you, hey, look, man, don't use your debit card, use credit cards, right? They say credit cards is better for you. You can get more, it improves your credit. What do you need your credit that good? I mean, you know what I'm saying? If you can make the cash, right? You should say it was mostly for the insurance money, bro, Clarence. It was one that murked 4 husbands. I saw that one, and she was sure she was caught. They called her the Black Widow. Yeah, I saw that. But the point is, these men ain't got their eyes open, right? They not they not they not recognizing that the person don't love them. They love an attribute of theirs, right? And we all do that. We all, right? Sometimes we fall in love with a girl because of an attribute of hers. She got a big booty. She got big breasts, right? Whatever, right? She got some attribute that we fall in love with, right? That's something that hooked us, right? She got a nose ring. She got these long eyelashes, like long fake eyelashes, whatever it is, right? She has she can create this this enormous sexual tension, right? That's what really gets most guys, man, is the sexual tension. These women that can create sexual tension really could, and it's not that the woman can create it. It's the woman can inspire this man to create it on its own, right? So she could say anything, and he would turn it into a sexual conversation, right? Right. But the point is, we got to see that's why you got to question people and find out what their motivation is. Because just because they holding your hand, that don't mean they love you. I'm gonna say that again. Just because somebody is living with you doesn't mean they love you. Love is an action word. Love is an action word. Love is not for the same. Ani J was a regular on the Lapeef Network and Fight Club. Oh well, shout out to the sister, man. Sorry to hear about her passing. May God be with her and her family. But y'all know I don't I don't do the mothership, but you know, props to the sister, man. Hope she transitioned peacefully. Okay. Sister Annie said, so true, brother Clarence. Proactively protect kids' future investments. Yeah, we got to, y'all. We got to. We not used to doing that. Now, everybody else is used to doing this, right? Other communities are used to doing it, but we not. We send our kids out there. You on your get it how you get it, right? But we got to have something. Because the devil is so busy in this world. They're being pulled left and right, and because we don't acknowledge that, we'll say, "Oh, you just a bad person." They're not a bad person. They're a person under the influence and enchantment of this wicked world. Do you understand? No, Clarence, this person's just bad. I can't tell you, just throw them away. Okay. What if God had the same? What if God said, you know what? Okay, you want to throw him away? I'm going to throw you away with him. I'm going to bring your life down to his level just like this. Oh, Clarence, he can't because I make so much money. Brother, chronic illness could hit you just like that. Boom, just like that. Car accident where you're a quadriplegic, just like that. A sudden passing like the sister that was over there on the mothership, just like that. Just like that. Out of clear blue sky, just like that. We got to be thankful, y'all. We got to be thankful. But at the same time, we got to be smart. We got to use God's wisdom. God gave us wisdom so we can see what God is. Shout out to Brother Marcus, by the way, in the building. We got to use God's wisdom because love is not for sane people. Love is for people that ain't got that they out of their mind. And when I say out of their mind, I'm not saying they out of their mind like, you know, gonna murk somebody, but I mean, they're not rational. Love is not a rational state of being. Sacrifice is not rational. As a human, as an animal on this planet, your number one instinct is supposed to be self-preservation. Sacrifice is the exact opposite of self-preservation. And Jesus came and taught us how to sacrifice. He gave the ultimate sacrifice. Wait a minute, Jesus, you're supposed to be looking out for number one, numero uno. You're supposed to be making sure the kid's skin stays smooth. But sacrifice, that's the exact opposite of self-preservation. So love is sacrifice, right? Love, you willing to sacrifice whatever you got to sacrifice to put a smile on that person's face, to get them as close to heaven as you can get them. We willing to sacrifice for it. Love is fearless. Love is fearless, right? You don't care how crazy you look. Get down on your dusty knees and open up this little bitty box with this ring in it. You don't care if all your homeboys call you a simp. Love is fearless, right? Somebody attacks your family, or they try to threaten to attack your family. You see dudes go from punk to hunk. Why? Because love is fearless. Love is blind. Love don't see this person and the faults that they may have. Love is blind. Love is forgiving. You stepped on my toe again. I saw you flirting with them girls again. I saw you flirting with them dudes at the gym again. Love is forgiving. Right? Love knows no bounds. Love, nothing is impossible to love. The impossible does not exist to love. One day I'm going to make her love me. One day, we used to tell a girl, one day, girl, I'm going to make you love me. Girl say, psh, get out of here. Next thing you know, you see them two people together. You're like, what the hell happened? What the hell happened, right? The girl say, hey, I never, man, you know what? That dude just talking, man. I never give him a chance. He'll never have a shot. Maybe a year or so later, man, who you see walking down the street together, right? Love is persistent. Love is persistent, right? There's never too much. You can't ask too much. You can't go too far. Baby, can you rub my back again? I know you just got off work. I know you're tired. Can you rub my back? What's too much for love? What is too much for love? HJ, shout out to HJ, by the way. Glad to have you in the building. Say, where's the money? What money? Where's what money? Where's I don't know, but if you have money, that's good. That's good if you have money. That's good. But is that what you really want somebody to love you for? And if you want to come up here, HJ, come on up here. We can talk about it. Yeah. Right, Vaughn? Love covers a multitude of sin. What do you mean? Love is blind. Love, love, love is forgetful. Love is forgetful. Right? Shout out to Sister Eddie. Love is forgetful. Right? You guys ever go to marriage counseling? I ain't afraid to say me and my wife been to marriage counseling before. Yeah, we have, because we had some. You don't do 35 years all with no skid marks, right? you gonna have some skid marks in 30 years, right? We've been to counseling. You know what they tell you? One of the number one thing they tell you in counseling: never say "I remember when." They say throw that phrase away. I remember when you did this. I remember when you did that. If you really love somebody, you have to be willing. You have to be willing to push. HJ said, I'm trying to see the 8 ways to regain your life." Okay, HJ, you're right. I've been long stroking y'all, man. But HJ, which one do you need more, love or money? HJ said, "Shit, I need some money, Clarence." All right, man. I'm getting there. Give me a minute. I gotta show y'all what love looks like. Love is not always pretty. Love. Now here's the one that y'all ain't gonna like. Here's the one that y'all not gonna like. Love is painful. Love is painful. Love is painful. Sometimes you love somebody and they do something and they totally let you down. They say, "I love you. I would never do none of this fugaziness to you." And then you turn around and you find out this fugaziness has been going on for a long time. And you're like, "What the hell? I thought you said you loved me." Right? OG Patrice said, let's have we gotten totally off the subject here? Oh man, yeah, we have, huh, Patrice? See, I told you I ain't too big to get checked. I ain't too big to get checked. AJ said, "Love for sure." Okay. Everybody good on love? Because love is, you're right, Sister Eddie, love is painful. That's why nobody wants to get in love. That all the good stuff that comes with love, yeah, everybody wants that. But nobody wants the part where the pain. I think you should be here at this time. But baby, I'm just going to work out. And sometimes love can turn into narcissism. So we gotta be willing to be able to see, because love wants freedom. How can you say you love somebody and you don't want them free? It's like they say, the bird in the gilded cage. Right? You love this bird song. You hear the bird singing every day. And so the man that heard that bird singing outside his window every day, he told the servant, "Go out there and catch that bird, put it in the cage. I only want that bird to sing for me." Put the bird in the cage, bird don't sing no more. He feeding the bird. He the bird can see and everything, but he's in a cage. He can't fly no more. His freedom has been taken. His voice was connected to his freedom. If you love somebody, you got to know what drives their engine. This is the last thing I'm going to say, because I can go on and on and on. Thank you, HJ. Have some patience with your little brother. And I'm about to get started. You got to know, if you love somebody, man, you got to know what drives their engine. You got to. Because if you don't know what drives them, then you could fall in love with somebody that's being driven by something that's not exactly right. And then by the time you find that out, you already in the soup. Most men have a mission. Most men have a mission, right? And some of our women don't realize we got a mission. They want us to just go to work at the plant at 8 o'clock, get off at 6, get off at 5, be home by 6, pick something up on the way home, get out there and wash the clothes. I mean, they want us to do it. The women today, I'm not saying all women, I'm saying a lot of them following this boss B mentality. Got to be able to watch out for that. Okay, y'all, let's get into, let me switch over to what I'm really want to talk to you about, and that's living paycheck to paycheck, because that's what I was initially talking about. I was talking about, I'm not going to say the person's name, but this content creator said that we need poor people. I disagree with that. Anybody wants to come up here and enlighten me on that one? She said, when love hurts, it's time to love you more. Yes. Well, it's time to do an examination, Patrice, because it might be you. It might be you, and it might be the unrealistic expectations, not you personally, Patrice, but it might be us. It might be the unrealistic expectations that we putting on somebody and expecting them to receive them to walk in those unrealistic expectations. And when they can't live up to those unrealistic expectations, we get hurt. And we call that love, but that might not be love. Because if I love somebody, I want them free. I want them happy. I want them to be able to express themselves, right? We don't want no bird in no gilded cage. What the man had to do, he had to open the cage and let the bird out. He finally figured out, bird ain't singing because he can't sing. Because he ain't free. He got to be free so he can sing. That's real love. Real love is when you willing to let somebody do their mission, right? Or help them with their mission. Y'all don't hear me. They don't hear me, Sister Annie. They just talk about the money, Clarence. Okay. That's okay. We're gonna just talk about the money. All right, here we go. There's 8 ways. Well, first of all, living paycheck to paycheck, what is that? What is that? What is living paycheck to paycheck? Living paycheck to paycheck is when you have just enough money to get you by, and sometimes it don't even get you all the way, right? You counting the days when the next time you get paid. And let me tell you something, y'all. We shouldn't be living like that. We shouldn't be living like that. Payday should just be, okay, cool. Really, you should be living in a world, if you're working on a job where you get paid every 2 weeks, you should be living like, really forget what day you get paid. That's how disciplined your life should be based on the money you're making, right? But I'm going to give you 8 things to do. I'm going to give you 8 things that you need to do to fix your life just like that. You'll fix your financial life just like that, right? We always talking about your spirit. We always talking about your soul. We always talking about your emotional state. Now, how do you fix your finances? Clarence, you ain't no CPA. You can't tell me. I'm not a CPA. I'm just a mathematician. I'm just a common sense person, right? 2 + 2 = 4 to me. That's just common sense. So let's get started. The first thing you're going to have to do is increase your income. You have to do it. Patrice said, I never bought into love is supposed to hurt scenario. No, it's not supposed to hurt, but it will. It will. You're not going to live with somebody for 30 years and they're not going to step on your toe every now and then. It's just not going to happen. You're not going to live with somebody 20, 30 years and they're not going to trip over something. It's just not going to happen. That's too much pressure to put on somebody to expect this person to never make a mistake in 20, 30 years. Come on. It's not going to happen. That's not being realistic. The realistic thing is not that you get abused, because I'm not saying you should expect to be abused. See, abuse and pain is 2 different things. When I say pain, I'm talking about you may misunderstand something, thinking that a person intentionally meant to harm you by going to the gym when you wanted that person to come and sit up under you, or you wanted them to buy a car, right? Me and my wife, we got into it one time because she wanted to buy this car. And I said, we can't afford that. She said, why not? I'll get another job. I said, you hear what you just said? Did you hear what you just said? Now, if you're going to get another job so we can buy another house, cool. But you're going to get a job so we can buy this car that you don't even need? Come on now. Come on, come on. Well, that's the way it should be. So this is where what you're saying is right, Patrice. I had to love myself enough to say, okay, let me just walk away and leave it alone. Let her think about it. And if she really wanted that bad, let her go do it. Let her go get a place and do it by herself. Right? I am not going to get into debt over a car that you don't need. And then have you go get another job to pay for a car? That's just I'm not doing that. What's up, girl?
Hey, brother, how are you?
I'm all right. I'm behind. Everybody mad at me because I long struck this thing for an hour and a half, but I'm gonna get into it now.
Okay, I just I wanna chill up here with you while you go through the things. I'll make, a
You
few comments, but
okay? Cool.
I'll let you work your magic.
Okay, okay,
All
cool.
right.
All right, all right. So Patrice's up here with me now. So if you got a question for me or her, yeah, y'all tell me. I'll throw the link out there, and y'all can hit it, and then y'all come over here and ask us a question. All right. So the first thing that we need to do is we got to increase our income. How do we do that, Clarence? You got to get a second job or a different job. Maybe you get a different job, right? You get a hustle. Like I said, I told y'all the last live stream. I don't I don't recommend these delivery jobs for women and the Ubering and all that. I don't recommend those kind of jobs for women where you got to meet with strangers and in different where you are not you can't you can't uh guarantee your safety. I would never say, oh yeah, you should do Uber. Now, if you got somebody riding with you or something like that, maybe. But I don't really like those kind of jobs for women. I'm just saying, you got to increase your income because that's the first step towards being able to have some money to actually do something with. So you got to increase your income because if you don't, we got other steps we got to do, and we need that money. We need this money this increase. We're gonna need that money because we got to put it somewhere. We got to do some stuff with that. So first thing we got to do is increase our income, right? And don't touch it. Just put it to the side. Leave it alone, as much of it as you can. Rather, I should say, pay down some debt. But if you have to have a saving program, but we're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that. So number one is increase your income. Second job, change jobs. Maybe you went to school, got a degree, and you qualified to do something that pays twice as much as what you get now. Go do that. But we got to increase our income, y'all. Why? Because we're gonna need this money. What you think?
Proclaim. Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned the whole Uber Lyft driving thing, right? Because I just visited my sister this past weekend in Vegas, and she that's what she's doing as a second source of income, right? Because she's like, I got some things I want to do. I want to pay for our family trip next year that we planning, and I just want to be financially prepared, so I don't have to ask nobody for nothing.
There
I
you
don't have to
go.
need nothing, and I appreciate her doing the effort and taking the effort into increasing her income, but you're right. I did talk to her about being careful about being a Lyft driver. And I asked, I said, do you drive at night? Because you talk in Vegas, nighttime, all kind of craziness goes on. She said, no, she gets up early in the morning before she starts to go to her second job. And she drives for so many hours early in the morning till she start her other job, which is in the afternoon. And she gets off in the evening. So she said, I don't drive at all at night. And she said, and I drive all day on the weekends because she's off on weekends. I said, cool, just be careful, even in the
That's
daytime.
that's my
So,
only thing about
so
that.
you're right. Yeah, you're right about that.
Got to be careful. With female man, you got to be when you're doing something like delivering packages and Uber and stuff like that, where you're going to different strange men's houses. You got to be careful, man. You just got to be careful. That's all. But hey, man, if you can make it work, make it work. You know what I mean? So shout out to her. But that's a good start. So now we got increasing our income. Okay, what's the next thing we need to do? The next thing we need to do is just as important. You got to reduce your expenses. Oh, Clarence, I need Netflix. I need
Woo.
Netflix, right?
Now you talking that ouch, right? Especially for us because we always do an extra, and we have to curb that. You are 100% right. I know I had to curb some things that I was really bad on, like shopping. Like that's like, oh, for me that's like I had to really curb that, and I'm proud of myself. I've done a lot better, and I can improve even more. We have to be realistic about things when it comes to our habits that are bad. Like we love to talk about the good, but we don't want to talk about the bad, right? So yeah,
Yeah,
bad spending habits, bad shopping habits, bad any kind of habits, right? Like
yeah.
definitely, for sure. Like for me, one thing that I am doing, and I learned this from my girlfriend, when I paid off my car, I'm still paying, acting like I have a car note. So I'm putting that money into my savings, like I'm still paying a car note
Right.
off. You know what I mean? So, and you will be surprised at how much money you could save by doing that. If you get blessed enough to pay your car off, still act like you're paying your car note for a few years, and man, you'd be very surprised on how much money you done saved.
Yeah, you turn around, you got a whole bunch of money in the kitty, right? And you can do some stuff with it because we're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about that. Let's see. Let me put this up. All right. So we said reduce your expenses. Clarence, how do I reduce my expenses? I can't reduce anymore. No, bro, do you really need cable? Do you really need uh some of these subscriptions that you got? Right? You got some subscriptions, okay, maybe one, but you got to cut it down to one. What's the most important one you need? Okay, National Geographic, right? Oh, National Geographic, because the kids, okay, the kids will be able to read the magazines and see the stuff, right? Okay, but do you really need cable, right? Some of y'all, do you really need Prawn Hub, right? You don't need Prawn Hub, right? Do you need the Morning Millionaire Show? Shout out to the Morning Millionaire. Do you need to be in that Patreon? Do you really need to? Or can you just pick up a good book? There's a good book by a man named Robert Allen that was written about 20 something years ago. It's called Multiple Streams of Income. That book alone, just reading that book alone, if you follow just half of the stuff that's in that book, you'd be rich and famous. That is a good book. That is a good book. It's called Multiple Streams of Income. It's by a man named Robert Allen, right? He famously he used to run around the country buying houses with no money down. He was the no money down king, right? And he said, drop me anywhere in America with just $100 in my pocket, and I guarantee I'll buy some real estate. Of course, you can't do something like that now. The landscape has changed, but at that time you could, right? That time, you need $100 to secure a contract, a real estate contract at that time, right? But what's my point? What's my point? We got to reduce our do you really need do you need some of these magazine subscriptions you got, right? Do you really need this stuff? Do you really need some of y'all got what's that thing? What's that thing, Vaughn, where you can drive on the freeway, the Easy Pass? Some of y'all got this Easy Pass, right? Do you really need the Easy Pass? Oh, well, Clarence, I got to pick the kids up by this time. Okay, you need it then. But the rest of y'all, hey, I just want to get home as fast as I can. Okay, but you're paying $300 a month for this Easy Pass when you could add an extra 45 minutes to your drive and you could save that money, right? I mean, think about it. I mean, we got to start. See, regaining our financial life is going to come with some hard decisions. Why? Because we've been made to think that we need these things, right? You need the subscriptions. You need this. You need that. You need all this. You don't need that stuff, right? I was like, man, I need cable. You know how long it took my wife? It took my wife almost a year to get me off of cable. She said, Clarence, we don't need this cable. We're paying this money for nothing. We don't even need that. Now we don't have it. I don't even miss it. It's been like 4 or 5 years without cable. I don't even miss it. But at the time, I was like, no, I like watching my detective shows. I can watch all that on the internet. I can watch everything I was watching on cable on internet. Right? Oh, thank you, Sister Annie. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Risa says sometimes some people turn off the gas. Now, I'm not telling you, I'm never going to tell you to, when I say reduce expenses, you reduce your usage of your life services. I ain't never going to tell you to turn off your life services. I'm never going to do that. I'm not going to tell you to turn off your life services. You got to have it. You got to have water. You got, especially got kids in the house, and you got women in the house, right? We as men, we can live fugazi for a little while, right? But women need water, hot water to clean themselves up and hygiene. Same thing with kids, man. You know what I'm saying? This morning I walked by one of my sons, man. I was like, dang, man, you could knock a horse over, bro. Got in the bathtub right after that, right? So, life services, I'm not talking about cutting your life service. Now, if you can reduce the spending on life services, right? Stop leaving the light on in the garage because you're going out there all day. No, you turn it off when you come out, turn it back on, right? But sometimes we get lazy, right? We leave the light on in the garage just because, and we going out there to wash clothes or whatever, right? My wife does that too, right? I had to tell her, man, turn that light off. Or turn the light off in the backyard. She'll leave off the light off in the backyard. I'm like, come on, man. HJ said, how many kids you got? I said, I have 3 grown sons. Right? But I got a granddaughter that lives with me. I got a granddaughter. So, HJ, you never out of the game. You're never out of the game, man. Just when you think you out the game, everybody's grown, you don't have to deal with nothing no more. Here they come, right? You're gonna be a grandfather, right? But hey, my baby, man, she's one of the best things that happened to me in my 55 years. One of the best things that ever happened to me. Black Heart New Growth. So yeah, man. HJ said I was only thinking about the Nick Cannon comment. Yeah, man. But now here's the difference between me and Nick Cannon, HJ. All my children were raised on the same roof, and all my children from the same woman. Right? So I was very intimately involved in the raising of those children, right? I was very intimately involved with that. So I don't think you can have 10 children all over the country and be intimately involved with their upbringing, right? So that's the thing I was talking about with Nick Cannon. I don't think Nick Cannon is a bad guy. I just think he made a horrible mistake by doing that. If he would have had them 10 kids with the same woman and they all on the same roof and he's there and he'll be there to do stuff for them. But hell, he ain't got time for no children. Really, his lifestyle. He's here, there, next minute we'll go here. So how can he do it? Therefore, in my opinion, I was irresponsible to do that because the children are going to want more than just the money. They're going to want you there as well. But you can't be there because of the lifestyle you live in. So you basically brought somebody into this world to be neglected. Let's just be real about it, man. Let's be real about it. So therefore, that's all I'm saying, man. Let's not do stuff like that. Let's think about the children. If we're going to possibly bring a child in this life, why would we bring a child in this life that's going to be live in poverty or be neglected? Well, Clarence, this Nick Cannon, they ain't gonna be poor, yeah, but they won't be poor with money. I mean, they won't be poor with money, yeah, but they're gonna be poor because Nick Cannon he can't be in 10 different households every night. He got 2 sets of twins. Okay, let's say half of that. Let's say he can't be in 5 different places at on every day. You just can't. You just can't do it. But see, guys like that think they can just throw money at having these babies. They think they can just throw money out there, and that's not gonna get it all the time. If you got a good woman, that can push your program, cool. But a lot of times, do you think Nick Cannon's running around getting to know this person well enough to say, okay, I'm gonna have a child with this person because maybe one or two, maybe two, three. But how did that Mariah Carey situation go? I mean, I don't think he's looking into if he's not there, they're gonna push his program. I think he's just saying, hey, I'm just gonna have a bunch of kids and let them figure it out if they figure it out, right? Blackheart Negro said a fridge can keep food cool. A fridge can keep food cold for at least 24 hours unplugged. Yeah, I mean, there's some things we can do. Now, I'm not saying unplug the fridge, Negro, but what I am saying is lights that don't need to be on, stuff that burns up electricity and gas and water, and having your children running the water forever, right? I used to be one of them dudes, turn the shower on and let the shower run for about 15 minutes to get hot and all that. I don't do that no more. Right? Can't afford to do it. These life services bills out here in LA are crazy, man. Paying $300 electric bills and $200 gas bills, $200 water bills. I mean, it's crazy, man. Crazy. So we gotta reduce our expenses, y'all. We gotta reduce our expenses. Now, some of y'all have outside expenses. Y'all like to go gamble. Clarence, you trying to take my weed money. Yeah, you might have to cut into your weed money. But I'm gonna tell you the number one thing that's gonna hurt y'all heart, and y'all ain't gonna. This is the one that y'all ain't gonna do. You're gonna have to cut that side piece of loose. That side piece is costing you. What you mean, Clarence? My side piece, I can't cut my side piece of loose, Clarence. What you talking about? That side piece is costing you. Not only is she costing you, she or he costing you money, they costing you in time by you don't have the time to chase your vision and your mission and go out and accomplish your mission because you're sitting up under the side piece. See, Clarence, that's why we don't want to talk to you. Because in the manosphere, see, you're supposed to have girls and girls and more girls and more girls and girls and girls and girls. Okay. But let me ask you something. When you're done with all them girls, you done had all them girls. What then? What then? What is life really about at that point? See, you're going to be like, I done wasted all this money, all this time. I could have been so much farther ahead in my life. And I would have had not girls and different little hussies running after me, but I would have had some women of some real stature running after me. Right? I would have had some real women running after me. But now, that number's going to be a lot lower if you on your mission, right? Because, like we said, we talked about love. When you love your mission, you figure out what your mission is and you love your mission. Man, I'm telling you, you love your mission. Your love is, you love your mission like Jesus loved his mission. He was relentless. He was relentless. If you wasn't talking about his mission, if you wasn't down with the mission, if you wasn't helping him with the mission, if you wasn't somebody he could help through the mission, he didn't want to talk to you. He didn't want to even talk to his own family. By blood, his own family. Hey, Jesus, we got some of your people here. I'm with my people. If they want to come in here, I'm not going out there. They can come in here and kick it with us. This is what I need to be doing. Because when you meet your mission, male or female, you're a woman, right? You got a mission. Everybody has a mission. God give us all a mission, male or female. You got a mission. The question is like a Mission Impossible. Do you accept your mission? No, I don't accept it because why? Why? Because I got I got my side piece, man. My side pieces, you know what I'm saying? My side piece, and I gotta kick it with my side piece, man. And if I don't kick it with my side piece, you know what I'm saying, she gonna roll. So let her go. Let him go. You got a mission that only you can accomplish. You got a mission. That's why we gotta get our shit straight, right? You gotta reduce these expenses. Reduce these expenses. I turned 55. I'm going to get another phone plan. I'm going to see if I can get everything I got going on reduced. Everything I got going on. That's good, HJ. Accept your mission. Because right now, we got a lot of cowards out here. People are cowardly. They don't want to accept the mission because the mission comes with responsibility. As Arshawn was talking about, I agree with him. People are running from responsibility in this world. This world tells you run from responsibility, right? They got all kind of different ways for you to run from responsibility. Oh, you conceived a child, go to this doctor and murk it. That way you don't have to accept that responsibility. Oh, this woman is really in love with you and really would make a good wife. Oh, but I don't want to be no husband. See, being a boyfriend is good. Oh, I ain't coming over there today because I'm tired. That ain't in the husband. That ain't in the husband handbook. I can't do it. That ain't in the husband handbook, right? You got to at least try to do something, right? If you love this person, if you love them, how can you watch them suffer? Even though you tired, you come in the house, you tired. You see this person suffering. They're on the couch or the bed or whatever. They can't get up because they sick. Vaughn will tell you, you have to go in and first thing you do, shoot, you ain't even thinking about yourself. You got to go in, crack open some soup, make some soup, feed this person some soup, some crackers or whatever, right? Your wife, your husband, whatever. After you do all that, you might have to put them in the bathtub, wash them up. After you do all that, you might have to just sit with them and hold their hand. Now we're talking about real love. Because love doesn't expect something big in return. Love can give a lot and get a little bit back. Here I go again, sister. Here I go again, right? But we're going to have to do these things. I just gave you 2 things, right? You got to increase your income and reduce your expenses. We got 6 more. You got to follow these steps. If you follow these steps, I'm telling you, in 5 years, you'll be rich and famous. You got to fix your credit. What are you talking about, Clarence? We'll fix my credit. You got to fix your credit because you may, not will, you may need your credit to leverage an investment opportunity. For example, a duplex, a triplex, something small, but you may need your credit may become very important to do something like that. You got to fix your credit. I mean, your personal and business credit. You got to fix it. And you got to get business credit. We're going to talk about getting business credit later. But right now, I'm telling you, you got to fix your personal credit because you may need to borrow some money to make some money. Does that make sense, everybody? You may need to borrow some money to make some money. And depending on your credit is the cost involved in borrowing that money. The lower your credit score, the more it's going to cost you to borrow this money, and the less profit you're going to be able to make on the money that you're borrowing. When you actually make a profit, you won't have to pay all that profit to these people that loaned you the money. Make a nice profit. So getting your credit together is going to help that. Getting your credit together is going to help that. How do I fix my credit, Clarence? Get your credit score at Credit Karma or one of these other free credit score places. Go. They have to give you your credit score, right? You got to get a free credit score every year. You can get a free credit score from TransUnion, Equifax, and the other one. I forgot the name of the other one, but you can get a free credit score from those guys, right? From them every year. Now you don't have to pay for it; it's free. But I suggest you get something like Credit Karma, some kind of place where you can monitor if your credit is under, I would say 750. If your credit is over 750, you don't need to monitor it that much, right? But if your credit score is lower than 750, like mine is, you need to have what do you call that? Services that show you what's going on. Like Credit Karma will send me stuff saying your credit score went up, this happened, this fell off, this, you got to get some charge offs off. And how do you get the charge offs? You got to call these people, right? And sometimes some of these companies are not even in business anymore. You can send a letter to TransUnion, Equifax, or the other one. You can send a letter to these companies saying this company's not even in business anymore. They'll pull it off. They're disputed, or you can dispute. You can dispute your whole credit history. You can dispute all of it. If the company that got the charge off is not even in business anymore, you can get that stuff removed. There's a lot of stuff we can get removed and increase our, but we just don't know what to do, right? And we don't want to get scammed going to, fixmycredit.com, right? We don't want to get scammed, right? It's not hard. Get your book on fixing your credit, man. Get a little, man, some of these books cost $20. And they'll show you exactly the letters to write, who to write them to. At this point, it's not that hard. It's just stopping your life for a second and doing it. But this is the stuff you got to do, y'all. You got to do. Yeah, you're right, Juan. I got to give me an Obama phone. Oh, man. Thank you, HJ. Accept your mission, because you got a mission. We all got a mission. But part of our mission is teaching ourselves financial literacy in a world that does not want us to know it. This world does not want you to know how to be financially free or literate or anything. They just don't want you to have that information. Because if you have that information, you'll use credit for what it was designed for, and that is to make money. Credit was designed so that you could make money, right? It wasn't designed for you to live off of it. But now they have taught you how to live off of it, right? You need credit to buy a house. You need credit to buy a car. You need credit to do this. You need credit to do that. Only two things I would suggest you even think about using your credit for, or three things: investing, investing in a business, or invest in some type of investment where you're going to make more money than the cost of borrowing the money, and you'll make a profit on top of that, or buying a house or a car. Because now these cars are so expensive, you're not going to be able to, unless you got cash, unless you got 50 grand cash under the mattress somewhere. It's pretty difficult to buy a car and not finance it for most people. If you got that kind of cash, cool. But most people, you have to finance this car. The question is, do you need a $50,000 car? Right? Especially if you're trying to save money. If you're trying to save money, do you need a $50,000 car? Do you need to Uber every place? Can you take the bus? I rode the bus for years. Had a perfectly good car sitting in I rode the bus for years because I was trying to save money. Right? Rode the bus for years. Had perfectly good cars there. But that was what I was trying to do, to save some money. Because I know what my mission is. My mission was to be able to, try to help people live a better life. How can I teach you how to live a better life if I'm not living a better life myself, or at least attempting to do that? Sister Annie.
Hey,
Sister Annie,
good
I've
stuff.
been I've been good. I've been being good. I've been being good, Sister Annie.
You
I've been
have.
being good. I've been staying on the porch. I've been staying right here, standing right here on the balcony, at the banister, looking at everybody going by. I haven't done nothing bad. Tell her, Risa, I haven't done nothing bad. I've been being good.
Rika trying to take up for you in the chat.
What's going on, sis?
Nothing much. This is really good. The only reason I came up is because I would have been up on your stream, I think, if they didn't take it down. So I said I wanted to stand beside you as you do something that's just so awesome for everyone and talk about finances. And when I was thinking while you were talking that what can be good also, because I know like some of the stuff that you're saying, for some people they may hear it and say, oh, that's so huge to do. Where do I start? Because sometimes bad habits are just really hard to break.
Yes, you're
I
right.
would say, because I think about it like, I always think about kids first. So like sometimes we got to like visually see how something is growing or how we are growing from something. Even if you take like those I think they used to have like those Coca-Cola plastic bottles or like a mason jar or something. Start putting you some coins in there. I know that seems small, but just start putting some money in there, because then you're going to enjoy seeing how you're taking the time to be intentional about putting that money in there, and then you'll see it grow. So then that might inspire you to say, you know what, now let me get some dollar bills and see if I can do the same thing, or maybe say like take 30 days and just say, you know what, I'm going to think about some things that I would have, purchased that I really didn't need to purchase. Like me right now, this Bath and Body Works summer special, I'm just I'm doing bad. Or when you go in the stores and you're seeing sales and you don't really need the stuff that you're getting, like whether it's clothes or something like that. Put the money to the side. So if you go in the store and you're like, you know what, I was getting ready to go to McDonald's and whatever that cost is, $10 or whatever that is. Instead of doing that, take that $10 and go put in your drawer somewhere where you can't see it, because you were going to spend it, but you talked yourself out of it for a second. And then just after 30 days, see how much money you have over there. I think that we need to start where we can. And, for some people, reestablishing their credit may be something really big right now. So just start with something small, but you have to start somewhere. But the thing is that you want to invest in yourself. We work hard, and we deserve to be able to not be so stressed about our finances. Listen, I'm not saying that because I haven't been that way. I've had some really poor habits. I used to, like, when I first got my credit card when I was in college, you can't tell me nothing. I was just like, you buying stuff, and
excuse me, I'm coming up in here. I'm buying everything.
And then when it's time to pay for it, you're like, well, I already wore it. Why I have to give you the money for it? So your thought process, mine was just all over the place. So my credit,
Shout to Simon,
was not really that good for a long time. And then I just started being really intentional. So like with my credit card, if I can't pay it off in 2 weeks, then I don't need it. So I try to always keep cash on me. I think that and I'm gonna let you get back to your number because I don't want to get you off, because you were doing really well. But put money in different places. Put some money in a drawer, put some money in your car, just so you can always have the thought process, I'm never broke. And get that word out. Don't say broke. Don't call yourself broke. Don't put something on you that you shouldn't, want to stay there. Somebody else may call you broke. Don't you call yourself broke. So that's all I would say. But you're doing good with the numbers. I just wanted to come up because I really feel strongly about what you're talking about, and I want you to know that I'm supporting this stream. And I just think it's so important. But I want everybody that's listening, start where you can. Don't feel like you have to do like the person next to you, because one person's income may not be able to, they might be like, oh, I can't really budget it out to, save this amount or whatever. Even if it's $2, if it's $1, Start
Yeah.
somewhere, but just be intentional about it. So
Yeah.
you can go back to your number.
You gonna sit up here with me, sis?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. All right.
Yep.
So yeah, you gotta lower your expenses. Not like Sister Annie was saying. Now I know it may sound crazy. I mean, excuse me, I'm on Fix Your Credit, so I'm on number 3. But so it might sound crazy. Well, Clarence, I got all these charge-offs. I got a bankruptcy. I got this. I know. We all have had those things. So now what we got to do is, okay, what do we do? We start with the smallest one first. Start with the smallest one. Send a letter. When that one gets removed, then we move to the next one. When that one gets removed, we move to the next one. When that one gets removed, we move to the next one. They call it the snowball method, right? You just snowballing these things, and you start taking care of them, because it can be overwhelming. You're right, Sister Annie, and I failed to mention that this can be overwhelming, but it's not. It's really not. It's really, if you just have to cut it up into pieces. You can't be like, because if you look at the whole scenario, the whole situation, you're gonna say, "Oh man, this situation is just so crazy. How am I gonna do this?" No. I have to tell my wife this all the time. No. You just take it one step at a time. We're gonna do this first, then this, then this. We just take it one step at a time. We ain't trying to do everything all at one time. That's gonna be kind of hard to do. But anyway, fix your credit. Why is your credit important? Because your credit is going to, you may be able to use your credit to get involved in some investment opportunities, right? I told you guys the story of the old man selling me the truck, brand new truck he had. Sold it for $6,000. The truck was at least worth, I would say at least 20, just straight out the gate, just like that. Brand new truck. He hadn't even driven it. It didn't even have I think it didn't even have, it had probably about 6,000 miles on it, because the old man would just drive it to church and come home. But he got to the point where he couldn't drive it, and it was just sitting in the garage for years. Perfectly good truck, and he wanted $6,000 for it. I was like, "Well, I ain't got the $6,000 cash. Can I make some payments?" He said, "No, old school dude. Nope. If you want it, give me my $6,000. I give you until so and so day." But because I was able to run to the credit union and say, "Hey, I need $6,000," boom, they get. I just had to sign my name. Boom, took him the money. We done. I made. See, I paid $6,000 for it. I could have got to. I made $14,000 that day. See, so that may happen where you can use your credit to make some money, right? Make some money, and so we got to fix our credit. So first thing we did was we increased our income, right? By however much, right? $100, $200, whatever we can do, and put a little bit of that money away. We're gonna get on to how to deal with that money. But right now we got to just get some more money coming in the house. We got to reduce our expenses. That means we got some hard decisions to make. See, when you start getting your life together, Sister Annie, you got hard decisions to make. Oh man, I got a side piece. I really like spending time with my side piece. Okay, but you can't have a side piece no more. Either you gonna do this, or you gonna be with yourself. Either you gonna follow your mission, which your mission should be at all times to want to be free. That should all of our goal is freedom, right? It should be all of our goals, financial freedom, whatever freedom, right? But to get there, we're gonna have to do some hard decision making. And one of the hard decision making is we're gonna have to let some fun stuff that's not good for us go, right? Side pieces is fun and all of that, but they waste a lot of time and money, and they keep you off your mission. And I know I'm talking because the church got quiet. The church got quiet. I know I'm talking. But sometimes you got so we got to do it, y'all. We got to do it. And yeah, I know, and some of y'all got good hearts, right? Side piece start crying, but I need you to help me. I'm not gonna be able to make my car note if you don't help me, right? They put you in a twist, but you got to say to yourself, hey, my duty is to this family that I got here. This is my duty. I'm not obligated to you. I'm obligated to these people. I'm obligated to myself. And plus, if you got a mission, where you got time to have a side piece? Your family's gonna take up a lot of your time. Your wife is gonna be like, "You're gone again. You're going again." My wife know me now, man. She already know. Ain't no point in telling him that I want him to stay here. Ain't no point. He gonna go. He gonna do what he want to do, cause he got a mission. And so she has to always say to herself, what would I do if this man put me out? Or this man said to me one day and broke my heart and told me he don't love me no more because I'm not willing to walk with him down on this walk that he's going. That's how we got to think. But we got to be loyal to ourselves first and our family first and say, okay, my job as a man or the woman of the house is to help out and try to create a situation where freedom is going to reign supreme. Our children know what financial freedom looks like if we can do it, right? Or they know what striving for that financial freedom looks like, right? So we got to make these decisions. But fix your credit. That's number 3. So then he said, let's talk about Black Life does not support the practice of side pieceism. Yeah, I don't. I really don't. And it's not because it's not a moral issue. It's really not. I mean, I got some moral proclivities to it, but that's not my main issue. My main issue is they waste a lot of your time. They waste a lot of your time. These side pieces, they got you all caught up. And if you all caught up, you can't follow your mission. You only gonna be happy when you following your mission, as Minister Farrakhan said. You only gonna be happy when you on your mission. That's why Jesus was driven. You never saw Jesus partying. Why? Because he was happiest when he was teaching. He was happiest when he was on his mission. So where'd you find him? Mission. Always on the mission. Always doing this. Always. He lived this. He breathed this. He slept this. He ate that. He was always on that mission. Because if you got a mission in your heart, you ain't going to be happy. Even if and sometimes some of us don't know what our mission is yet. We done got so caught up in what the world has told us happiness is. You know what the world tell you happiness is, Sister Annie? Having a really expensive car, having a really expensive house that you can't afford, having a car that you can't afford, having all these different things that you can't really even afford, but you look like you can afford it. So they say to you, you can't afford this. But we got an answer. We got a solution for you. Go into debt for it. Now, a house, you really ain't got no choice. Unless you got $300,000 or $400,000 up under the mattress, you really ain't got no choice. I would say 99% of us, we got to go to a bank or a lending institution and ask them for some money, right? I mean, that's what it is. But if you got a mission, we don't have no problem struggling. See, love, that's that love again. We're coming back to the love. You struggling, love could struggle. Love is enduring. It just struggle ain't nothing for love. Struggle ain't nothing for love, man. Love is patient. If it take 5 years to get this girl to love me, I'm gonna make her love me. I'm gonna make her love me. Right? I'm gonna treat her so good, she gonna love me. That was back in the day. Now, ain't nobody talking about treating nobody good, right? But y'all, we gotta fix our credit, right? Let me move on, because we already been, 2 hours? Okay. Let me see what time it is. Okay. Let's see. The next thing we gotta do is we gotta start saving money, right? Gotta build a slush fund, what they call a slush fund, right? What's a slush fund? That's a fund that we don't touch. That's just money we don't touch for emergencies. In case something happened, we may need to put our hands on it. But other than I'm talking about a real serious emergency, we don't touch this money. This ain't going to Vegas money. This ain't going to Morongo Casino money. This ain't going, to go, fly to go see grandma money. This is pure money that we don't even get used to. And so how can you save money like this? If you have a job where you get a W-2, most of these places have a place where they, a paymaster. They have a paymaster. You go to your paymaster, you say, this is how I want to allocate my money. Send this much to this bank account, send this much to here, send this much to my 401k, send this much to my savings, send this much. You can allocate all that. Go up to your paymaster and tell them what you want. This stuff is real easy. That way, when your check comes to you and it's a little bitty check, you be like, damn. But then you look around and you see you've been saving money because you live in bare bones. You already got this money allocated. You ain't got to wait till it gets into your hands and then you got to allocate it. No, you don't want to do that. I'm telling you. To me, you're not going to, because if it gets in your hands, you're going to find something to spend it on. As Sister Annie so clearly demonstrated, right? You're going to find some way to spend this money. But what you want to do is have it come straight out of your pay and go straight to where it needs to go.
Mm-hmm.
I remember a guy I was working with, young guy. A guy's probably about 28, 29 years old, right? He had been working for this other company before he started working with us. And so he was living at home. So he wasn't doing nothing. So they told him, hey, put some money in the 401k. He said, okay. Put about $400 a paycheck in there. Was working at this place for like maybe 5 years, something like that. Kid turns around. He said, bro, see, I'm going, I need to bring my 401k over. What should I do? I said, man, they can roll it over. He said, but so then he came to me and said, man, they can't roll it over. They just going to cash me out and I just got to start a 401k here. I said, okay, that sounds good. So he comes into the office one day with a check for $20,000. I said, well, how'd you get $20,000? He said, I just put money in the 401k and didn't touch it. I just didn't touch it. I just left it there. And every month they would just put money in there. But so my point is, we got to get disciplined like that where we don't even see it. He didn't even see that money coming out of his account. So he didn't even know. All of a sudden now he got a check for $20,000. He don't have to take it to 401k. He can put it in his bank or do whatever he wanted to do with it, but he put it into a 401k, right? He rolled it into another 401k at our and so when you rolled it over, they won't tax you, right? He quickly put it back into another 401k. But my point is, he had to come straight out of his check. So some of us, we need help to do this. Use every tool at your disposal, right? Your job, your employer has tools that you can use to manage all of your income. Manage it.
May I mention something real quick?
Yes, of course.
Sorry.
Please.
So just to what you're saying with the 401k, and I know you were talking about, maybe if a person takes a second job, what I would say is if there's a time of year that you can maybe max out whatever your company's, what they'll match for that period of time, go ahead and do the most so that they'll match it for that period of time, and then you can reduce it later. And also, with your job, when you get the electronic deposits or direct deposits, you could, to your point where you're talking about saving, you could maybe, so let's say you get paid $500 for that week, and then you can have maybe 400 of it go to one account and let the amount that you're going to have savings just go directly there, so you just don't see it. So you can split how your company distributes you, or gives you your paycheck by automatically going on and putting what you want to save into the account where you don't touch. So if you mentally tell yourself, this is all I have, then that's all you have, and the other one's just going to sneak itself over into your saving and your 401k. So that's just a thought.
No, that's a good strategy. I mean, we're just sharing strategies, right? I'm not saying what I'm saying is 100%. Well, it is mathematically, it's going to be effective, but the way I'm saying do it, maybe you could do all of these things another way, right? Sister Annie just gave you another strategy of how to do it. There's all kind of different strategies how to do it, but the basic premise, you got to increase your income. You got to reduce your expenses. You got to fix your credit. And did I get to the next one? I still on fixing credit. Okay, no. The next one is I did get to the next one. Saving money. You got to have a savings plan. So you got to save some money. You got to save some money because we might need this money to do something. Only thing we're going to use this money for is an emergency investment. That's all. We're not going to use this money for nothing else. If there's an investment, like I said, somebody come up to us and say, Sister Annie, you know, I don't want this house no more. I can't make it. I'll just sign it over to you, right? They're a veteran, right? Y'all know a veteran can just sign over the house to you, right? You qualify with the credit, they can just sign the house over to you. You don't have to make no down payment, nothing. The veteran can say, hey, just give me $5,000. Just give me $10,000. And I'll let you have this house. And you sign it over to you. A veteran can do that, right? So what if that happens? And they walk up to you. Okay, you might need some cash to just touch it right quick. Boom, right? To pull that cash out. So this is what this savings account for. It's for it's for extreme emergencies, right? It's for, man, we might need to touch it only in the case where we can't. There's not no other way we can make this work. Okay. But you got to get a savings plan because most of us are on jobs where we don't know what's going to happen, right? You need 6 months of expenses, and I will put that in a whole nother savings account. Well, you need 6 months of expenses. They say 6 months. I say, let me take that back. I would say you need 2 years. You need 2 years of expenses in today's economy of having your household expenses saved up. And so you could say, I got a savings fund. I got an emergency savings fund just for taking care of the family, right? Because 6 months, that was before the pandemic and all that. Anything can happen now. Anything can happen now. Now you need 2 years, in my opinion. But if you have a structured way you saving money, you can get there. You can get there. It might take a little time, but you can get there. The point is, here's where most of us go wrong. We start dipping into this money, and we got to stop doing that. We start dipping into this money, and then next thing you know, we done spent it on this or that, right? Because guess what? Your brakes are going to go out at some point. You're going to need something, right? You're going to have an emergency, a family emergency, something. So it's better to have some money put to the side for just that. Okay, so far so good. Okay. Now the next thing we got to do, shout out to Quantum, by the way. Shout out to Quantum. Quantum said, high interest savings account. Absolutely. A CD, something, right? Where you can put it in something where they'll pay you a nice little high yield, right? But those days are it's kind of hard to find that at this point, right? Because of the banking industry is having some really difficult times, right? But you know what I'm saying, you if you can find something that's paying you a high yield, get involved in that kind of savings or a high yield an account, right? I don't know. I can't tell you who got the highest yield, but I'm sure you could Google it and find out and see what bank is going to give you the highest yield or what savings, what financial institution is going to give it to you. If it's a credit union, whatever, right? Now, here's the next thing. This is going to be the even hardest one. You got to get educated about investing. You have to get educated about investing. Have to. How do I do that, Clarence? Okay, go see a CPA. Tell them, hey, I want to open a business. I want to do this, whatever. We got to get educated. But my thing is the easiest way to get educated is on your own. The easiest way is buy some books. Read some books. I'm telling you, there's a great book out there called Multiple Streams of Income. It's about 20 years old, but it's still relevant. It's still relevant to this day. And it's another book right behind that one that he wrote called Multiple Streams of Internet Income. But both of those books are great books. They're still relevant to this day, and they only cost about $20. I think you can get both of those books now for like paper, not even paperback, but the hard book, they're like maybe you can get it for like $12 on Amazon. Look it up on Amazon, right? Books are really cheap, but they have so much information in it. There's so much information in those books about finances, about starting your own business, entrepreneurship, just so much. But we got to get educated, y'all. You got to get educated about the global markets. You got to get educated about investing in the stock market. Clarence, I don't want to invest in the stock market. It was not about what you want to do. It's what we got to do. We got to get educated, because the people that's gonna pay the price is the uneducated masses. And we got to get educated so we can teach the uneducated masses. We got to be able to go back and teach them. But how can we teach what we don't know? That was the issue I had when the person said that we need poor people. I'm like, how do we need poor people? And who is the we? But that answer never came across, and it never will, right? Blackheart New Growth Soul says thriftbooks.com. Yeah, man. Go wherever you can get them, wherever you can get those books. I'm telling you, those books changed my whole outlook on how to think about money. Changed my whole outlook on that, because just the way everything was set up. Now, do you need to learn about the stock market? Yes, Clarence. You need to learn. You need to learn about how to invest money. That's why you sitting around here watching, looking at people and saying, how come they got money? How come I don't have no money? Oh, no. I didn't see that. Sister Annie. Sister Annie asked me, Simon was asked for the link. I'm going to bring Simon up, because I promised him I was going to bring him up when I saw him. So apologize, Simon. Let me bring you up. Simon, here. This link is just for Simon or New Growth, if New Growth wants to come up here. But if you're not Simon or not New Growth, or you don't, if you disagree with me, you can come up here. But only people I want up here, whether they agree or not, is Simon and New Growth, if they want to come up here. All right. So anyway, we're talking about learn how to invest. You have to learn how to invest, because if we don't, we're getting left behind. We're getting left in the dust, because only place we want to think we can get money is in the entertainment industry. That's true. There's a lot of money in the entertainment industry, but there's a lot of money a lot of other places. And we got to learn how to invest, because you're going to need investments. The days where, Sister Annie, in the 1950s, in the 1940s, you could have one job. You could have one job and have a house, go on vacations, have a retirement. All that will work. It's 2023. It's not happening like that now. You're going to run out of money. You're going to be, and the worst time to run out of money is when you're 70-something years old and you can't work nowhere. Nobody will hire you. They're supposed to hire you, but they won't hire you. What's going on, New Growth?
Hey, New Growth.
What's up, y'all? How y'all doing?
What's up, man?
Miss you.
We saw you today, man.
I've been working, man. I've been working.
You looking all right, man. Dapper Dan, man. I was like, man, look at New Growth.
Trying to get like you, man.
Nah, I get dusty, man. I get dirty. I gotta go out and talk to your folks out there every day, man.
Man, ain't no way you get dirty in that yellow shirt.
Man, dude. Them people, man. I spill hot sauce on it at lunch. What's going on with you, brother? What you think about what I'm saying so far, or what we've been talking about?
Oh, I love it. I mean, you're right. Like, we got to get our money together. We got to just find ways to just make it happen. There's so many outlets out there. Only thing I'm saying about the poor thing, it's how you put it out there, how he puts it out there. It's so ignorant. But if you think about it, in a capitalist society, you do need poor people, right? Why? You need the poor, you need the middle class, and you need the rich. That's just
Why?
how it's set up. That's the
I know.
basis of a
But tell me why.
capitalism, because that's capitalism. Like
Okay.
if you if we can, I'm a believer in socialism to a certain degree, right? And then some
Okay.
people believe, it's just the system.
But what I'm saying is, what function does having people be poor serve? What function does that serve? I know it's the system and I know it's the way it is and all that, but I mean, what practical function does having poor people a need and where there's a necessity for poor people? Can
That's
you
a good
explain that?
that's a good question. I mean, because the poor people, I guess, if I had to guess why the system is set up that way, why they believe it is, because they need the poor people to keep the foundation. The poor people are going to work harder, right? And I never thought capitalism was based on somebody staying poor for generations, right? Or somebody staying rich for generations. It's kind of like it's three levels to it. It's a caste system. So the poor, I guess, were the underling. You need a bottom, you need a middle, you need a top. I don't agree with it, but that's the system that we are in.
See,
So
I agree with you that in capitalism, those levels would always be there. I'm not disputing that.
mhm.
My question, actually, to this content creator, but you're a smart dude. Maybe you can answer for that person, and open it up a little bit. Why do we need that? I know that we will have that. That always in the capitalist society, there are always going to be people more people on the bottom than on the top. I get that.
Mhm.
My question is, why do we need the people on the bottom? What purpose are they going to serve? See, my thinking is the purpose that the people on the bottom serve is the uneducated masses that can be manipulated so that the 10% blood suckers can suck the blood of everyone else. That to me is the only reason why you would need a poverty class.
So you think the masses of people are poverty stricken, like poor, because the majority of people are middle class. You have lower middle class and you have upper middle class, but majority of people are middle class in America.
That's but my point
Where
is
it was.
they have things,
Hmm.
but those things they are in debt, most of them,
Right.
for those things, right? So
Hmm.
they don't really have anything. They just have possession. They have
Hmm.
possessions. They don't have um
Assets.
right
Hmm.
where they can freely move those assets around and do what they want to do with them. They have to contend with the lien holder to do anything with that asset because they don't hold it free. And
Right.
okay, so that's my point as far as the middle class. That's why they call it the middle class, but really if you really look into it, that's my point, is why do we need people in so much debt and poverty? Do we need that? Or is it that the fact that, oh well, I don't want to answer. But you're making a good point, but maybe you can explain it a little better, man, and then I'm gonna
Well,
go back to my list.
yeah. This, how they say, well, why don't how they don't tax the rich and they give incentives for the rich to for certain purposes, right? They want
Absolutely.
to give the rich a certain type of tax cut so they can continue to innovate and to go beyond. Because if it's a cutoff point, they feel like it'll stop the innovation and the growth of a capitalist society. So
Okay.
I don't know. I'm just guessing. Just maybe they saying that the poor need an incentive to get out of poverty. Let's say like if you take Mexicans, a lot of immigrants who come over here, they come in here in poverty, in extreme poverty. So their incentive to work harder is to do that. So their incentive is to get out of that, right?
Correct.
So, but the problem we have now, I think, as a society, everybody's trapped in in their section. Like the poor are trapped in this, the middle class are trapped, and the upper class are in this section as well. Like because like you said, we have a lot of things, but that's our own doing, right? It's a competition between the three middle. So if we didn't fall victim to a lot of things that the so maybe this guy said he really saying he needs poor, right? For him to stay in his position, right? In the upper middle class or the rich. He needs poor for him to stay at that point. Because if the middle class started to say, like you said earlier, I don't need this car, right? This is just a car, it's a vehicle. All of a sudden, they're not making that interest rate off of these loans and off these credit cards. And if you said, like, I'm not putting my money in the bank, if I'm not investing in, I'm gonna put it in my safe in the closet. Or I'm gonna do this, do it. They start losing money. They don't have money to lend out. So that destroys the system. So in a way, he's right. You need the poor for a capitalist system to work. You need a poor, you need a middle class in this, but it's not right. I mean, it's not ethical. It's not moral. So a lot of capitalism not based on morality.
None of it is. I would
Right.
agree with you on that. Okay, y'all. Okay, New Growth. This is getting heavy, and
Yeah. Back to our original schedule.
I'm gonna go back to the list, man. I'm gonna go back to the list, man. But thank you for your input, man. As always, man. But let me knock off I got two more left. I'm knocking them off. So I said, get educated about investing. Get you an investment book. Do you need to go and pay $350? Well, I mean, it's up to you. If you think the person can give you that kind of, knowledge that really can, turn, put you ahead of the game in investing, go sit down with somebody. It's going to cost. You're going to have to sacrifice to get this information some kind of way. So maybe you need to go and sit down and pay. There's people out there, right? We got Alonzo Hall. This man knows a lot about insurance, man. To me, the dude has given away thousands of dollars worth of game. I got to get that guy over here to start talking about insurance, man, because this guy done gave away. I think he charged like $300 for a consultation to tell you which insurance be better for you. I mean, would that be worth it? How about you pay on the wrong type of life insurance for 30 years? Come on, y'all. Come on. We gotta get busy. So educate yourself. Educate yourself on investing. What kind of things can you invest in that you can put money? The S&P, right? The stock market, the S&P 500, right? A lot of these stocks and a lot of these mutual funds. You can just start just with mutual funds, right? S&P 500, stuff like that. And then as you get more savvy, then you can start looking into individual stocks. I would not recommend somebody just jump into buying individual stocks. Oh, I'm just gonna go buy Tesla. I'm gonna buy 100. No, I would not recommend that. I would not. You know what I mean? What I would recommend is you jump in slow. The S&P 500, right? There's another one I forgot. Triple Qs, stuff like that. Real stable, constant growth stuff. It may not be, you don't jump, but you just grow a little bit by little bit, right? That's what we need to start. And then once we start getting that down, we can get into other things. Now, the next thing we got to do, and this is number 7. We're almost done, y'all. You got to develop an investment strategy, right? Got to say, okay, I got my job. I got my side hustle. I got a little bit of money saved up. Okay, I know a little something about investing now. What do I need to, how much do I have left? But before we do that, let me jump backwards because I missed one, and I want us to definitely get to this one. You got to pay down your debt. With this extra money, the first thing we're going to do is pay down this debt. So after we increase income and reduce expenses, we're going to pay down debt. If you got any debt, you want to get rid of that first. You're still going to save money, but we're not going to start to try to invest and pay down debt and do all this other stuff. No, we're going to do one thing at a time. We're going to take care of the debt. We're going to get that out the way. Like Patrice said, if you pay off your car and then you take that money, pay off the other car, that's what I'm going to do with my cars. I'm almost done with my car, and then I'm going to pay off my wife's car, and then we done. That's it. That's all. We don't have no debt no more, right? But we gotta be. That's gonna take some. What do you call that? Discipline.
Strategize.
Discipline. Right? Discipline. Like now, I got this free money right here. No, you don't. You still paying. You still putting it. Now you putting it on the other car, or now you putting it on the house, or now you putting it on this, right? So you try to pay off whatever little or your little credit cards, right? Some of y'all got good credit. You got $2,000 or $3,000 limits, right? You ain't like me. They give me a credit card. They only want. We give you a $1, sir. That's it. We're gonna give you $1, and you gotta put that in the bank, and we're gonna charge you for borrowing that $1, right? So, but what I'm saying is, y'all might have a lot of credit card debt. Not y'all, not you two personally, but I'm saying all of us. We might have some credit card debt. You got to pay that down first. Credit card debt is the most. That's like the piranhas, right? They eat up so much of your income. Because you're talking about 25%, 24% they charging you on your money. Think about this, y'all. They come to you with the old, you got to put $200 in the bank. When you pull that money out, they're going to charge you 24% on that money that you gave them in the bank. That is crazy. Is it not?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the bigger banks do the same thing, but they at least they make it. They say, well, at least you buy the house, but these people do it on the credit card at the credit card level. Okay, put $200 in this to get this account rolling. Oh, by the way, we're going to charge you 28% interest to borrow the money. And don't get me started on the car title loan place. Don't get me started on the payday loan hamster wheel. Don't even get me started on that. Y'all stay away from these places. That's two places where you got to stay away from. You got to stay away from the payday loan place, and you got to stay away from the car title loan place. Stay away from whatever you got to do. And now there's so many opportunities to increase your income. There should not be any, but I see right up here in Inglewood, I see where they keep going in there and doing the payday loan thing, right? I had a very good friend of mine. I kept telling her, I said, why are you doing this? Clarence, you don't know I'm a single mom. I got these expenses and things come up. And so I said, I know, but the youngest child is like 13. You could do, they old enough to take care of themselves. Hey, I mean, you could try to do a little something, maybe something in the house, right? I mean, there's a lot of, my point to her was, you losing way more money by getting involved with the payday loan people than just trying to seek out some other kind of income, or maybe you could just work for an hour or two at your house, or maybe an hour or two taking care of, delayed children or something like that, right? Or taking care of an old man or something, whatever, right? But there's money out here, right? So, like I said, we gotta pay down this debt because the debt is killing us. What is debt? What? Oh, go ahead, sis. Go ahead.
I was just going to try to thread through some of the things that you've talked about earlier and now. So earlier you talked about investing and you talking about 401k. So if you in your 401k you start saving, where you were just talking about how much interest, to get a car. Well, if you had enough in your 401k where you could borrow money from yourself, so now you're borrowing money from yourself, you would have a lower interest rate, and then you're paying yourself back what you borrowed and the interest. So instead of borrowing from a bank, you can borrow from yourself, but that comes with the discipline of saving in your 401k.
Good
so
point.
That's a way, when you talk about strategizing, that's a strategy, seeing how one part of you being financially fit and have peace about your finances is figuring out how each thing that you're doing is working together for the whole picture. So
yes, and this and all of these things are just solid. They're just solid things that you got to do to be able to move from one state, which is like New Growth was talking about the middle class, and that's a nice way of saying people that got just enough money to go back to work. Right? You got enough money to put enough gas back in your car to go back to work to do this whole cycle all over again in 2 weeks, right? You got to know, okay, you paid your little car note, you paid your little mortgage, you paid this, you paid that, and you running around and you got just enough money to make it to the next time you get paid, right?
But you look good though. You look good.
Look good. You got that government job government job shirt that New Growth had on Quickly Drinking, and you got a nice little shirt on, right? As I always tease Rico, you got your good shirt on, right? You look good. But I told y'all the story about these people that I know, that this man, friend of mine, man, he was like, man, I'm trying to get this better job, and I'm doing this, and I was working at the post office, but I'm doing this now, and he got this better job. He got the job. Switches come with a big pay increase. And I said, oh man, good for you. You had to go to training for 3 months, and I said, man, good for you. As soon as he got home, what's the first thing he did? Go buy his wife a brand new $50,000 car. Well, now, I don't know if it's brand new. I think it's brand new. Right? But what's the point? The point is, this car is he gave that money right back.
Right.
Gave the money right back. All that you went through to increase your income, you gave this money right back because you went and brought a brand new car. Now, what you could have did is saved up, because y'all was sharing a car anyway. So keep sharing the car. Or somebody ride the bus, right? It should be the dude, right?
Or get a $5,000 hoopty or something.
There you go, New Growth. That was my point I was making. It's like, hey man, save up, get your little hoopty, and make sure everybody, give your wife the good car, because you don't want her sitting on the side of the road. Give her the good car, you take the hoopty, and then boom, save up some money, stack up some money. Because you got to get an investment strategy. Whether you're gonna be flipping cars, whether you're gonna be flipping houses, whether you're gonna be flipping gold, silver, whatever you doing, you got to get an investment strategy. That's what we was talking about earlier about the S&P, the Triple Q, whatever. You got to get an investment strategy, a 401k plan, a Roth IRA. You got to get something where you stacking money away, right? Where you storing money. Because guess what? One thing we all know is that one day the rain is coming. One day the rain is coming, right? So if we ain't prepared, if we don't have a stash, right? Or the day is gonna come. Jesus said like this: the time comes in a man's life where the sun sets, and he can work no more, right? You ain't gonna be able to get out there and just say, I'm gonna drive for Uber, right? At 90 years old or 80 years old, you probably nobody gonna want to get in the car with you, and you shaking. Hey, where are you going?
The clearance.
Sister Eddie, I'll take you. Right? You don't want to get in the car with somebody like that, right? So what you do? So you got to prepare now while the sun is up. Make a way now while the sun is up, right? So what's the sun being up? The sun is up, the light is out, the information is out here. You can take advantage of this information, right? There's so many books on investing, so many strategies. Now, remember, y'all, we had to read books. You don't even have to read books now. You can go look on YouTube and they'll teach you how to do almost anything.
Uh-oh.
They'll teach you how to do almost anything. Now you got to qualify somebody, right?
Yeah.
Vaughn said, what number we on? We on number 7, Vaughn. You got to qualify the people, right? Like I told you, this person was talking yesterday, and I never said there was a man, but they were talking yesterday, and they were saying that we need poor people. That was never qualified, in my opinion, at least at the part of the conversation I heard. That was never qualified to me, so that didn't make sense to me. And who shall be selected to be this poverty-stricken class? So I don't think anybody should pick it. I think at some point we should say, okay, because poverty is a decision, at least in this country, in America. We got the option of not being poor, right? So if we got the option of not being poor, all of us should be chasing freedom.
Right.
Should be looking to be free. Because if you poor, that means you at the whim of the general society and what they're willing to allocate to you, right? But if you financially free, you don't have to worry about what they give you, right? You can give to other people, right?
Right.
And you can control what's going on. That's why I say it's better to give than to receive. Why? Because the receiver is dependent on the giver. If you want to be independent, it's best to be the giver. Yep, that one went over everybody's head. That's all right, y'all. We okay, right? But you got to get educated on investing. You got to develop an investment strategy. Okay, me and New Growth and Sister Annie, we gonna go together. We all live in wherever, right? Georgia, Atlanta, wherever, right? So we all say, hey, look, we're gonna start investing in these cars. We're gonna start flipping cars, right? And we get a strategy together. Okay, Sister Annie, you're gonna go look at the car. New Growth is gonna cook the computer up to the car and check the car out. I'm gonna run the ads and meet with the people and make sure that they pay the price that we want. We come up, we make an agreement, we start a business, the LLC, whatever, right? But the point is, we got a strategy, we put it together. So what? It don't work, right? Clarence sold the car, and we ain't seen him since. We gonna get him. We gonna catch him, right? So sometimes it don't work out, but that don't mean we got to stop trying, right?
Right.
Tony Robbins had a great line where he said, you got to just keep trying. You got to be persistent, right? He said, how do we teach kids to walk? You pick them up, they fall down. You pick them back 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 up, and they walk a little farther, and they get a little farther more, and then a little farther more, right? But we keep encouraging them to do it more, to do it more, to do it more. So finally, they get it. They pick it up, right? That's how we got to be about life, period.
Right.
You can't be afraid to fail, right? Kids ain't afraid to fail, right? They keep you pick them up, I got you, and you let their hands go, pow, right? They fall on the ground, right? But you pick them up, right? I'm right here, right? And they get up, they walk again, bam. But eventually they get it, right? Eventually they walking around the house. You're like, is that the baby that couldn't walk? He just walking around here now, right? But we get it, right? Because we persistent with them. We're very persistent with them. We keep them. Let them know that, hey, look, this is you. We're not going to not allow you to fail at this. That's how we have to be with our finances too, as well.
An investment, there's no such thing as investment without risk. They are synonymous. They parallel. Like if you're not taking the risk, it's not an investment. It's almost like a guarantee, right? So
exactly.
You have to, every investment involves a risk. Some investments have more risks than others. They even tell you that with your 401k. As you younger, you take more risks. As you get older, like Kyron's age, he can't afford no risk at this time.
You're right. Everybody need to do nothing risky, right?
Let me ask this: would y'all recommend like the thought, don't invest what you're not willing to lose?
I would definitely say that. Because if you're not willing to, well, let me say it this way: don't invest, working capital, like any money that you have inside of this plan that I put out here. Don't invest that money. Try your best to not invest any of that money, right?
Okay.
Now, if you absolutely have to go to the slush fund. You absolutely have to, right? You can't pass it up. The bank is going to take 2 weeks to approve the loan or whatever, right? And you need the money now. The guy's like, look, I need the money like by Friday, but it's already Tuesday. Well, if you can't, I got another person that's willing to pay me, and but I'm trying to let you get it first. All right. So sometimes you might have to touch the fund, but my thing is, don't invest money that has to go through your household expense, that has to deal with your household expenses. Right. Don't invest none of your savings money. Don't invest none of that. No money that's pre-set up to go different places. Try not to invest that money.
Let me ask you this, brother. Because from experience, I've learned what I don't invest, eventually I will lose. Right. So
Okay.
come with me, like even with the inflation, right? Like, I'm the old school, the money under the mattress, and but them dollars them dollars ain't worth what they. So I'm losing money, right?
Right.
So I think you had more calculated investment, but do you think, because a lot of rich people really don't have a lot of liquid, right?
Right.
That's the thing, they say, well, I don't have liquid.
Right.
Majority of their money is invested.
Right.
So it's a scary slope. I mean, it's an up and down slope. It's just you can't really you got to go with, you got to call on Jesus.
Yeah, see, that's the
Oh,
thing. That's
please,
what
let's just
that's what they've been telling us. That's what they've been telling us. Just call on Jesus, right? But Jesus ain't gonna come down with a bag full of money when you turn 67, right? When you turn 67 and you needed a retirement account and you need some money for retirement, Jesus ain't coming,
Right,
right? He got bigger fish to fry. So
right,
he ain't gonna just be like, well, New Growth needs some money, so let me go down there and let me hook him up. But he needs some money, right? He got
right,
bigger fish to fry. So we in a situation where we on our own. We on our own. The government is not going to come up with this super huge plan to take care of us. They're
right,
going to they got to deal with millions and millions and hundreds of millions of people. They do not have the money to fund our life after we get done working. We have to do that. We have to invest. You think about this, New Growth. Me and you and Sister Annie, we are responsible for our our income for the rest of our lives. We got to find a way to be able to have money to support ourselves for the rest of our lives.
right.
See, there was a time in this world where you got what they call a pension, right? And the pension paid for everything, right? But now pensions are going up. Unless you work for the school district or you municipal services or something like that or the government.
Oh yeah,
Pretty
or you
much,
yellow
uh,
shirt,
what do you say?
or you wear a yellow shirt,
Yeah, or you got to wear that yellow shirt.
you ain't
You got
getting
to
no
wear that yellow shirt, right?
right,
I ain't too proud to beg. I'm gonna wear that yellow shirt. I ain't got no
right.
problem with it.
That pension, they matching it and everything, right?
Hey, I ain't got no problem with it. We don't get paid the highest amount in the industry, but take care of us on the back end
Right.
with retirement and everything like that. So
And that's
I'm
very
and,
important too.
and
That's very
yeah, medical too, man. I got some issues that, man, if I had to pay out of my pocket, I'd be
right.
I'll be done, right? But because I matter of fact, and got hired when I got hired with them, I was actually offered a job that paid more, but I
Mhm.
said, no, let me take this job because of the benefits. This pays less, but the benefits. I took this job because of the benefit, and
Right.
it's paying off. But we gotta see. This is what I try to tell men when I talk to them. Right, when I go to places and I talk to young men, I try to tell them, man, look for the benefits. Right, if you want to make the money, make the money. But I'm telling you, bro, at some point, health insurance is going to really be an issue. And if you don't look into your benefits package, your pension, right? Because obviously they got some pensions, well, most pensions, right? The wife is taken care of, right? Something happened to me, wife still gets the pension, right?
Right. Right.
Cool. See, but we got to think like that, man. We got to be smart about the money. It's
Mhm.
not about, oh, we got to think about, hey, how who's going to be taking care? How can we take care of people the best? The people around us the best, especially us as men. How can we take care of people around us the best way we can? Okay, we got to set ourselves up to where if something happened to us, they got access to this and access to that, right?
Mhm.
When my mom passed away, we was finding money all over the place, right? We was like, damn, man, she got to count here, she got to count there, she got to count here, count there, right? So, but that's good because she didn't even tell me about all that, right?
Right.
She said, everything you need to know is going to be in this book here. I used to say, oh, mom, I don't want it. Because she was looking fitting, and just like that, poof, she was gone. We didn't have she wasn't in the hospital, nothing. One day I was talking to her. I was talking to her on a Sunday. I was supposed to come see her on that Thursday. She passed on that Tuesday.
Mm.
I mean, but so I'm saying things happen.
Mhm.
Things happen. So we got to be prepared. We don't want to think about these things, but things happen. So having a good investment strategy is going to
Right.
help us to build up that income to where we can call ourselves free. Because I believe that I just don't. Well, let me say it this way: I I don't subscribe to the whole middle class, lower class, this class, that class. You either financially free or you not. In my book, that's the way my mind works. Either you free or you not. Oh well, class. I got like one of my coworkers was talking to me. We was talking today, right? And I was talking to him about the same subject, and he said, "Man, look, I don't even listen to people like that." He said, I had me a He said when I was working in Inglewood, he said I had a station wagon. I was driving a station wagon, right? And I said, was you, man? He said, yeah, man, I was driving a station wagon. He said, one of my coworkers said, one of my coworkers had a brand new Toyota or something. He said, the person came up to me and said, man, how could you drive that car like that? He said, homeboy, check this out. I got the same view as a person driving a Rolls Royce. I got the same, when I'm in my window, I'm seeing the same thing they looking out their window seeing. And I'm getting where I'm supposed to go. He said that's just not in my heart to have that. He said, I ain't hating on nobody. He said, but for me, I just want to get where I'm trying to get to.
Right.
You know what I mean? But see, you talking about a dude that was on drugs and everything and turned his whole life around, right? So we were just fellowshipping about stuff like that. But he was talking about how dude was trying to clown him about the car he was driving. He said, bro, you paying all that money for that car you got, and I can see the same thing you see when I'm driving down the street too. So it's just perspective, right? It's perspective.
I'd rather feel good more than I want to look good. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people rather look good than feel good.
You want to be free, bro.
Right.
Not fake free, real free. See, fake free is I'm making $1 million, but I'm paying this high mortgage. I'm paying for these cars. And next thing you know, and by the time you turn around, I got $80 in the bank by the end of paying all this stuff. And I don't have a 401k. I don't have an investment strategy. I don't have savings.
Right.
That's how most people are living. Most people are living just like that. And so what happens when the wire snaps, right? Because the wire can snap, right? Trust me, I know. I was epitome of health. And then one day, poof, Clarence, you got kidney issues. Now your life is going to be like this now. I mean, I couldn't say no, right? I mean, that was it, man. If I wanted to be here for my granddaughter to make sure that her and my wife and of course, my boys, but my boys are men. They're grown men. They can fend for themselves. So they wasn't really my major concern. My major concern was my wife and my granddaughter, right? I want to make sure that I got something that could pass through to them. Well, how can I? And I don't want them to be in debt, and I don't want my wife to be in debt if something should happen to me. Right. I won't just boom. So I had life insurance, had to have all this. So I had to have this stuff set up so that when I'm gone, and that's it. This is y'all got it, and this is where this money's coming from. That where that money coming from. But I had to invest in the time of finding out how that works, how this works, how that works, so that we can know what we need to do when it's time to go cash in, right?
Right.
But here's the sad part that most people miss. You are responsible for every day of your life financially. You're responsible. If you die at 90 years old, you're going to have money to deal with when you get up to 99. But I got Social Security. Really? How many of us can live off of? Let's talk about it. How many of us can live off of $1,200 a month? I think that's the max they're giving. $1,200? Any one of us can live off of that? I don't think so, right?
Especially not in LA.
Yeah, okay, man. That's be a glass of water out here in LA, right? I mean, it's so. This is stuff other communities, they teach each other this stuff already. They teach you. They have classes for their young men. They have classes for their young women. And they teach them. They teach them about having a mission. They teach them about earning income. They teach them about taxes. They teach them about retirement. They teach them about just how to handle money, budgeting, just how to handle money. But we don't do that in the Black community. We take our kids. We are bad stewards with money, and so our kids pick up our habits, right?
Right.
Our kids run out and they bad stewards of money, right? Bad stewards of money. Why? Because we never sat them down and showed them how to pay a bill. This is how you pay this bill. This is how you pay this bill. I had to sit my son down and say, hey man, this is how you pay this. This is how you pay that. He was like, what do I do? I said, this is how you pay it, man. This is what you do. And this is how you open up a bank account. To take him out, took him and open him a bank account. Hey, come on. You got some money for a scholarship or something for college, right? And I said, okay, we're gonna take this money, put it in the bank. Took it and put it in the bank and opened up a bank account. And here's your card. And this is how you go to the ATM and do that. Now you think you know everything now, right? Come on, pops, I'll sell you some money. I'm like, what you talking about, man? But the point is, we got to teach each other this stuff, man, because we don't, and but if we don't know how to invest, how can we teach our children how to invest? Investing is not an option. It was an option in the 70s and 80s. It's not an option anymore. We can't go around pretending that investing is an option and it's going to be, oh, well, we're going to be able to do. No, it's not an option. Now you have to invest some money. You have to invest some money to secure your freedom. Because if you don't, you're going to be at the whim of whatever's going on. The food banks, whatever little program they got. I hear they got a program called the HEAP program. The HEAP program, where they got these anonymous donors that donate money, and it's a fund that they got where they will pay people's utility bills, right? And if you qualify based on your income, they might pay 2 or 3 months of your utility bills, right? They ain't doing that no more, man, because of COVID, man. Everybody is a year behind in their electric bills, right? They ain't even doing collections no more, right? Because everybody's behind. And we ain't no point there to shut everybody off. So what they got to do? The people are just in bad shape, and then nobody's teaching us. So now this is what we got to do. We got to teach ourselves, y'all. Got to teach ourselves. So investment strategy, not developing an investment strategy. Are you going to flip cars? Are you going to flip houses? Are you going to flip candy bars? Are you going to flip socks? Are you going to flip whatever, right? You got to think of something, A good friend of mine told me one time, he said, you want to get financially free? I said, yeah, man, that makes sense. He said, this is what you should do. He said, think of 10 businesses you could start with under $100. I said, okay. He said, now think of 10 businesses you could start under $500. I said, okay. He said, now list them from the cheapest one to start to the most expensive one to start. I said, okay. He said, start it with the cheapest one, flip that into the second one. Now you're doing those 2 businesses, then flip those 2 businesses to the third one. Now you're doing those 3 businesses, then flip those into the fourth one. And he just kept going on and on and on until you got all the way down to the bottom of the page. I said, you know what, that makes sense. That makes sense. Did I do it? No. I'm be honest, I was young. I didn't listen. I should have, but I didn't listen, right? Now here I am. I mean, I made some good decisions, but some I would have been really ahead of the game. But anyway, okay, y'all, you got to develop an investment strategy. Stock market, houses, cars, something. But my suggestion to you all is cars. Cars are going to be the next gold mine in the next future, because cars are never going to go bad. They're never going to go away. People are always going to need they're always going to need transportation. And if you have any kind of know-how with cars, that is a good business getting. Now, I don't recommend getting into it if you don't know anything about cars. All right, Sister Annie, you don't know how to change your oil or Change the battery. Y'all don't get involved. Don't get involved with cars. It's just a suggestion for cats that are inclined, right? You know what I'm saying? Inclined. Just like I wouldn't suggest dudes, I would say new growth, hey, you should get into the nail polish business. You know what I mean? You can make some money. I don't you might not know nothing about the nail. Hopefully you won't. Hopefully you don't know nothing about that, right? So I'm just saying, so I'm not trying to get you in a bet, but you got to get educated. Get educated, because if you get educated enough, you might be able to go and get involved in some investment situation that you never thought of. Now, here's the last thing I'm gonna say about investment strategy. Can y'all hear me? All 10 of y'all, can y'all hear me? Is this working? Right. Stay away from cryptocurrency. Stay away from cryptocurrency. Stay away. Well, Clarence, people are making a bunch of money on it. It's only on paper. It's only on paper. That's it. I haven't seen anybody actually get any cash from this cryptocurrency situation except the bad guys. You know what I mean? So until they come out with a better way to regulate that situation, my advice is to stay away from it, because there's nothing backing it. It's even worth less than the dollar. At least the dollar has you could use the paper, right? You could take the paper and go into the restroom and use it, right? Crypto contracts, you can't even do that, right? It's all digital, right? Yes. All right. Yeah. So crypto contracts, you can't even do that with crypto contracts. It's all digital. Anyway, that's my thing. Investments, develop an investment strategy, right? Got brother Simon up here. I got one more, Simon. Shout out to you, man. I'm sorry I didn't let you up that last stream, man. I didn't know that Bolo was coming up and was gonna go on and on and on. And he did a great job, but I didn't know he was gonna do that, man. Sometimes the spirit catch you. But anyway, man, we got you here. Now, how you doing, Simon?
I'm cool, man.
Hey, Simon.
Can you hear me? What's up?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yay, I love you.
Okay. Let me get this one out, Simon. Let me get this last one in. Shout out to Arshawn, by the way. Glad to have you
Yeah, salute to Sean, man. I love Sean.
Yeah, man, that was a good stream. He was smart, man, bringing new growth on there. I should have done that a long time ago. All right, y'all. Anyway. All right, y'all. We're on the last one. You got to track where your money's going. You got to get you the Quicken or one of these money trackers of your bank. I think Wells Fargo has a money tracker. Most of these banks now have money trackers where you can track where your spending is going there, show you a little pie chart graph of where you're spending most of your money at, and you'll quickly see it's from you going to the ATM. You'll quickly see that. And so that's another thing. Try to carry, $10, $20 for as long. See, I play this game with myself. I try to carry about $20 on me and see how long it'll last. Right? I see how long I could go with just that $20 in my pocket, right? If I could do a week, that's good. A week is good, but man, being real, $20 in LA is only gonna last you about 2 or 3 days, maybe 2 days, right?
A couple of hours, bro.
Right, couple of hours, right?
If you go out with Vaughn Brown, it lasts you a song or two.
Oh, man, Vaughn ain't even money, man. Vaughn,
that's it's like a whisper. It's like,
Vaughn knows how to make that money fly, man. Just, right? But yeah, man. Okay, man. That is the 8 things, man. Increase your income, reduce your expenses, pay down your debt, start saving money. You gotta save money, man. None of this is going to work if you don't have the discipline to save money. None of this is going to work, because you're gonna do like I told you about the guy that got the new job, and what did he do? The first thing he went to was go out and buy a brand new car, and guess what? Now he's paying $700-800 a month for this car. That's just for the note. Probably another $300 or $400 in insurance. You're talking about $1,100 for this situation. When he went and got this job so he could make more money, but I didn't know he wanted to go and just spend it. You're right back in the same boat. Right?
Right.
That don't make no sense to me, right? But
Yo,
that's what we got to stop doing stuff. And I hear what you say at New Growth, because that's how we are, right? But I look good, Clarence. He does, right? got a pair, got a $1,400 pair of Jordans, a $2,300 pair of Jordans. He bought his wife a $800 pair of Jordans. I mean, dude got but now But look, man, all that money's going away. But hey, Simon, come back because I wanted to hear what you got to say about what we're talking about.
No, because I thought your live, the stream in general is very important. Like in terms of sort of like talking about financial life, I don't think a lot of people. I think actually this is one of the biggest problems within the black community. They don't understand money.
Correct.
Although we're the biggest consumers, we don't really appreciate the value of the coin or the paper. So we sort of look at it in a sort of way, like if I put like $100 bill in your hand, what would be your first thought? And is there would be a different thing going on with a man and a woman. If you put $100 bill, just simply, not being complicated or anything, put $100 bill in a woman's palm, and what's her first thought? Most of the time, it's not about investment. It's not about, I need to look at this as a secondary thing. It's usually, how can I spend this?
I would say that would be most men too.
Facts. And I think that's the problem. And I've struggled with this for about 20 years, trying to work with, students and, professionals, I would say, regardless of what their job position was or whatever, it's a real struggle. Like my ex-wife was earning like 50K a year.
Okay.
And she just had a real problem with money. And that was her downfall. Because I didn't really see it like a thing that I was going to be against her. I saw it as the system. It's like no one taught her how to deal with money.
Okay.
So, when we're talking about things like, black people that they have the highest rates of owning Mercedes in the United States, but cannot collaborate where Mercedes have come from. There has to be some sort of disfractionation going on in terms of like we can't actually understand where the money's coming from and what we're supposed to do with it.
Well, let me ask you this, Simon. That's a good point. Let me ask you this. Because we had another thing that we were talking about earlier. There was a content creator that had a stream yesterday, and this content creator said that we need poor people. We need people in poverty. Do you agree or disagree? And if so, why?
Yeah, that's a good point. It depends who we are to start, because
Agreed.
we can be anything. I think the government need poor people, and that's how it's always worked.
Why?
The pyramids in Egypt was not built off the back of rich people. The pyramids were built off the back of poor people. So we're living the same sort of life, but it's just been sort of like, I always have this phrase where it's like, it's like we love to have this citation in terms of interior design, but the fact of the matter is the buildings look the same when we walk around and we see what we want to see. So there is a thing where it's a matter of how much attention you're going to pay to what you're trying to do, Most people don't want to really change. They just want to fit in. They want to be part of something.
I hear you,
So,
Simon. Simon, I hear you.
you
But
know,
I
go
want to
ahead.
get I want to get your quickly. I want to get your assessment of, do we? I don't know who the we is supposed to be, but you can name whoever the we is in this
All right,
equation.
okay,
Do
I
we
could do that.
need poor people? Do we need that?
Yeah, of course.
And
Yeah,
why? Why do we need poor? Why do we need poor people? Why do we need
because
people in misery and poverty?
right. So misery and poverty is something else, but we do need poor people because people who are poor are always going to strive to do better. So
Not
if you
always.
no, they will, because like if you take and I'm relating this to immigrants, for example. Let's say you live in the United States, okay? Why
Okay.
do we always have these conversations about immigrants trying to uh, you know, come over the borders and be part of a society that is already existing? Is
Okay.
because they see it from another space. So,
Okay.
and most of the time what we don't acknowledge is their spaces do not relate to us at all. Like, so like I'm in the UK, right?
Okay.
And like I have this whole argument all the time where I speak to a lot of people in the US and they go, "You're European." And I keep saying, "I'm not European. I'm English." There's a complete difference. We have people from Africa, we have people from the Ukraine, we have people from different parts of the world trying to come into our country. And now there's been a legislation that's been passed where it's like you can't even do that. You can't even get on um like one of these inflated boats and come over, and we'll detain you straight away. Like, and we'll, even if you even get across that line, we're gonna make it really uncomfortable for you.
Okay.
So, I do understand uh, the personification of the Americanization ideology, but um, I'm not sure if that's reciprocal right now. So that's why I like bouncing into your channel, because you offer that.
Hey, we can at least talk about it, man. We can at least conversate about it.
Can I
Okay.
ask you a question real quick?
Okay.
Um,
Yes.
I just because at first when you mentioned that question, the first thing that I thought about was, because I sometimes hear people say, "Oh, everybody should be an entrepreneur. Everybody should be an entrepreneur." Well, if everybody's an entrepreneur, there's no workers, so there has to be workers in order for you to have a business. So I was thinking that question or that statement came from there. But the more that I hear y'all talk, like I'm wondering, and I don't know what the stream is or whatever, but when you say poor, is it the mentality of a person? Is the thought that a person would have to be like, is it desperation? Like a person, we need people that are desperate to accept any kind of pay or any kind of treatment when they are working. Like, so when we're saying that we need poor people, I don't think we need poor people.
That was my point.
I think that we need people who understand that there is a system and there has to be people in each of these different sections of this system for it to work. And I think that to Nugro's point where he was saying, that it's a capitalistic society, you we need people in these different places. I don't think they necessarily have to be poor. I just think that they have to be driven. So I was trying to, as y'all are talking, I'm still not like really clear, and I guess without seeing the stream or the person explaining what they meant, I don't know what they mean. I don't think that we need poor people. I wish that we didn't have poor people. I think people will, you will have a group of people, regardless of race, who don't think highly of themselves and will accept mediocre. Um, that I think will not ever change because you can't change or have people to have self-worth, have drive, have motivation, take the initiative, be proactive. You're not going to ever have everyone doing all of that. And if you do have everyone doing all that, they're not going to all be doing it at the same time. So
All
we're going to
right,
always
so
have people that are less fortunate than others, and people that will take advantage of those people that have that mindset
There
that
you
that's
go.
all that they can do, you know?
all right. So, can I have the floor for a second, bro? I
Uh,
just want to ask Enya some questions. I'm going to ask you three questions specifically, okay? So I'm not going to take up too much of your time.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Did you
Okay.
have a two? What were you brought up in a family where you had a mother and a father?
Yes.
Okay, so in that, right, were you stable based on the fact that you had a mother and a father in a specific, maybe a state or a place, or like you were brought up somewhere,
Very stable.
and you never had to think about moving?
Correct.
Okay, so in that, right,
Hmm.
you now are in a place where it's like you're comfortable and you've been through certain things like most people, but you're able to move forward based on the premise of you had a mother and a father, a place to live, and you're comfortable.
Yes, what I would say to that, and when so I grew up in the projects, all right. Um I my stability um was that I didn't even realize when I was growing up how tough it was when I was growing up, because my parents didn't allow me to see certain things. Because, like I said, I didn't even know that I grew up in the projects until I went back to visit. I just knew that that was my home. Um, I have, through just in my life, I have, like in one of my relationships, I was with a man who was very ambitious, that was materialistic, that had a lot of drive, that believed in having more than one business. So I have seen the contrast of how I grew up and what a relationship allowed me to have access to. So I've seen those differences, and I'm not sure if I could say that I appreciated one more than the other. I just appreciated that one, appreciated supporting my man and what he was doing. I appreciated that I was feeling loved in my home with my mother and father. So I don't feel one is better than the other, but someone may look at my life, and if I told them what block I was in New York and where I lived in, Alpharetta, that they might say, "Oh, that place in Georgia, that was a better life." I could not say that one was better than the other. I just enjoyed them
So,
both.
how did that affect your financial life?
When I grew up, I did not have the same concept of credit and the importance of, because really, to be honest, credit really is your word. So I was not keeping my word with my credit earlier.
Me
But
either.
that's not because that wasn't because of my upbringing, because I was raised with integrity. I just did not value it when I did not have to see it face to face. So I could understand the value of my word when I'm in front of somebody, but this credit card, this little piece of plastic, I didn't see it in the same way. Now I see and recognize the relationship between your word. You're saying that if you allow me to take this money that's not mine, that you're going to pay it back, and you're going to pay it back in a certain amount of time. And before, I wasn't doing it. So now I have grown into understanding the moral aspect of what my credit is, and I'm valuing that more. So I hope I
Hmm.
answered your question. Sorry.
No, you did.
Okay.
So let me ask you a question about that, because yeah, earlier y'all was talking about don't put no don't hold the money, take the money out before you see it, right?
Mhm.
Like savings and stuff like that.
Hmm.
So let me ask you this, like, because that is the same concept. If we really value our money, because I'm a firm believer that you got to see that money grow. That's what really made me say, "Oh, you ain't getting my money. Look how much money I done stacked." Right?
Mm-hmm.
When you see that money grow right there, no matter how much you want to spend it, because I started a lot of people in my family just saving like it's a $1 a week plan. So the first week you save one, second week you save two, third week until you get to $52 in 1 week. And you get like
Mm-hmm.
1,400 $1,400 by the end of the year. But you see that money steadily grow, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if we can't get to a point where we can actually just see money grow in our hands, right? Outside of
Mm-hmm.
others, do you really think we're in control of our money? Because they can say, "Hey, man, the 401k then plummeted or then went down the drain." I think we have to get to the point where we can see money and know it doesn't control us. I don't know. What y'all think?
No,
No, I
you're
agree.
yeah, I agree. I agree totally. And the thing is like, yo, I'm about to start a black bank.
Mm,
So I'm really interested in people's viewpoints in terms of how that works because I will like have conversations with people, but I'm like, okay, do you actually understand? Because the fact of the matter is you can't start a black bank without having a black backup.
right.
Because the whole point of having a black bank is like having people back you up that are black. But at the moment, the people that actually run these banks are white, right? So I'm having conversations with white people, and I'm totally disenfranchised by the way they speak to me about this sort of shit because it bores the fuck out of me because they don't really understand the black community. Um, equally, equally, um, a black bank is not something to be taken lightly. It's something that will be momentous to the community. I saw another video the other day, and I was just thinking because someone was talking about the black church. That that frizzy head, that guy, right? He was talking about the black community, the black church, and I was like, okay, cool, but why ain't you doing shit about it? I'm about to lay some scaffolding up in here. Okay, it's gonna cost me a bit, but I'm willing to do it because realistically, that'll set a precedent. Not for me, it's not an ego thing. It's like I have children. So if they can understand financials, the only way I can see them understanding financials is by setting an example because we have these conversations all fucking day long, like about like money, but no one is actually out here at the moment being like the leader in terms of, and I don't want to be that leader. I'm gonna like, how you set up a company or whatnot. I'm gonna make someone else the CEO. But I'm just saying, like, no one is out here doing stuff like that right now. We're
No,
talking
Simon, I
about
disagree with you, Simon. I disagree with you on that one.
it. All
Got to
right.
pull your card on that one, man, because there are some guys out there that's really trying to work hard, man. They're out there trying to make it happen. There's people
Mm-hmm.
doing stuff. They're just not getting publicity, right? You don't get publicity when you help black people. What? Let me take that back. Let me back that up. You do not get publicity when you help American black people. If I was to go over to Africa and start a school, it would be in every newspaper. If I was to go over there and build a city over there, it'd be in every newspaper. But if you're trying to help American born black people, all you gonna get, all you gonna get is people kicking dicks on you. Ain't that right, Patrice? uh,
So do you think if I came over to America and set up a black bank in America, I would get more publicity than you if you chose to do it?
no, no, no. If you open up a black bank in America, you're not going to get for black people in America. No, you're not going to get no publicity. They're going to try to bury you because they're going to want you to subscribe to that. They don't want you to subscribe, even though everybody else does it. They don't want black people to follow that same because when we do it, we're racist, right? But when they do it,
I,
they
I
just
don't
supporting the
agree with that.
community.
I don't
Huh?
agree with that. I don't agree with that. Money's money, right? So like,
But this is what I'm saying. This is how, because we don't understand how money works. In the white community, with a white
mm,
in the white community, a white person will go to a white person to do business with that person first. That's normal. That's no problem there. They'll go to the white person to do business. Now, if they can't find a qualified white person to do business with, then they will go out, step outside the community to try to find somebody else who they could actually do business with, right? And at that point, that the point of the color of the person ain't going to matter as much as the business they need getting done, the person being qualified to get the job done, right? That's going to be less of a demand, right? Same thing in the Asian community. The Asian community hardly ever step out of their community for any services, right? But because they're gonna look in the Asian community first, second, third, whatever, fourth, fifth, whatever.
mm.
And on a very
Yeah,
rare
but
occasion, excuse me, on a very
mhm.
rare occasion that they have to step out of their community to get something done, they may. The same thing
Okay.
with I say. Let me finish. The
Hmm.
Latin people are the same way. They're gonna go to somebody who's Latin first in their own community first. If they cannot get it done in their own community, that's when they step out and they'll try to find somebody who's qualified, no matter what their color is. But
Yep.
typically, the first place most people go is to the white community first to try to find somebody qualified. Then they go to other communities, right? But
Hmm.
the black community is the total reverse. The total reverse. The black community, first person we're going to try to find to do something, we're going to go outside of the community first.
All
And
right.
then if
So
we can't find what we need outside of the community, we're going to limp back into the black community and try to find somebody who knows how to do it. That's most cases.
yeah,
The
I
only
agree.
exception to that, I would say, would be Atlanta, Georgia. But other than that, I would say most black communities are set up that way. Okay,
I
Jay.
agree. No, I totally agree. And yo,
And I want to
I'm
get
not
Patrice
I'm
in
not.
too. So we're going to get Patrice after you.
All right. So give me 2 seconds, and I'm gonna bounce
Okay.
because I gotta go. But I'm just saying, like, let's say, for example,
Okay.
um, I would like to set up a bank in America for black people specifically.
Okay.
Whether that's like whatever model that is, whatever. You're over there, okay? So I can turn around to you and go, yo, I am confident enough to understand that you're capable of actually being the person that's the representative over there. And I can go, I'm going to do the back work and set this thing up. And you're going to be the guy that runs the shit. Now, whether you choose, how you choose to run the shit is up to you. We could have that discussion. You could choose to employ people. You can choose to, run it yourself. You could be the CEO. You could be a COO, whatever. That don't really matter. That's possible, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's um, what I think needs to take place. Certain people, not only in the US, need to take total responsibility for black people. It needs to be a global interaction and a global communication, and it needs to be a global cooperation for us to make things happen. We can't be like in this situation forever, because the problem, what I find is I keep hearing the same conversations going on and on and on. And there are a lot of people out here that are really truly trying to make a change. So at the end of the day, yo, I'm telling you, brother, um, I am your brother, one way or another, whether I want to like it or not. Because
Agreed.
when I have conversations with my sister, my blood sister, it's the same thing. It's not. It's there's no less distraction from it. There's no less, um, you know, this, that, whatnot. It's just like I have the same conversations with her. But what I've been struggling to find is people that can actually do that. because I'm an enforcer. So, at the end of the day, I love like all the YouTube stuff, but that's
You,
recreational.
you let me tell you, like I would tell anyone else, Simon. If you want to find people that are like-minded, make sure you present. Make sure you present well. That way, like-minded people will be attracted to what you say, and then go to spaces where like-minded people congregate. Most of the time, a lot of these like-minded, people that think like you, that have a good idea and a good, but they congregate certain spaces, right? I don't know if they congregate here. I mean, a lot of the people here are good people, and they have good ideas and stuff like that. But as far as like in the banking industry, maybe you got to find places where black people who are interested in the banking industry are, and go visit those spaces and drop the ideas that you got on them, right? Because most of our people are living so bad. Well, let me talk about America. Most of our people are living so caught, they up to their ears in debt. They can't even think about investing in a bank or investing in a credit union or but they don't they can't even. And by the way, I would suggest, if you're going to don't do a bank, do a credit union. The regulations are much less as far as setting up a credit union. Just my opinion, because I had thought about that as well a couple years back. And to set up a credit union is much easier than setting up a bank, in my opinion. But like I said, if you want people like
You're
that
correct.
people that really want to follow what you're talking about, Simon, and really got time, because we all got things we doing, right? But there's people that's got the same spirit as you about that financial institution situation. You could
Yo, bro, I'm telling you, like, it's going to happen. It's just who and what and where and when. It's
okay,
not
yeah.
really about, yeah.
Go ahead, man. All right.
We
No, I'm
believe
I
in
want
just
to get
it.
Patrice
saying.
in here.
Mhm,
No. I wanted him to finish so I can get Patrice in here.
mhm.
Patrice knows, but I'm I'm just saying, like, it's gonna happen
Okay,
one
I
way or
believe.
another. But it's just
Okay,
how
I
it
believe you.
happens, really.
I believe you, brother. I believe you. I believe you. I can see that you got the drive to make it happen, man. And I hope it's sooner than later. Patrice.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Okay.
Hey,
Mm.
Patrice.
Hey, sis. How are you? How's
What's
the
up? What's up?
panel?
What's
How's
up?
everybody? Good, good. Salute to the chat. Salute to the panel and the host. I'm back again, bro. Listen, I missed a lot of the conversation because I got busy on the phone call, but this conversation about finances and getting your financial self together, I think it's so prevalent and necessary to have, right? Especially in our community, because a lot of times we don't want to admit, like you said, a lot of us are in some
Yes.
mean debt that we accumulated by living above our means, mean
Yes.
debt we've accumulated by allowing other people to take advantage of us, mean debt because of our own bad spending habits. I told you my history was really bad. And listen, I've lived a life in entertainment and I've worked regular jobs. And I can tell you the money that I've had over my lifetime. If I, y'all don't even know. Listen, if I
Right.
could turn back the
We
hands of
all
time,
we all been just as silly, girl. What you talking about? We all been just as silly. That's why we all sitting here. We all been just as silly.
it's so I have not been as wise as I've gotten, and I'm telling you, it happened to me in the latter part of my life, over 40. Like, I had to realize, especially when you looking at yourself and you're going towards retirement and you thinking about things, and it's like, oh my God, like, I've been doing this wrong for so many years. So having these type of conversations is very important, because you're hoping the younger generation will hear us, as well as people in the chat and on the panel, the ones in the bushes, the ones that just lurking and all, like, that they're taking some of the conversation and the knowledge, and they're really, really thinking why. Like, I've heard some really good points on here. I've heard some good points on other channels and stuff with certain people that I tune into that I feel is giving sound advice. But over the last several years, I've gotten a financial advisor to get my stuff in order, like I had to, or else I was like, listen, when you get to a certain age, it's like, you girl, you better get yourself together because this may be your one and last chance to get it right. So, having the opportunity to get a financial advisor to advise where to put my money, how to put, how much to put, and things of that nature was very, very important to me in this latter years going into my life. I had, like I told you, I had to curb so many things. I had bad spending habits, bad, addictions to shopping and different things like that. So we have to really be honest with ourselves about that. And that's the first thing that I had to do, is to be honest. For the first time in my whole life, I was able to pay off a car. Like y'all don't even know how big that was. It was either I always had a car note, I was
I know.
always leasing a car, to have that type of financial freedom and still be able to say, well, I got some residual income where I can still act like I'm paying a car note and put this money into my 401k, like doubling up on my Roth IRA payments and things like that. Like I never had that mindset before. So, having a financial advisor, listening even to some people, I've gotten some good pointers from people that got decent channels. Alonzo, the All Star, like that dude is on top. I love listening to him. K Business podcast. I love listening to him. Like it is some good brothers on here that's giving some really good financial advice. But I had to get into my own mindset first as to, okay, now that you got a financial advisor, you got to be totally brutally honest about where you are financially, how much you could afford to save, how you could afford to put in, how much you are spending. Like I had to give them my whole life, and it was not all peaches and cream. Let me just say that.
Right,
it,
right, right,
it,
right.
it's a process, y'all, and I'm still going through it because I'm a very aggressive risk taker. So even in my endeavors with where I'm putting my money, I still have that mindset and that attitude. And because I'm a person that say, I always want to see my money doubling, tripling, and you know what I'm saying, and so forth like that. So I'm a more on the high end. And I know some people are more conservative, they more frivolous, they more tight, they more, and you got some like my personality is because if I hit, I want to hit the best residuals I can. Right.
Right.
So I am more of a high risk taker when it comes to that. But
Yo, I mean,
some
what
people
are,
that's gonna be more conservative say, "Oh, I'm too scared. I can't," because if I lose that much money, da 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 da. You know what I mean? So it's different. You gotta cater to your own personality when it comes to your financial needs. That's so important, guys. I just want to say those things.
but
Okay.
most people have not really. I don't know, unless they have actually tried to become an entrepreneur. They don't know what it's like to be self-sustainable. So the paycheck to paycheck thing is really about um, you know being susceptible to someone who's gonna dictate how that works. I think in this day and age, that's like redundant because of what we've been through, like in the last couple of years. I mean, people don't really want to have someone turn around and tell them, okay, like I'm sort of like giving up like my life and my livelihood. People have children. People are in situations where they have family members and all sorts of stuff that they need to take care of, and yet you have some managerial sort of person turning around who may be unqualified, trying to tell you what to do, and I don't think a lot of people like that sort of stuff. So the only sort of alternative really is like, what are you going to become self-employed? Are you going to set up your own business? And then you hear all these stories on the internet and this, that, whatnot going, oh, um you can be a boss this or boss that, but that takes a lot, like in terms of understanding like the paradigms within sort of like business entities and how to source something and how to make it profitable. um and I think that's where a lot of people fail. I mean, statistically, you can just look it up and see that 1 in 5 businesses fail year in year out.
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, y'all, we got Marcus on the scene. Marcus gonna give us a little something, and then we're gonna start closing out, y'all. We had 3 hours,
Hey,
54
Marcus.
minutes. Brother Marcus,
Hey, Marcus, is he there?
I don't know, man.
I think he might be having.
Marcus just want to show his face, man.
He ran back. He ran back and joined the army, y'all. He ran back and joined the army, y'all. He's back in the army. All right, and
Hey, bro, Clarence, can you give a quick recap of your 8 things? Just name them. You ain't gotta like go
Yeah,
into
okay,
detail. What
yeah,
were
no,
the
that's
8 things?
good. That's good.
okay.
That's good.
Let's go into it. Okay, one is increase your income. You have to increase your
Mm.
income, build your income up because that is we're gonna need that money. And like you said, the stuff that brother New Growth that just gave us in the back chat, I need to put that in the front chat so everybody can see. Because brother New, if y'all don't know, brother New Growth has gave us some charts that'll show you how to put some money together. Next thing you know, you got a big old stash of money. So I'm gonna put those out there in the front chat. But you got to increase your income, bring your income up. You got to get a second job. You got to get a better job. You got to get whatever you got to do. Get a side hustle, or you can get in some entrepreneur. You can get into the entrepreneur game, right?
Can I say something about that? Like, you also got to think about time management because most people don't. Like when you're doing like 2, 3 jobs, like most people don't really think about time management.
But they'll figure it out, Simon, because they're gonna have to sleep sometime. They're gonna have to eat sometime. They have to do
Right.
something sometime. And sometimes you just need to pay something down and pay something off to get a little pressure off or catch some stuff up. Why you
And you
think,
gotta
Brother Clarence?
prioritize. You
Why you
gotta
think, Brother?
prioritize what's most important first. See, sometimes we get our priorities mixed up on what we think, what debt we should pay off first, or what thing we should do first. And sometimes if you're not good at that or don't know that, because this is what I had to do, y'all. I'm telling you, I had to sit with a financial advisor, and I know everybody can't afford one. So let me just put that out there. But if you can, and they gonna be brutally honest with you based off of your income, what all you telling them and looking at, they're gonna be like, look, no, you don't need to do this first, you need to do this first, because
Right.
sometimes we just don't know. Black people don't, especially our community and culture, we don't have the financial literacy that we need to have. I used to be one of them. I will say that. That's why I'm really big on that now. Is if you can't, or even if you know a relative or a friend to give you the best advice, to say what would you do first if you was in this kind of debt, and what would you pay off first, what would be my financial mandatory thing that I should do first to take care of, maybe get my credit, or uh, clear my credit, my credit score up, or should I file this divorce first, or should I pay this credit card debt off, whatever the case may be. I'm just throwing stuff out there. But that's the first thing we need to learn how to do, is prioritize what those things are. But go ahead, please go through the list, brother Clarence.
All right. Number one, increase your income. Make sure you build your income up because we're gonna need that extra income to pay some stuff off, to save, to invest. Next thing we're gonna need to do is reduce our expenses. We got to reduce our expenses. Okay, so y'all got the Netflix or yeah, I did see that, Sistini. Yeah, so y'all gonna have to cut the Netflix. You're gonna have to cut the Patreons y'all involved with. I know y'all
That's a real
Not the
important point.
Netflix.
morning. You got the
Not the
Morning Millionaire
Netflix.
A real important
Patreon.
point.
You have to cut that. You have to cut that. Some of y'all got cable. Do you really need cable when you can find everything you need on the internet, on YouTube or Twitch or whatever?
Mhm.
Do you really need this stuff? See, you got to think. And I'm 55 now, so I'm gonna get the Obama phone, go sit in my rocking chair, right?
Mm.
I don't need, but do you really need all of these different things, right? Do you really need to be in the car club? Do you got some hard decisions to make, y'all, but they're for, like Patrice was saying, those decisions are going to shape our future, right? If we don't
Mhm.
take the time to plant the seeds and water them now, when we want apples to eat from our own tree, they ain't gonna be ready, right? We ain't gonna have no apples because
Right.
we didn't take the time to water
Right.
it and set and plant the seeds. So we got to plant the seeds for financial freedom now. So the next thing is we got to pay down this debt, like Patrice said. And many people have taken credit for this, but it's what they call the snowball method, right? You pay off your smallest debt first, right? Maybe you got a credit card you owe $200 on. You pay that one off. Then you get to the credit card where you owe $500. You pay that one off. You take the money that you was paying on the credit card for $200 and you flip that over into the card that you're paying for $500, right? So it's called a snowball method. You just keep paying, and when any free money you get, you snowball it into whatever debts you got to pay them off, right? So by the time you pay all your debts off, now you got a big pot of money you can start saving or investing with or doing something with that. So you got to pay down that debt though. We got to pay down that debt. The next thing we got to do is fix your credit, man. You got to fix your credit. And why is credit so important? Well, it's just that depending on what you want to do, right? Credit is the main use for credit. I know they tell you credit is to help you buy clothes and shoes and cars and other non-tangible, assets that depreciate.
But the main thing they say is for a car, and if you rent a house or something like that, rental history.
But that's what a financial planner will tell you. What I'm telling you is what the TV tells you is that you're supposed to be out there and, oh, you want something? You don't have to be without. They tell you that there's something wrong with you if you're gonna be without this car. It only costs $50,000. So
right.
you're going to debt for that, right? So, but what I'm saying is credit is specifically for making more money. It's not, that's what it's supposed to be used for. It's
correct.
not really supposed to be for all these other things, but because of the way that the situation has gotten and the pricing of housing and the prices of cars have gotten, you damn near in a situation. I mean, none of us got $400,000 or $500,000 sitting up under some mattress somewhere. So we got to borrow some money from the bank to buy a house. You got to borrow some money from that car. Okay, so those are things we understand. But now when we come into all this other stuff, we got to start saying, okay, maybe not. But that's dinging our credit, right? Because we borrow until they won't. Instead of us saying to ourselves, I'm not going to put myself in a situation where I got to pay all that money. I just got to wait, right? I got a motorcycle that I want right now. I could go and sign my name for it and get it right now. It's only $4,000 or $5,000, right? But I could go and get it right now if I want it. But I'm not going to do that, right? Because I don't want to make payments on it. I want to pay cash for it. So that's what I'm going to do. So that's what I'm working on trying to do. Anyway,
is that an example of a real life scenario?
Huh?
You better not get your ass on no motorcycle with that yellow shirt.
with the yellow shirt.
I'm coming all the way out to LA to snatch you off.
It's a little one. I know my wife hates it. My wife hates that thing. But I told her, I said, I'm gonna get one, man. I mean, my whole life I wanted one, and I'm gonna get one. And now they make the one that I want. I'm gonna get it. It's an 80s bike. They brought it back. I'm gonna get it, right? But I'm not riding it every day. So my wife's like, you ain't gonna ride that thing. And I said, I don't know, baby. I'm just gonna ride it on a Sunday or something. Me and my sons might get some. We just ride them up to the coast and ride them around and then come on back, right? And but the point is, what we want to do is we want to pay down this debt because and fix our credit, because we spending money, we going into debt for stuff for convenience instead of going into debt to make more money. Rich people use debt to make more money. Poor people use debt to look good, like we was talking about, right? New growth, right?
Right.
But I look good. Okay,
right.
Let me give me $5. Huh? Give me $5. You got $5 in your pocket? No. Right? So we gotta fix our credit, because I'm telling y'all now, within the next 3 years, everybody on this panel is gonna come across an opportunity that if your credit is right, let's say you don't have the cash, but if your credit is right, you can put your hands on $5,000-$10,000. And
true
like
that.
I said, some man might come up to you and say, you know what, I'm a veteran, because y'all know a veteran can just sign his house over to whoever. So he said, I'm a veteran. Just give me $5,000 and you can have this house. I'm tired of this house. I want nothing to do with it no more. Right? You say you gonna
Yo,
give me
bro, I'm
$10,000?
good. Like I'm so good. It's terrible. Like I know, like a lot of people don't like to hear that, and it's the same way that a lot of people don't like to hear about complaints. I've literally been on these panels trying to find somebody that I can invest in. Like, so, I don't think that's going on at the moment. Like, although it goes on in real life. So if like you had an idea or something, and that's kind of like why I tuned into your platform and why I stuck with it,
Appreciate that,
because
man. Appreciate that,
because
man.
you done the backpack shit, and I was like, okay, this guy actually understands how this works.
I'm never
So
gonna
from an investor's standpoint, they do look at you. They do sort of like observe and go, okay, well, how would, if I was to invest, how's that gonna work? Do you get what I mean? Because um realistically, we're clinical. Like, I'm like, okay, I'll give you 5K. I want my money back plus profits. I ain't even messing around like that, and I don't even want to have an argument about it.
well, tell you what, Simon. Tell you what, Simon. Let me finish, and then we get some closing remarks, and you can wrap that up because that's
Yeah.
you make some good points. But let me finish this list. So we got to the we got to fixing your credit, right?
Hmm.
Then we gotta get to start saving some money. Got to save some money, man. Okay, so now
Right.
you got to get on a saving discipline, right, brother? New Growth, Sister Annie, can you put those links out there to the public so that they can have that information as well about brother New Growth, man, generously gave us some information about how you can save some money and not even think about it, right? You could just boom, just throw it, just throw it in the bank, just throw it in the bank, just throw it in the bank. Just think if you have 5 people or 10 people that saved up that money on the second chart would save $7,000 a year. Man, 5 people, that would be 35,000, right? You run into
Bro,
a
plan.
bank. Yes.
I want to say when it comes to like the saving in the bank, that's cool for, I think, expendable money for, say, like a rainy day type of money. I
Right.
think that everybody, if you can, if or people that can afford to have, let's say if something happened and you lost your job and you can't, you need to be able to pay your bills for 6 months or something. So I think savings is cool for that, but like savings don't help you get wealthy. Like you're never gonna get
We ain't got
wealthy by
there yet,
saving
Patrice.
money. Okay,
We ain't
okay.
got there yet.
Maybe I'm getting a little head, see, because
I,
Yeah.
I,
see,
I can give you
because
a bit of pushback on that.
I learned a lot from my financial advisor. I know saving money ain't gonna help you gain
We
wealth. It
understand
just
that. We
No,
it just serves a purpose, and it's only a certain amount of money that you should have saved in the bank for certain things. But okay,
no,
I'm ahead of myself. So you go ahead, brother. You continue on.
Patrice, yo, Patrice, it's not actually investing it in the bank. That's a misdemeanor.
Well, she missed it. She missed it, Simon, when we were discussing it. So I'm just giving it to her right now. But she'll
No,
get it.
no,
She'll,
no. I get what she's saying, but the thing
yeah,
is
no, yeah,
like,
we get it. But I'm just saying she was covering down on me. But in reality, she didn't hear when we was already discussing that. We
No,
got
I
that
did
covered.
not.
We're gonna
So
get
my
there. We're gonna get
apologies.
there.
I did not.
We're gonna
so
get there.
I'll just come from a completely different angle. Like, if you're earning whatever, you should take 10% and save that, invest that, whatever it is, whatever you're doing. Like, however you're earning, it don't matter if you're working in McDonald's or if you're working in like a corporate situation. Take 10% and put it away, and then try to figure out how you can reinvest that in something that will enable you to maybe double or quadruple that, um and that will allow you to have a passive income. Most
Okay.
people don't think like that, but that's
Okay.
the rule.
All right. I appreciate that. Let me please finish. Please let me finish. Please. Get
I'm
this
gonna
thing
get out
out.
of here, man.
All right.
I appreciate you guys.
You don't have to
Salute,
leave, but
salute,
if
salute.
you but I just want to finish this list, Simon. Don't you have to leave because I want to get your closing remarks. All right, so let me see what number am I on here? Saving money. Okay, you gotta save some money, right? Gotta stack some money. Now Patrice is right. Is saving money alone gonna help you get financially free? No, no, it's not. So that, but we saving this money for a purpose. Saving this money for a purpose, and we're not gonna touch it. This is our slush fund, right? You may even have a separate savings account that you saving money for the house, but this is going to be your little slush fund that you're going to have at some point. You may want to dip into to invest. That's the only thing this money is going to be used for, is investing in something, right? But you got your little slush fund to the side, man. So you got to start saving some money. It's got to build a saving strategy. As you see the links in the chat, Sister Annie gave us the links that Brother New Growth gave us about how you can save thousands of dollars a year just with a discipline and a saving strategy, right? Is that going to make you rich? No. I'm not trying to make you rich. I'm trying to make you financially free. The rest is up to you. If you want to be rich, go for it. But that I'm trying to at least get you to the point where you're not in debt to the bank. You're not in debt to the government. You're not in debt to nobody. You're financially free. You may not live in a mansion, but you don't owe nobody nothing. And you can make a move, and all the income that comes in is your income. That's what I'm trying to get you to. And it's livable, and it's scalable. You can scale it up. You can, if you still got money that you put to the side to invest, you can invest, you can build up. That's where you should be. Anyway, so got to save you some money, because like I said, that old man might come up to you, Patrice, I'm tired of my wife. I'm going to leave her. We get a divorce. I just want to leave this house. You give me $20,000 and I'm going to walk away. But sir, this house is worth $500,000. I don't care. I can't stand her. I just want to get out. You just give me $20,000 and I'm gone. I got $1 million hidden that I've been hiding, stacking for years, and I'm going to Brazil. I don't care nothing about this house. I'll sign it over to you tonight. Oh, but what I need? You need $20,000. What if you ain't got $20,000? That's what we're talking about, fixing your credit. You can walk into the bank and say, hey, look, I got 10. You got 10. I need to borrow 10. Let me do this. But man, sign it over to you. Same thing with FHA. I think FHA is the same way. You can sign it over, right? If the person qualified for the loan, they qualify with their credit and the loan and the income, you can sign it over to them, right? So, but check me on that, y'all. Check me. I know FHA used to be like that, but I don't know if it's still like that. I know the VA is like that. But anyway, so you got to save some money. You have some cash, right? Same thing. Remember the old man came up to me, hey, you can have this truck for $6,000. Truck worth 20, right? I made an instant 14,000 right there. So you got to save some money so you can touch some money. You can invest, right? Now, you got to get educated. You got to get educated on how to invest, on investing. That's a new thing for us as Black people, investing, right? We've been so used to going to the government whenever we wanted some money that we haven't really been taught how to invest the money that we do have coming in. Got to invest them. You got to invest. That is where you maximize the money that's coming into you, because the money that comes into you through your paycheck, you work for that. You have to give up hours of your time for that money. When you invest, now you don't have to give up as much time to make money. And that's where you're going to make money, because now you can invest in other situations, right? And when you get paid from a job, you got to be on that job. You can't work 10 jobs at the same time and get paid 10 times, but you can invest in 10 things and get paid 10 times from those 10 investments. You guys follow? So we got to get educated, but we got to get educated. Some people are not, and our people are not educated in investments, right? We think that, you got to slick your way. No, or scam people. You don't have to scam people. You just got to invest, right? And I'm telling y'all, cars are going to be the easy. That is going to be the boom. That is the gold rush that's coming in the next 2 or 3 years. Cars, because
my former landlord, that's what he said. He said the last time he got fired from a job, he said that was it for him. He knew that he didn't want to work for nobody else. He got into the car business, and that's what he's doing now. All he do is go to these trade shows and auctions, buy a bunch of cars and sell them, fix them, sell them, buy, and And that's all he do. And he got a couple of properties. And he was like, that's it. I don't want to work for nobody else where they tell me what time I need to come, what time I can take my lunch, what time I can get off. And if they fire me, if I do something they don't like something I said or done. He said,
Mhm.
I had enough. And that's what he did. He said, that's all I'm doing now is just buying cars and selling cars, buying cars and selling cars. And I got 2 properties. He's like, and I'm good.
There you go. Right. There you go.
Mm.
All right, Sister Annie, I'm trying to be good. I'm trying to be good. All right, so so this is what we doing. We got to get educated, y'all. I told y'all just one book. There's hundreds, thousands of books that you could read on investing. Thousands, literally thousands. I just gave you one book. It's called Multiple Streams of Income by Robert Allen. That book will change your whole outlook on how to use your money and what to use it for and how to make money and how to get money. It'll just change it'll flip everything you thought about on its head. But get that book. It's a very easy read. It's nice and easy. It's not hard read. And then there's another book behind that one, how to multiple streams of internet income. Another good book, another great book. So go get those books by Robert Allen. If you're trying to start, that's just a starting place. Should you stop there? No, don't stop there. Go get other books, right? Go get other books that teach you how to invest in the stock market, in mutual funds, in whatever you're interested in cars. Now, like I said, we used to have, before we had to go get the books, we had to go buy a bunch of books. Now you can go to YouTube and they can teach you anything. I was watching the other day how to drive a tow truck. Because I'm like, man, if I start getting in these cars, I'm gonna need a tow truck. I'm like, I don't know how to tow no car. So I was looking at I was learning how to tow a car. But anyway, like I said, y'all, we got to get busy. We got to get educated. Because if you save all this money and then an investment opportunity comes along, but you don't see the fugaziness, right? It might be somebody that's just talking slick because they know you got some money. You never know. So that's why we got to get educated, y'all. So that way, when we walk into anybody's office, white, black, red, yellow, or green, we on the same page with them as they talking to us. We on the same page with them, and they just saying, "Yeah, just give me all your money, Patrice. I got it." No, you could say, "Nah, that don't make sense. This would make more sense to do this," and then either you could stay or walk out. You know what I mean? So, but you educated enough to be able to make a good decision. All right, what's the next one we got? Fix your credit. Investment strategy. So, like I said, first we got to save the money. Then we got to invest. We got to have a strategy, right? I'm gonna flip cars. I'm gonna flip houses. I'm gonna flip whatever, right? Purses, whatever. We're gonna have to think about what we're gonna flip and how we're gonna flip it, right? But we got to do it. We got to have an investment strategy. All of this is up and running with the income that we got, right? Figure out what you're gonna do, what you can invest in, right? And then start investing. I would start with the S&P. The S&P has done well over the last 20 years. If you look at a graph of the S&P, the S&P 500, it has done well. It has done well. It went up and down, but it's been pretty stable for the last 20 years. If you just had $500 or $600 a month going into that, you'd be a rock star right now. So find out what you can invest in. Find out and develop an investment strategy. And the last thing I'm gonna tell you is to track your money. Right? A lot of these banks have tracking tools that you can use to track your money. You get the little pie chart to show you 36% went here, 15% went there, whatever, right? That's gonna help you because you're gonna see where you're spending your money, right? You like Patrice. Man, 96% of my money went to the mall. Dang, man, dang, right? Right.
Ouch. Ouch.
Right. So you can see where you spending your money, right? So that's what I'm saying, man. We got to be able to track this stuff because if you can't see where you're going wrong, how you gonna do better, right? That's critical. That's critical to doing this. How are you going to do better, right? Because some of us can't afford a financial advisor, or we don't think we can afford a financial advisor. You cannot afford not to have a
That's true.
financial advice,
Very,
right?
very true, bro, Clarence.
Okay, but we think because we so bogged down with all this debt, we feel like, man, I don't have an extra penny to do nothing, right? So, but really, we cannot afford to get financially educated, right? So we need to really be looking at that. But see, we see people like that as, oh, they just grifters, right? They just taking our money. No, they sit you down and they tell you, hey, this is the best strategy for your situation. What can you say? I guarantee they're gonna say most of the stuff that you should do. Anyway, you got to track your money. That's the 8 things that I'm saying that you should do. But that's just me, right? Go to your financial advisor, your financial planner. Go to the what did they say? The pocket watcher. Go to the pocket watcher. Ask the pocket watcher, is anything that I just said off the mark, right? And I guarantee you're gonna say, nah, that makes sense. But he'll say, but I can get more involved and give you more involved, detailed explanation. Okay, you can. Maybe he can, right? Especially tax wise. But these things that we need to do to fix our life. You really want to fix and tweak your life, you got to do these things. You got to increase your income, got to reduce expenses. Those 2, at the very least, you got to do so that you can change your whole situation around. All right, y'all, that was everything. That's the 8 things. Hopefully they don't ghost this one too, like they ghosted the last couple of ones. They don't ghost this one. I didn't put no copyrighted material in this video, so hopefully they don't ghost this one. But anyway, so let's get some closing remarks, y'all, so we can get on out of here.
Let me get on out of here, man. You know, I got to put on my white shirt in the morning. So
yeah, man, I gotta go work for the white man, man. I gotta go work for the white man. The white man pay on time, right, man. I gotta go work for him. So
ditto.
All right, y'all. So let's start out with New Growth, man. He had a good show today with Arshawn, man. They did a great job over there, and so he came over here, did a good job too.
That was a great interview. Yes.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Shout out to Arshawn, man. That's my bro. He on point. But all I want to say is just be more mindful of your money, because we work hard. Work hard for the money. Wasn't that a song back in your day, Clarence? She work hard for the money, or
back in our day, Donna Summers. Okay, young one. Okay, young one.
Yes.
But and it's like,
rest in peace.
Remember all, you go to work and you put up with a lot of stuff. You might, let's say, I know Clarence make about $100 an hour. So when you go into there and you just throw that $100 on that table like it ain't nothing, that's an hour worth of work, right? Yeah. So just keep that in mind. Keep mindful of that, and be conscious of what you buying. Like impulse buying, I know they told us to impulse buy. Like, I know this OG Pachu, that's a cute bag right there.
Oh my God.
I mean, it's nothing wrong with having it, but just step back and say, okay, I'm gonna get that next month. I'm gonna put aside $20. And 9 times out of 10, that impulse will go away after a little while. But if you really want it, get it. And like Sister Annie, just put that $1 aside 1 week, $2. Just put it in the envelope. And then you see all them dollars stack up. At the end of the year, it'd be like $1,300. You'll feel like Von Bryant. You got all the dollars. But it's a muscle memory technique to me. It really helped me a lot. And it just, I can do this. I can see I'm seeing my money grow, as opposed to just seeing it on the screen. I'm seeing money growing, Yeah,
I appreciate that, brother. Thank you so much.
And I just want to ask everybody, at the end of the day, they say this question. They say, would you rather have an 850 credit score or $1 million? So I just go with that. Everybody different, and ask yourself why. But on that note, I'm out of here. Peace and love, y'all. Y'all be good. Till the next time.
All right, young man. Peace and love to you too.
One last question, New Growth.
Yes, sir.
Before you go, do you do live stream?
I did one today. You told me personally?
Yeah, on your show, on your channel.
No, I haven't done one. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So When's the next time you're gonna drop a video, or do you expect to drop a video?
I don't know, man. The man on my back, man, he got me working.
Yeah, man. I just went back a month ago. I know what you mean, man. I know what
9
you
to
mean.
5. But when I get a little free time, the springtime is like my new year. Spend a lot of time with the family, and just the wife's out of school for a little while, so we just be over here having a ball. But
Okay.
eventually, probably like the end of this week or next week, I'm gonna get back there. I've been writing stuff, but I just haven't had a chance to do it. But
Okay.
I'm
All
coming.
right, man. I just wanted to put the people on to you when to expect something from you, man, to drop.
All right,
All right.
man. Peace and love, man. Y'all be good.
All right, you too,
All
brother.
right, you
Appreciate you,
too,
man.
young man.
All right, I'm gonna pull you down. All right, that was new growth, new growth. And if you look in the chat, Sister Annie put those links from New Growth, and I think it's very important. Now, shout out to New Growth, man. By the way, if you haven't already subscribed to Black Hearted with New Growth, so also get on over there and subscribe to the brother, because the brother's got a lot of good information, man. And he just like I said, those two links that Sister Annie put out there, those are links that Brother New Growth put out there to educate us and show us the power of compounding, right? Because that's basically what it is compounding. If you take some money and you compound it like that daily, you don't have to wait for a bank to give you the interest. You give yourself the interest, like Sister Annie was saying. And next thing you know, you turn around, you got $7,000, right? Or $1,300 or whatever, right? So we got to get, but here's the one thing that ties us all together, y'all: discipline. Got to have discipline. We got to have the discipline to do it, and we can't listen to, your friends, neighbors, and everything, and your wife or your husband. We gonna get that car, girl. Or we gonna get that. We need it. We need this car. You just no. What you need is investing. You need to invest in your future, because I'm blessed enough to have a pension and some other things going on, but everybody's not like that, right? Everybody's not. They're not fortunate to have that situation. So if you don't have all that going on, and even if you do, even if I do, the tax man is going to come get me, plus other little things I'm going to have to pay for. I'm not looking forward to being on a fixed income at all, man. I'm not looking forward to that at all. So I'm like, hey, look, let's get businesses going. Let's get some investments going. That way, your investments are supposed to pay you. That's how that's supposed to go. Your investments are supposed to pay you. So anyway, then your money's supposed to pay, help you make more money. That's what it's for. It's not for buying stuff. That's the secondary use for it, is spending. The first thing money should be doing for you is making other money come to you. So that's what we got to figure out. But nobody told us this as Black people. And then they tell you money is bad. Money's not bad. It's your attitude towards money that's bad, right? That you're willing to do harm to somebody or do somebody in just for some money. That's bad. Money ain't bad. You can use it for a lot of good things, right? Anyway, I'm going on and on and on. All right, y'all. We're gonna try to close up the shop. Ladies, any one of you ladies, and I know you fussing at me, Sister Annie. I already know. That's why I'm acting like, because I got sense. I'm just gonna act like you ain't fussing at me, right? All right, y'all. Ladies, which one of y'all want to go first? Give a closing remark.
I can go first. So first of all, this was very much needed. I appreciate that you went through each of the steps really slow. What I would say is to each person listening, don't try to start where you can't be consistent and maintain, but start somewhere. Don't compare
Definitely.
your start with someone else's start. Start where you are. Nobody knows your financial situation but you. You don't have to broadcast it, all over the world. You don't want it to be where you mention it to somebody that you feel like you can't have an honest conversation with, and ask for help, and they judge you or they make fun of you or something, because one person may have been out of a job for a while. You don't know what person is, paying so much child support that they only have $2 left in their pocket. So wherever you are, whatever it is that you can do, start small. Like I said, the coin thing, that might seem small to you, but I have a full thing of coins, and I counted it one time. It's $100. Now
Yeah.
that might not be big to somebody else, but I love looking at that bottle and seeing that money in there. And it was me being disciplined to say, okay, anytime I have some leftover silver coins in my purse, I'm gonna just throw it in this bank. So start somewhere, because then it gets you into the mentality of, you know what, it's gonna take a little while. I started from somewhere and then I got here. So
Yeah.
just do the best you can with where you are, but you deserve a better financial situation than you have right now. You deserve it. You get up every day, you go to work, you're working for a company that, you know, if something happened, they're going to just hire somebody the next day. So
Yeah.
you deserve to put an investment in yourself. So see it as that. Not necessarily, it's not about the love of money. It's just about making sure that you can take care of yourself and your family. And even if you feel like you can't do it for yourself, if there's a child around you, encourage them to do it, because then maybe you encouraging them, you're going to like almost like trick yourself into doing it for yourself. There's books out there for kids. Like I have a book, this is a little book. It's just something I try to keep different types of books in my kids library and adult, you know, library. But it's Growing Money, and it's a complete investing guide for kids. Sometimes you got to learn as a kid. Get you a book. It doesn't matter. Nobody has to know what you're reading. You're just trying to get educated. So do the best you can. Listen back to this stream. One thing that Brother Clarence didn't mention, but it's something that I consider to be important with my financial life, is figuring out how I can be of service to somebody else, to be in the giving spirit. And I feel like, you know, when you have money, you don't want to keep your fist closed. Figure out a way that you can be an investment to somebody else. I try to figure out, even like in YouTube, to me, it feels like, you know, my version of tithing, but I try to figure out where I can maybe place some finances, even on YouTube. I try to figure out some things that I can do in my community. So do the best you can with what you have, but just know that you can be better than you were the day before, and every little bit counts. So that would be my spiel and my closing remarks. I love you for doing this, Brother Clarence. And like I said, y'all, he was ignoring my fussing. So you know he really wanted he really wanted y'all to get this information. So thank you
It's
for having me
great.
on the panel.
It's
See,
great.
Y'all have
I
Great.
got good sense that trying to argue with Sister Eddie. I got good sense. I got good sense.
Oh, that's great sound advice, Sister Any. Absolutely great sound
Absolutely.
all
advice.
right, y'all.
Absolutely.
I love
All right.
y'all.
All
All
right.
right,
Love you,
sis.
sis.
Love you too.
See you later here.
Bye bye.
All right. That's Sister Annie. I'm gonna pull her down real quick. Oh man. Oh man. It's been one of them days, man. We talked about a lot of stuff. We talked
I
about a
see,
lot of
brother. I'm gonna have to catch up on the stuff that I missed, but
okay.
this looked like it was a really, really great stream. So
Yeah, it
good
was.
conversation. I think that definitely our community and culture need to talk about finances more and not be, you know, it used to be a taboo, you know, or whatever, and we lack financial literacy really, really bad in our community, and we need to get better at that. So having these type of streams is definitely a plus. So I
Yeah.
appreciate it and thank you for that. But I'll just say in closing, and I like to talk about myself as far as my own experience, so the younger generation can listen and really learn from, like when we telling them about mistakes that we made, you know. And I had a conversation with my son, you know, because I want him to be better with money than what I was when I was his age. And I
Right.
think the younger you can start doing it, the better. So especially for all the 20 something, 30 something, 40 something year olds out there, the best advice I can give you is, number one, don't mess your credit up while you're young. If you
Right.
can do that,
Right.
like, don't mess your credit up while you're young, and learn what it is to save and learn what it is to invest. And the thing is, yeah, that these young ones now coming up living in a time where they got way better opportunity to do that than we did, what we had. I know they do. You know, more resources, more uh,
Yes.
investment opportunities, more educational opportunities, more. I mean, we living in a world of technology, and it's just out there for the taking, right?
Yeah.
I don't want them to find themselves getting older and later in life and having to realize that they got to double up, triple up on some stuff to catch up because they blew so much money. That's where I end up finding myself, as I got over 40 and after my divorce and all of that. It's like trying to recoup and get my credit back and pay off Uncle Sam and do this and do that. And then you get yourself in a position and you could breathe a little bit. But when you're younger, if you could avoid those things, even sometimes, listen, marriage can even do it to you. I got some friends. I know some people that man, being married cost them half, cost them everything, cost them, what I mean? And imagine, I have one friend, imagine him trying to bounce back from a divorce at 59 after he had retired
Oh my
and
God.
had to go back and work again because he was a UPS driver, had retired early,
Oh God.
nice 401k, everything. Child, now the kid grown, they only had one kid, but that divorce killed them. Wife got the house, wife got half of the 401k. They end up giving him a choice, either do the half thing or the lump sum. He did the lump sum. She still got the house. She still got most of the 401k. And he walked out of there with garbage bags, like literally having to start his life back over at 59. So even something like a marriage that goes bad, depending on the state you live in and what and how your marriage is set up. So and then looking back, knowing that it took something to wake you up, like for me, the pandemic happened, right? Not being
Right.
able to perform, not being able to travel, not being able to tour, not being able to make the money I was making. And then you happen to end up going back to work and making up. Now you go through 2 years of your savings. Then now you got to make that up. So that's you 2 years in the hole. It just it's so much, right? And you get in a position where you get blessed enough to get a blessing and you say, okay, this might be my one and only chance at my age now to get this shit right, right? And you gotta do that. And that's what I had to do. And thank God, because everybody don't get that chance,
Yeah.
to do that. So I will tell them, especially if they young, to not make those mistakes of effing up your credit, of getting into a bad marriage where when you come out of it, you ain't gonna have shit from Shinola out at you. Like, we got to be wiser than the serpent, get better financial literacy going for yourself and start investing early on when you're young. So if something happens, if you find yourself losing your job, if you find yourself in a bad economy, because I really think it's gonna go bad again. I think it's gonna go left again before it
It's
get a
already,
lot of better.
it's
We talk
already
about
there. It's already there.
exactly, and we talking about stuff like the housing market, how expensive it is now to even. It's more of a seller's market than a buyer's market. It's so much, right now that listen. I'm just saying we got to get wiser. The financial advisor told me one thing. He says three kind of people in this world on how their mindset is about money. And I think I said this before on this channel, but I know I said it on somebody else's channel, but I'm gonna say it again. He says three type of mindsets of people that deals with money. It depends on how you look at money as the tool that it should be.
Yeah.
You got regular people, everyday people that work every day just to pay bills. That's all they do is
Right.
work every day just to pay bills. Then you got the second set of people, which is sort of what they will call the middle class. But the middle class is really the people that working to live a middle class life, to get more in debt with credit cards, to look good for other people in their eyes while they are swindling in debt. He said, and then you got the people who are the wealthy people that make money to make more money.
Right.
Which one are you? Which
Right.
one are you, man? When he said that to me, I was like, wow. I know I've been one and two before. I got to get to three, right? Where
Yeah.
I can make my money make me more money. So you
Yeah.
either going to be that one person, just work, just paycheck to paycheck. Like you said, bro, Clarence, it's
Yeah.
people out there that literally have that mindset and that mindset only. And then you got the number two people. Oh yeah, I'm a middle class. I might make six figures, but I'm so far goddamn deep in credit card debt.
Oh
I
man.
owe Uncle Sam. I owe this person. I owe that person. But you out there fronting. You fronting real good.
Yeah.
Or are you number three? The person that's making your money make you more money. And
Mm.
I would digress from that one because that was a doozy.
All right, sis. I'm gonna pull you down. Love you, sis. Appreciate you. Thank you for
All
coming back
right,
up
bro.
in here.
Much love. Salute to you and the panel.
Salute to you, sis.
Salute.
Appreciate you.
All
All
right.
right. All right, man. That's my sister. Man, we got some good sisters here, man. I mean, some great sisters. I don't want to say good. Good is an understatement. Great sisters here, man. Great sisters. Shout out to the sisterhood that comes to this channel, gets on the stage, gets in the chat. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to the brothers too, man. Because everybody is usually, even if we not all in agreement 100% on everything, we usually are very respectful of each other and very loving to each other. So I appreciate all of y'all, man. Okay, I think we went over the 8 things, in my opinion, you could use to get your life back flowing again. Oh, hold on 1 second. Now we yeah, what was I at? I was closing up. Yeah, so we went over the 8 things. Sister Annie put them in the chat. Sister Annie, good night, Patrice. Sister Annie put them in the chat, right? So we I mean, I think now the question the haters gonna say, well, Clarence, you ain't no financial advisor. How you gonna tell us what to do? Okay, go take this list to Pocket Watching with JT and ask him to say which one of these things is wrong. Which one of these things shouldn't you do if you're trying to if you're trying to change your life, you're trying to regain your financial life. Which one of these things should you not do? I guarantee you he gonna sign off on every one of those things. Every one of those things. Now, he may give you some more in-depth tax information, but as far as what you should do, this is simple. It's simple. Now, is it easy? No, not easy, man. Change is never easy. That's why most people hate change. Most people hate change. They don't want to change, right? Right? That's why that's why when Jesus came into town, man, and he started telling people, hey man, y'all, the way y'all doing this is fugazi, man. You got to stop it. They're like, man, but the Jews like, we getting money though. We getting this paper, man. Right? The bag chasers of the day, right? They was the bag chasers, right? We getting this paper. What you talking about, Jesus? We getting this paper, man. You over here talking about a new world. We don't need no new world. Everything cool right now, right? Jesus said, nah, man. Change is coming. You ain't gonna be able to do nothing about it, man. You ain't gonna be able to do nothing about it. So, you know what I'm saying? You hanging on to this mentality, you're a done deal. You a goner, right? Thank you, Patrice. Appreciate you, sis. You hang on to this mentality, you a goner. Well, same thing with us. We hang on to the, Sister Annie, my mother also was from the projects. My mother was from the projects in Pennsylvania. And, she was, but when she got in the Army, man, it kind of opened her eyes to see how things could actually be done, right? My mother would come home from school to find her mother sitting outside with all their belongings outside on the sidewalk of the projects because my grandmother couldn't pay the $10 a month rent that they had to pay for their subsidized housing, right? My grandmother just didn't have the money, right? So my grandmother would send my mother and my uncle and my aunt over to their grandmother's house all the time. She said she'd take them over to their grandparents' house, right? And she'd leave them there for a couple of days. And my mother grew up thinking that my grandmother didn't like her. Because it's like, why she always leaving us over here? She don't want to spend no time with us. That's how my mother was thinking about it at the time. But my mother grew to kind of understand after she became a woman when my grandmother told her, I had to do that because you guys, I didn't have no food. And they had food over there. I didn't have no food. I couldn't keep you there. See, but my mother had to come into that understanding, right? It's like, God, we got to come into this understanding. What's good? What is money really for? What is money really for? What you're supposed to really be using money for? Money is really for making more money. That's what it's for. But you've been told to spend it. You've been told to spend it. See, before it wasn't all these different things you could spend money on, right? When they first came up with paper currency, it wasn't a lot of stuff you could spend it on. Maybe you go to one, like Little House on the Prairie, they had one store in the town where you could spend money on. Then they came up with you could order stuff. But it wasn't a lot of places you could spend extra money. You had to just save it in the bank, right? Now they got 59,000 ways for you to spend all your income. And most of y'all tell the truth. Because I used to be like this. I'm not like that anymore, but I used to be. I'm like Patrice, man. I had to do a whole financial makeover, man. But I used to be like this, man. Almost all my money was spent before I even got paid. That is a hell of a situation to be in. All your money is spent already before you get paid. Right? And you look like one of them you look like a crackhead. Now I'm telling you, you look like a crackhead rolling up into the payday loans place. You look like a fool up in there. Clarence, don't talk about me. I'm listening to this live stream and I'm at the payday loan place right now. Get out of there. Turn around. But Clarence, they're gonna shut my lights off. Let them shut the lights off. Sit in the dark for a while. Man, by the time you get them lights back on, you are going to say, you know what? I ain't never gonna let this happen again. I ain't gonna never let this happen again. I gotta work 2 jobs and then go to school and get some education on what I need to do to get a better job and better. Because really, until you financially free, you at the whim of your employer. Your employer decide to slash, his expenses. What's the first thing that most jobs can slash expense-wise? Labor. That's the first thing they can slash. Right? They just slash the people, right? Oh, well, we don't need 5. We don't need 10 people to be work on this assembly line. We could just use 5. We get some robots in here. So come on, y'all. We gotta and you know what? I know the real reason why I did this? Because I know some of us are in financial real bad shape. I know I was. That's why I went back to work. I had to go back to work, man. I was in real bad financial shape, but I had to go back to work. Okay, so now things are getting back where they're supposed to be, where they normally would be. Right. But some of us are in bad shape because we got bad habits. I just didn't have the income because I was off work, but some of us just got bad habits. We got bad habits, spending habits, right? Because why? The American media, the business people tell you, hey, you ain't nobody because you ain't got this car. You ain't nobody because you ain't got this house. You ain't nobody because you ain't got these clothes on. You ain't nobody because you ain't got this hairstyle. You ain't nobody because you ain't got this hat. You ain't got this shoes, or you got this. And by the time you think you somebody because you done spent all your money and it's all borrowed money. Remember back in the day, they used to have layaway. You didn't even have to, you didn't have to borrow no money. You could lay stuff away. Still, I stay out of debt. They done got rid of layaway. Layaway is gone. Ain't no layaway no more, right? Remember you can go into Kmart, right? You had to go in there early if you wanted something, right? because all the I would say what's the word I want to use? All the moms would go in there, and what they would do, they would lay away all this stuff, man. They would lay away everything, all the good stuff. They would lay it all away, man. You try to go in there and buy something, it's like you can't buy nothing because all of the moms done laid it all away. Sometimes they pay it off, sometimes they don't, right? I know I used to work at a Foot Locker, man. We had layaway, man. They done got rid of layaway. I don't think they ain't had layaway in about 20, 30 years, right? Why? Because they want you to go into debt, man. They got their own credit cards now, right? They want you to go into debt. They want you to be financially stuck to them. Now, brothers and sisters, we gonna get out of there, and we're gonna walk together up out of this stuff. Only ones that's not gonna go is the people that just refuse to live, you know, they refuse to accept the responsibility, accept their responsibility for their own lives. And if that's okay, if you don't want to do it, that's okay. I'm not saying you're a bad person, but I'm saying just remember, you have the option, you have the choice of whether you want to be poor, you want to be quote unquote whatever middle class is. But to me, that means you got just enough money left over where you can go back to work the next week and do the whole thing all over again. But you still up to your eyeballs in debt, right? Who's better? The man in the $1 million house who's up to his eyeballs in debt, or the person in the $500,000 house, he don't got no debt. He living comfortable. All the money that comes into him is his to do it whatever he wants to do. Only thing you got to worry about is the tax man. He ain't got to worry about, oh, I owe American Express, I owe this. I don't owe nobody. And am I saying you could never buy nothing? No, I'm not saying you never buy nothing, but you shouldn't be binge buying until your investments are doing so well that buying things, and even then you should be disciplined when you buying things. You should be disciplined. You can't just go out there and say, I want a new shirt. I want a new clothes. I want to do this. I want to, and drop $300, $400, $500. You can't do that. Or I want a new car. I'm going to trade this one in, man. Because this one will get the girls. This other one I'm going to get is going to get the girls. It might get the girls, but you ain't got no money to spend on them. You still going to have to take them out to eat something. After that coffee date, they're going to be like, okay, cool. I did the coffee thing. Where are we going to eat, brother? And you be like, are you buying? But that's how you know you got somebody that may be a winner, man. If you say, are you buying? They say, well, if I got to, yeah, come on. Right? Might have a winner there, right? I never forget, man. I had a time where I was crazy. I was just out of my mind. And I was starting to come back to myself. And we had some financial problems in my household, right? Because I was not addressing the situation in the house properly, right? I wasn't addressing. I was addressing the light bill, gas bill, stuff like that, but other issues I wasn't addressing them, right? So my wife said, "Okay, I'm gonna go to work, and I'm gonna give you the money, but I'm gonna see what you're gonna do. If you ain't gonna take care of it, then I'm gonna have to get involved." She said, "I'm gonna give you the money," and she gave me that money, right? But that's how you know, man, when you get in trouble. She said, "Hey, I got some people I can go to work for," and that's what she would do, right? But anyway, that's marriage. That's a whole nother thing. Patrice was talking about marriage, right? She said, sometimes men be getting cleaned out. But here's the thing, y'all. Here's the thing. You get married to people that you probably should have investigated their character a little better. Right? We need to marry people, man, that if you're gonna give your life to something, it's like if you say, I'm gonna give my life to Lord, right? I'm gonna give my life over to the Lord. Okay, Lord, you want that, you do that after you have investigated the Lord and you say, hey, this makes sense. This stuff that he's talking about makes sense, right? His character is coming out through the things that's being discussed here. Well, damn, man. It's the same with people, man. You got to check the character out of the people. In marriage, in business partners, in friendships, I learned this recently within the last 5 or 7 years. You cannot just be friendly with people. And you know how, man, when you're young, you got a friend or two that's just no good, but you hang on to them because they funny, or they you laugh or something when you out with them. But you learn this quickly, something happens and you need their assistance, they're not willing to assist you. And you go, well, damn. But you always at the ready to assist them, right? I got my oldest boy right now, man. I'm trying to get him to understand. I'm trying to get him to see that. Oh no, Dad, this is my homie. Yo, homie? What you mean, your homie? Man, none of these Negroes doing nothing for you, nothing for your daughter. Your daughter lives with me. I'm your homie. Oh, Pops. Yeah, that's okay. You'll figure it out sooner or later, right? But man, I try to tell them, man, these dudes ain't your homies, man. They're giving you bad advice. And then when you need them, they ain't there for you, right? You come running to me when you got a problem, right? But when I ask you to do something, I can't find you. They ask you to do something, yes, sir. You moving out. I can't come over to see y'all now because I'm doing something right now. When you know. I remember I used to think like that, man. I used to think like that too, man. So I don't hold it too much against him. I'm just trying to get him out of it now. At 27, I was at least starting to think, man, maybe that's not so smart, right? Let me tell you the difference between me then and now. So, back then I was real, like, I listen to people. I give, I follow their instructions, right? So I'm on the job, and I had to go to this car body shop, right? And so I go to the body shop and I say, yeah, I need to check the electrical equipment. I need to take a look at it. They go, oh, it's behind this gate back here. I said, okay. I said, so, the dude I was talking to, I said, hey man, you gonna open it up? Oh, you need to wait for Cedric. I need to wait for Cedric. Yeah, you need to wait for Cedric. Cedric got the key. I said, oh, okay. Where's Cedric? Cedric is moving the car right now, right? Cedric's moving the car. He'll be back. I said, when? Okay, when? Oh, he'll be back. I said, okay. So I waited for about 5 minutes. I went and asked the dude again, hey man, can you know when he's gonna be back? Maybe you can give him a call or something. Oh, he'll be back, man. No problem. Don't worry about it, man. He was just around the corner, right? And I said, okay. I said, okay. I stood there for another 5 minutes. Now I've been there 10 minutes, plus the time I actually was looking for the meat, the meter equipment. So I was like, I said, okay. This is what we gonna do. I didn't even say nothing to him. I said, okay, I'm out of here. Because I was like, he ain't even gonna call the dude, right? This is business partner. He ain't even call. He see me out here, and he ain't gonna call the dude and say to the dude, hey, there's a dude here trying to check the electrical equipment, right? He trying to get to the meters. What's going on? When you coming back? Because I don't want to have him sit down here and you stopped at your side piece house. But did he call him? No. He just told me like I was a little prostitute on the street. Hey, he'll be back, right? You know what I'm saying? They tell the pimp, yeah, he'll be back. You know what I'm saying? Thugger Rugger will be back, right? When? Just wait here, right? Just wait here until he get here. Okay, right? I said, this dude must think I'm a strawberry or something, man. I'm out of here, dude. I said, you know what the best part about this is? It's your bill. Not mine. It's your bill. Something happened to this equipment, that's on you. But my point is, man, I'm not gonna let nobody put me in a situation where I gotta just I'm at their beck and call, and they can have me sitting there, especially somebody I don't even know. I don't even know you. Nah. But before, I used to let people play games with me like that, right? Because I'm like, man, if I could just get up to them, talk to them, maybe, I could change their mind about this or that. Now, oh, you try to play me? Cool, okay. I was like, man, dudes just tell me just to wait there. Ain't even gonna call, ain't gonna nothing, just gonna tell me to wait there. I said, oh yeah, I'll be right here. Yeah. I said, I'll be right here. I was walking off from him. I was like, yeah, I'll be right here waiting on him. I went on to my next call. I was like, man, forget this dude, man. When they called me out there next month, see, I don't fight with nobody, man. I don't argue with nobody, especially, especially I'm getting paid. I'm getting paid to do my job, not argue with nobody. So you want to argue with somebody, call your wife. I ain't arguing with you, man. Well, wait a minute. I can't see. Okay, no problem, man. Dudes be like, right? These dudes be having this marijuana grow. They be growing marijuana in their spots, right? They don't want to let me go see because they get a high bill or something. The equipment goes out because they done burnt up everything. They burnt up a transformer because they got a grow spot. So they don't want to let you back there, right? They don't want to let me back there. Because I already can see, man, whenever they burn a transformer, I know, okay, they probably got to grow back there. But I said, okay, let me go back. And all the other people, all the other tenants say, yeah, my lights flash and going around. I said, okay, these dudes probably growing marijuana back there, right? Because growing marijuana takes a lot of power, right? So they usually make the neighbors' lights flicker and all this stuff, right? And then they usually pop a transformer sooner or later. And so I went to this one place over here on Crenshaw, and so the dude was like out there in Lamert Park, right? The dude was like, I said, hey man, I need to go back there and check the equipment. Like, oh, I can't let you do this. See, y'all be trying to come, and I don't even call them. I was like, hey bro, hey, you ain't gotta do all that. I mean, if you don't want me to see it, just tell me. I'll just write it down, man. I mean, it ain't no big deal to me. Because guess what? I'm still getting paid. That's the good part about this situation. I'm getting paid, right? It's your bill, but I'm getting paid. He go, well, I can't let you back here, man, because I got a dog, and I got this, and I got this situation going on, and I'm not the owner. And I said, okay, not no problem, brother. You ain't got to let me back there. At all. At all. But like I said, don't let nobody screw you around, especially on your finances. Don't let nobody screw you around. Don't let nobody get you involved in these crazy investments, right? Tone the closer is out there exposing all these people, right? Don't get caught up in that, man. If something sounds too good to be true, it probably is. It's going to be risk involved in any investment, like New Growth was saying. It's going to be risk involved in any investment, right? You want the lowest amount of risk and the highest amount of yield. That's what you want. That's what you're looking for. The lowest amount of risk you got to accept and the highest amount of yield. Okay. That's the formula. That's it. That's investing. Now, how you accomplish that, there's many different ways. There are many different strategies you can use to accomplish that. And we went over a couple, right? There's many strategies. You can become an entrepreneur. You can do a lot of different things, right? Anyway, I gotta shut this. 5 hours. I gotta shut the stream. I gotta shut the stream down. But anyway, y'all think about what we talked about. Talked about today, and ask yourself the question. Ask yourself the question: do we need poor people? Do we? Who is we? I don't know who we is, but do we need poor people? Y'all got to answer that one for yourself. All right, y'all. Let's wrap up. The chat is where it's at, man. Shout out to the chat. Chat is always the bomb, man. When you got enforcers in there like M Mills, you got enforcers like that, and like our resident sniper, Risa Neal, man. You gotta have somebody, man, that the trolls respect and the trolls are willing to say, hey, man. There you go. There's that orange circle. It ain't worth going in there with that, right? There's that orange circle, man. We can't. I'm not going in there with that with the R in it. I am not going in there. Right? But you gotta have somebody that the trolls respect in the chat so that the trolls and the bots know it just ain't worth it, man. It's not worth it. Okay. But shout out to the chat. Chat's where it's at, man. Thank you everybody in the chat who hung in there with us, man. We got through it, but we got some other stuff to talk about next on hopefully on Thursday. I'll be here and we can talk about it, man. But anyway, man, shout out to the chat. Chat's where it's at. Peace and blessings, and also very strong performance from the chat. Very, very, very solid performance from the chat. I appreciate everything that everybody in the chat does, man. Vaughn, all you got. I appreciate everything everybody does, man. Everybody brings something to the table. Appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate all of y'all. All right, y'all. That was the chat. Who came up on the panel? First of all, we had Simon. Simon came up on the panel, right? Simon, he did good, man. He did good. He did better. Sometimes he goes off in these tangents, right? And I just want to let you know that I think that we should have a black bank. And if we have a black bank, clients, I want you to run it for me. I really want you to run it because you'll be my man in America, and you could run the black bank. Right? Simon goes over and we're like, Simon, wait a minute, Simon. We're talking about the things that we need to do to improve our to improve our thing. The t-shirts, we're gonna get some. We're gonna get some, Patrice. After we get the computer, we're gonna get to the t-shirts because I got a couple of different styles I want to show y'all, and I'm gonna see what y'all think about it. Right? I got a couple of them. So yeah, we're gonna get some t-shirts. Yeah, right. But Simon, right? Simon was good. Actually, he was on good behavior tonight. It was really good. Had a couple of good points, but we try to get it. The only thing about Simon is, man, is pulling him back on getting him back on the topic, man. Because Simon likes to go off the topic, right? Simon, what you think about should we have poor people here? Do we need poor people, Simon? I followed by a question a lot, and over here I had a talk with my sister, and my sister told me that we don't need poor people, Clarence. We need just people. It's mostly the middle class. But shout out to Simon, man. That's a good dude, man. That is a good dude, man. He just, he needs to find his tribe, man. You know what I'm saying? He needs to find his tribe because got a good intention, man. Got a good thought and a good intention. If he can find a group that can work with his special eccentricities, they would be good. That would be very good. That would be good. Because I believe that the brother's very intelligent, man. But, as we all do, the brother has some eccentricities, right? He has some eccentricities that any business partner, anybody doing business with him would have to deal with, man. But other than that, man, the brother's a good brother, man, good-hearted brother. Shout out to Simon. What did y'all think about Simon's performance today? Shout out to Simon, man. Shout out to Simon. Shout out to Simon, man. Good-hearted dude. And shout out to him, man. Shout out to him. If you haven't already subscribed to the food channel, man, get on over there to the food channel and check him out. Are you gonna like it? I have no idea. But you can check him out, right? Thanks, Clarence, for sending everybody over here. I didn't get him when he was here, man, because I don't want to. I didn't see Simon. I could tell when Simon wants to talk, and I could tell when he's not going to be on the topic. So I didn't want to get him started, man. He'd be like, "Clarence, right? So I was like, okay, let me leave him alone tonight. But he's a good dude, man. Shout out to Simon, man. Very strong performance, very solid performance, man. Shout out to Simon, man. Good, solid performance today. Very, very strong. What about who else was on the panel? What about OG Patrice? What about OG Patrice? OG Patrice came up here, right? Came up here first time. Then she came up the second time, right? Right? She came back the second time. Now she came back and said, "Hey, Clarence, I'm just let you know, man. I'm dipping back in, right? Because she think that a conversation about managing your money is important. We all do, man. It's something that we all have to do, whether we want to admit it or not. Money is something we all have to deal with. And one day you're not going to be able to go out and go work for it. It's getting a little better for older people now, but still, you ain't going to be able to get out and go no place where you're going to be working 40 hours a week. I mean, it's just, I don't know, like what I do now. No, man, you ain't going to be able to do stuff like that. So no. So we got to get this stuff together before we get to that point, right? Because we're going to get to a point and maybe we want some time to spend with our family, right? Maybe we want some time to chill. I thought me and my wife was going to chill, right? But of course, I got sick. She got sick. And then my granddaughter came, right? We right back in the game. We right back in the game, man. We raising another kid, right? We're raising this other baby like it's ours, right? But I mean, we back in the game. So I thought with these years we was gonna be just sitting around in matching recliners, right? Watching TV. But no, not so. We was planning on going to. We went to a movie. Well, we went to Little Mermaid. We took my baby to Little Mermaid, but we were planning on going to a movie this Saturday. But then she said, "Well," my wife said, "Well, my dad. We need to go see my dad." She said, "I know it's your Father's Day as well, but we need to go see my dad." So that's probably where I'll be on Saturday. But yeah, man, we thought we was out the game. And I asked my son, I said, "You good?" Yeah, man, Pops, man, I'm strapped up every time. Every time I go to the plate, I'm strapped up. I said, "Oh, okay." About 2 months later, you gonna be a grandfather? I said, "I am." I said, "I thought you were strapped up every time." Yeah. Well, you know what? I got to give my son credit, man. At least he cut his hair. He used to have a whole big old afro. He cut his hair, man. Now he got a nice cut like this, man. Except for I got the gray in there, but he don't have the gray in his head. You know what I'm saying? But he's starting to see, man. All that fugaziness ain't worth it, man. He's starting to see little by little. You know what the worst thing about him is? He does not want to admit that I was right on anything. He don't want to admit that. He'd rather suffer. He'd rather suffer than admit, "Hey, you was right. I should have did that." Right? Oh man, but anyway, man, that's my son. That boy's crazy. But anyway, hope we gave you guys some tips on how to do your finances. Oh, I was talking about Simon. Yeah, he did good. He did good today. And then I went into Patrice. That's right. I was talking about Patrice. Patrice came in and she, as always, brings a lot of good information. And in this time shared a little bit. Thank you for sharing, Patrice. Appreciate you. Every time people share, y'all, man, when people come up here and share, don't take it for granted, man. It's tough to come up here and share stuff, personal information about yourself, even though nobody really knows you like that up here. It's still, man, it's tough, right? You sharing personal information about yourself, especially about something fugazi you did, right? She said, "Man, I was I was crazy with a credit card, right? Then he said, I was crazy with a credit card, right? Me too. I'll tell him, me too. I was crazy with a credit card, right? Well, not credit cards, just my credit, period. My credit. I never had a whole bunch of credit cards, but just my credit, period, paying back loans, student loans, stuff like that, just was not good at it because it just wasn't making enough money to pay everything plus that. I never was in that position until I got to a certain point. And even when I got to a certain point, I just forgot about it. I just left it alone, right? I didn't have to address it till recently, right? but you know, we all have done some crazy things, fugazi stuff, right? But the point is, at some point, we got to look ourselves in the mirror and say, you can't be out here telling these kids not to be a liar, not to be this, not to be that, and then you out here doing this kind of fugaziness stuff, right? Can't do that. You want to be solid and be the kind of person that can look yourself in the mirror. You got to change, and it's slow. Change is slow, man. Change takes time, right? Sometimes you don't make it. Sometimes you fall down, but you got to change. We got to change. We got to change the way we look at money. Money is not for spending. It's not. That's the last use for money. Money should be used to make more money. That's what it should be used for. But that's the only thing it should be used for. Not the only thing, excuse me. The highest and best thing it should be used for is making more money. But they teach you how to spend and spend and spend and spend and spend and spend and spend. And they have most of us, 85% of our take-home pay is spent before we even get it. Right? That's why you always looking at the thing chart and say, "Oh, okay, when's the next payday? This is the next payday coming up." But if you had some money stacked up, you wouldn't even be concerned. If you had a discipline where you know money is going to continue to get stacked up, you wouldn't even be concerned. If you had a budget that allowed an allowance that allowed you to spend a certain amount of money while at the same time maintaining your disciplines on your investing and your saving and your your increased income, your reduced expenses, all of that was maintained. But at the same time, you know what I'm saying, you able to have a little walking around money, you'll be rich and famous. OG said we got to have the next best thing, that new iPhone. Yeah, I know, but do you really need it? I'm always like 6 or 7 iPhones behind, right? Do you really need the iPhone 25? Do you really need that? Clarence, the iPhone 25, it levitates off the ground by itself, right? It levitates off the ground by itself, Clarence. So what? So what? Really? You only use about 4 or 5 apps. Really? Okay, I got over 200 apps in my phone. What for what? You ain't using all them apps, right? I agree with Sister Annie. I got some causes that I'm investing in, right? Some public radio causes, right? They talk about stuff I want to hear. I invest in them. I invest in some things outside of, inside the community, outside the community, right? We got to, y'all. What we gonna do, man? What are we really going to do? Man. Come on, yeah. We gotta get a new thinking process about this money. But anyway, man, thank you, OG Patrice. Appreciate you always coming up here and giving us some real game. And like I said, y'all, it's hard, man, when you come up here and you jump and you give some personal information. So, hey y'all, let's respect that. Let's appreciate people that do that, man. Shout out to Patrice. Glad to have it always. Patrice said they just like cars, they lose value when you drive them off the lot. Definitely. I got one more car that I want to buy. One more. That's it. I got to get a van to carry all my people in. That's all I'm getting is one more van. That's it. And you talking about pay that thing off fast? I'll pay that thing off for probably about 2 years because I ain't gonna have no more car notes. I had 3 car notes at one time. Not doing that no more. Not doing that no more. We done with that. I did what I'm telling y'all to do. I paid off the one that had the least smallest balance on it. I paid it off, and then now I'm putting that money on to the next one. Got that one down to about halfway where it was before, right? In about a year, right? Telling y'all, man, we got to stop doing fugazi stuff with this money. Anyway, that was Patrice. We got to think about Patrice. We got to think about her performance tonight, right? Outstanding, right? Very solid, very strong as always. As always, very strong, very solid, right? Very solid. That's what I like about when we bring the sisters up here and they are able to keep the conversation flowing, right? Even the brothers, man, you know, they're able to keep the conversation going. But shout out to Patrice. Very strong performance, very solid. What about New Growth Old Soul? What about New Growth? New Growth had a good day, man. He was over on Arshawn. That was a good, to me, I don't know. I know to probably most of you guys, that was a good little interview, man. You know what I mean? And, you know, got to see New Growth without those locks. Guy's kind of handsome dude, man. You know what I'm saying? I could see why his wife hooked up with him. That's not a bad looking dude, right? Put one of them good shirts on him with a collar on it. Not bad, right? Same thing with Rico, right? You put Rico in a shirt with a collar on it, not bad. Cleans up pretty good, right? Ay. But New Growth came out, man. What do y'all think about New Growth, man? I think you know, very intelligent brother. If you haven't already subscribed to him, go on over to his channel. I don't know if I did New Growth already, but I'll do him again. Go on over to his channel, check him out, man. Good dude, man. Good young dude, man. Go check this young brother out, man. He's got a lot of good information over there, right? He don't always agree with me, right? You saw that tonight, right? But what I do like about the brother is he always makes an argument where I have to at least consider what he's saying, right? Some people be saying stuff so stupid, right? You know, we actually need poor people. They say stupid stuff, right? You know, you're like, I don't even have to engage that, right? I was good, Sister Annie. I stayed on the porch. I was good. I was about to, man, something told me, man, you need to go and challenge that. I said, nope. I'm only going to talk to my peers. I'm not talking to people that's beneath me in terms of quality of information. I'm not talking to people like that no more, right? I'm not talking. Why do I need to go to your spot and talk to you when you talking crazy and all you're gonna do is pull me down when I really start beating the hell out of you? You're gonna pull me down. Nah, thanks, but no thanks. I'm gonna just stay over here. They want to come over here. At least I'm fair, right? I am fair. I will at least let them at least say their argument. I think, but I trust me. I don't trust him. But shout out to New Growth, man. Very solid performance from New Growth. As always, very strong, very solid. Go over there and check his channel out, man. Blackhearted with New Growth also. Check him out. Who else? I did New Growth, Simon, Patrice. Did I do Sister Annie? I didn't do Sister Annie. Shout out to Sister Annie. She came up here, right? Excuse me, I'm coming up here, right? Y'all, Clarence, you ain't talking about the word? Well, I'm gonna stay up here anyway, right? I say I kind of am, Sister Annie. I kind of am. Well, kind of not, but I kind of am, right? Man, but Sister Annie came up, man. What y'all think about Sister Annie, man? That's why I'm glad, man, when Sister Annie comes up, Risa or Patrice or any sister, man, that comes up, man, and they spitting real game, man. They show that sisterhood and they show everybody, man. We're open, man. We ain't on this whole you know, black women ain't this and black women ain't that, and they always the problem and they always this. And Some places do that, man. We're not trying to do that. We're trying to just have a better situation for all of our people, man. If we can do it, man, we're doing our parts, right? We're doing our parts. Let's see. But Sister Annie was up here, man. What y'all think about Sister Annie? Always dropping jewels, just like Patrice, just like Rita. Always dropping jewels, right? What you think? How did you look at her performance tonight? Very solid, very solid, very solid. And always encouraging people to do better. Always encouraging people. You know what I mean? That's one of the things I like about that sister, man. I love about it, actually, that she's always encouraging people to do better, right? She reminds me of the female version of myself, right? I always try to encourage people, man, to do better. And whatever you do, hopefully you gain success from it, right? This sister is, man, and if she wasn't so humble, if she wasn't so modest and humble, we might could get her to do something over here. But she's so modest, man. She's so humble that she's the type of sister that don't really like to talk about herself, which she like to promote other people and lift up other people and, watch them walk into their greatness. And she's the type of person, like Elijah Muhammad said, I want to see you big. I want to see you as a big boy, make you the big person, and I'll step out the room and look through the keyhole at you and how big you are. And that's what she want to do. She want to, make you this big person, and then she slip out the room and she looking through the keyhole at you, and you a big man, right? But that's what the kind of sisters we got over here, man. The sisters that really want to see everybody walk into their greatness, not just the men, but the women as well, the other sisters as well, man. But shout out Sister Annie, man. Very, very solid performance as always. Very sharp, very solid, very solid, strong, excuse me. That's what I was looking for. Where I went blank for a minute. Very strong performance, very solid from Sister Annie, as always. Now, Sister Annie was mad at me because I went over the time. I'm still over the time, right? She gonna fuss at me later, but that's all right, man. I'm going over the time. But anyway, I'm about to walk out the door right now. Thank you guys, all of y'all, for hanging in there. Patrice said it's best to keep the conversation about yourself so that no one can get butthurt about talking about them. I'm trying to. I didn't use no names today, right? I didn't use no names, right? We need poor people. I didn't use no names, right? And so everybody else can go around. You go around, check Black YouTube and find out where that quote came from, right? And then you can go there and challenge it. I am not allowed on that panel. I know I would never be allowed. I would never be brought up. I'm not a yes man. I'm not a yes man, so I would never be brought up in that panel. So, but shout out to them. Hey, if you got people, obviously they know what they're doing. They got all those subscribers. I just got 802. We got 802, y'all. We made 802. Man, shout out. Okay, y'all. We gonna try to be back on Thursday. If not Thursday, I'm pretty sure I won't be here on Saturday because now my wife is talking about going to see her father. Man, her father's really up there in age, so I can. And plus, he's my dude too, so I don't want if we're gonna go see him, we're gonna go see him, right? So, but I'm telling you I'm gonna tell you what I ain't gonna do. What I ain't gonna do is I ain't gonna eat my sister-in-law's cooking. I know why you single. You single because you can't cook. On top of being crazy, but oh man, this girl's got a good heart. She's good-hearted. She's a very good-hearted person. She's just one of them type of people, man, that they mean well, but they just they're just very difficult to deal with. Let me say it like that. All right, y'all. Let's get up out of here. Let's try for Thursday. Let's see what's gonna happen. Y'all don't know what's gonna happen tomorrow, because I'll slip in here and I'll put I'll tell y'all if we're gonna do something on Thursday tomorrow. But that's the way it's looking, right? Yeah, man, and Patrice, thank you about the t-shirts, because Be Easy was supposed to be making some t-shirts for it. He made a couple of designs, but I got to get back with him on that. Anyway, we'll see y'all on Thursday. Thank you, everybody. Peace.